These days, getting the care you deserve can feel like a challenge. At Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, you don't have to wait or wonder. Our team of specialists delivers expert, personalized orthopedic care right here in your community when you need it most. We're open, accepting new patients, and ready to get you moving again. Call today or visit us online at mdbonedocs.com to schedule your appointment and find out if your plan is accepted. That's mdbonedocs.com.
This spring, save huge on your new Valor roof. A Valor roof is more than just a roof, built as strong as our men and women in uniform. Max Def architectural shingles, our Valiant lifetime warranty, means your new Valor roof is the last roof you'll ever own. This month only, save 50% off all materials, pay no interest for a full 18 months, plus get a free upgrade to our Valiant lifetime warranty. Military and first responders, be sure to ask about our Salute to Service program. Visit valorhome.com or call
833-83-VALOR.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater D.C. and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now, members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One time only offer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in Baltimore City. The tunnels look good. 895 running smoothly. So is 95 southbound. The inner loop of the Beltway just past exit 25. That's Charles Street. A vehicle fire has 2 right lanes and the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Last night's first 4 matchups weren't quite as exciting as Tuesday's. Prairie View A&M took down Lehigh by 12, and Miami of Ohio got a 10-point victory over SMU. The Red Hawks finished 31-0 in the regular season, becoming just the 3rd Division I college basketball team since 2000 to go unbeaten during that stretch. They'll get a matchup on Friday with 6th seed Tennessee in the Midwest. The round of 64 kicks off at 12:15 today as TCU will face Ohio State in the East Region's 8-9 matchup. In Ravens news, former Baltimore wide receiver Tylan Wallace has agreed to a deal with the Browns. He'll reunite with his offensive coordinator for the last 3 years in Todd Monken. Wallace caught 22 passes for 305 yards and 2 touchdowns during his time with the Ravens and was a special team standout. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Oriole spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn on this Thursday. It is Thursday, right?
Yep, my Friday.
Why is your microphone not on?
Can you hear me now? Yep.
Good.
Very good. No, it's this is my Friday. I'm out tomorrow.
You're out tomorrow?
Yep. Tomorrow, Monday. We're headed to Vegas this weekend, and it's interesting because it's not. You would think somebody like myself would be going to Vegas for March Madness. We're going to the Sphere, and I let my father book this whole thing, and we're going to the Sphere twice on Saturday. We're seeing the Wizard of Oz and the Eagles. So I'll be out there, fly back, and it's a very short
twice
trip.
In one day?
Yes.
This is the same stage?
The Sphere. Are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it. Is it one stage in there, though?
I guess how it goes. Like the Wizard of Oz is going to be in the afternoon, and then the Eagles are playing at night.
Who are they playing?
The Broncos. They're in town. It's a friendly
exhibition.
Yeah. But again, I said it didn't matter who was playing at the Sphere musically. I was going to see them. I didn't care if it was the Backstreet Boys or if it was a band.
You would have prepared the back. You would have preferred the Backstreet Boys.
I would have loved that. I want it my way, Rob.
Good.
But yeah,
is that
what?
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Oh, look at you. See, you want to go too? I got an extra ticket.
I'm good. I'm good. In the words of my son, when he doesn't want to do something, I'm good.
Yeah. That's great, man. Oh, but yeah,
you want some broccoli? I'm good.
You and I were talking before the show. Might as well bring Ben in on this. Is how pissed off I was at the SMU thing last night.
Yeah.
And for people that don't know,
degenerates.
Yeah. Well, the expectation was their best player was going to play, right? I think the committee thought that. I think, when you look at it, and then finally getting ruled out. And Ben, you were kind of telling me because, look, with the late games, I'm usually watching most of that in the morning, unless it's a Friday night. But getting a chance to hear what actually went down, and then he gets ruled out minutes before the game.
Yeah, they basically told the committee that he was going to play. That helps them get into the tournament, and then he's rolled out.
Yeah, Rob was just reading the article about that, and they're pissed. I'm pissed. I want my money back. But that's the way it goes, man. It's the hard part about...
You and SMU misled a lot of people.
Man, I didn't mislead anyone.
You told them...
They lied to me.
Yeah.
They lied to me.
The fine lie.
So they said he was going to play, and he didn't play.
So this morning was one of those slow mornings for me. Well, a slow morning. I woke up. I got out of bed later than I normally get out of bed. The alarm went off, and I didn't put my feet on the floor. I was a hypocrite this morning. I laid there, which means I could not make my breakfast.
What do you got? You got cheese and sausage?
A Jack Link's beef and pepper jack stick.
That's what you're going to eat this morning?
That's what I'm going to eat. I also ate the 2 boiled eggs. You know that. So, So I went to Royal Farms to get I needed gas.
You got it now.
I got it now. You'll have it. And I got something to eat. So you ever in a store and you listen to the words of a song that you never really listened to? Because you're in line and you're waiting, and all of a sudden, I think it's a combination of me pumping the gas and going to the store, and the song resonates throughout Royal Farms. And it was the song "Call Me Maybe."
Mm-hmm.
Never really listened to it.
You know, she performed here at the station.
Yeah, I know.
I think she had a thing for me.
Did
she kept saying, "Call me maybe."
Yeah.
She was up on the stage. I think she was looking at me. And I'm like, I don't even have your number, lady. Carly Rae.
So from my understanding, in this song, she just met the guy, right? Mm-hmm. Here's my number, call me maybe.
I just met you, and this is crazy.
So, like, I'm really listening to the hook now.
Yeah.
So how do you get from here's my number, call me maybe, to before you came in my life, I missed you so bad?
Because he called her, maybe.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand the song.
The lyrics don't have to make sense for you. They make sense for her.
Okay.
But no, isn't that a thing? Again, you get to this point in life, because I want to tell anyone that was like me. I was a Limp Bizkit fan, and now when their music comes on, I'm going, that's stupid. That's just those lyrics are the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And there's our friend Glenn Clark would talk about movies from the 80s, and he wouldn't rewatch it because he doesn't know if it holds up. And there's nothing worse than
music.
Well, it's music and movies or TV shows. Like when you watch them today and you're like, ooh, this is really bad. And I thought it was really good.
Yeah, there's some old shows in my childhood. But I'm in line. I'm like, before you came in my life, I missed you. Did you just meet the dude? I don't get it. I'm like, Carly Rae, make it make sense to me. That just doesn't make sense.
What y'all don't know is that Rob is one of the biggest Carly Rae Jepsen fan, and he knows all the lyrics. He just wanted to show off on the show today that he knew some of those.
The only thing I knew of that song was, because it's a real girly song. I mean, that's not in my wheelhouse.
I like it.
I just knew the hook. Call me maybe. That's all I knew. I never really listened to the rest of the words.
I think that song, too, can fall in line with a song that gets played so much that you end up hating it after you liked it.
Or a song that gets played so much that it just does not leave your brain, because the hook never left my brain.
I got you. Well, yeah, it's very catchy.
So I was only invested in the hook. And today was the first time I heard other words in it, and it confused me.
But see, I think that's kind of what happened to like Nickelback, where they had a couple of hit songs.
Give me a Nickelback song. I know the band, but give me a song.
This Is How You Remind Me. What's the rock star song? God, now I can't even think of the names of their song. You want to be a rock? Not you want to be a rock star. Anyway, they had you can pull one up and play one for them if you want. But they had a bunch of hits that were like number one for a while.
Familiar with Nickelback? I'm sure I'm familiar with their music. I just can't put the two together.
I'm trying to think of the other name of the song because I hate the band now. But This Is How You Remind Me was one of my favorite songs, and it was like number one forever. And I'm going, I'm tired of hearing this effing song.
You said Glenn Clark talked about movies and TV shows of the past.
Mm-hmm.
It's one jumped up for me maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
I can't watch it anymore. Facts of Life.
Really?
I'm like, I like this? It's awful. Now, I can still watch Stanford and Son. I can still watch All in the Family. But when I was watching Facts of Life, it was like, it was on some network where they play multiple shows over and over, and I can't understand how I watch that. Another show that seems a little corny to me, I loved it when it was on. I loved it when it was in syndication, and now it seems kind of corny to me. King of Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I loved it when it was on regular. I loved it when it first came to syndication. Now I watch some of the episodes. I'm like, man, that's corny.
So
that's not even funny.
The thing I notice now is, like my wife will start watching. Like right now she's watching Sons of Anarchy, and she's in the final season or the last two seasons.
Never watched that.
It's a great show. But when you watched it week to week, or even when you watched it when you were younger, if you power watch some of the seasons, because I watched the first 2 seasons and then started watching the show and staying caught up and loved it. But now watching the last season just all together, I'm going, this storyline is so stupid. How many people get killed in this small ass town? Where are the cops? Oh, they killed them too? What? It's just like you're looking at the storylines and you can totally understand the whole Fonzie jump the shark thing when you're watching a show going, they don't know where to go with it and they don't know how to end it.
You ever watch Banshee?
Oh, I loved it. It's softcore porn meets Roadhouse. It's violence.
One of the most underrated shows ever. I love that show.
For anybody that's not, I just noticed yesterday, and granted it's a cartoon, but if you haven't watched Invincible, they dropped 3 episodes of the latest season yesterday, I think, or I don't know when it came out. And then The Boys, like to me, Invincible and The Boys are like, what if superheroes weren't the nicest guys?
Yeah.
What if they all weren't good guys?
The Boys just wrecks your idea of superheroes, though, man. It's good. I love it. You introduced me to that show, but yeah,
like when you finally watch it, and the one dude that has his wang just keeps growing. You know, like he'll grab you with it and wrap it around your neck.
Yeah,
it's exciting, Rob.
For you, I'm sure. That's like called
By the way,
foreplay for you.
Nickelback, there. How You Remind Me, Rockstar was a big song.
Okay.
Look at this photograph.
Yeah.
It's a picture of my wife's fat ass. Actually, that was South. But these songs stayed at the top, and then I think people just got tired of this band. Like, it wasn't like the music was bad, but yeah, not for me. The same thing happened to Creed.
Nickelback. Yeah. When I was growing up, it was a nickel bag. Americans getting too cool for sports. We'll debate that at 6:30, but on the other side, NCAA tournament officially begins today. I don't care what you heard, it begins today. Is this the best sports weekend of the year? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. Cop Defense Properties offer competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
Brought to you by Gravely Zero-Turn Commercial Mowers. Save up to 20% during their Mow the Distance sales event.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 29th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Just like athletes, workers need preparation to perform safely. The Career Care program from CIP Solutions builds ergonomic confidence into every shift, reducing strain and preventing setbacks before they happen. Learn more at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hey, it's Vinny Strato. Right now, Town Appliances is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means big savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. For whatever home project that you're working on, this is the time to do it with nationwide delivery. Town Appliance makes it easy to shop in their beautiful showroom. Just ask for Mayor & Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop by the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or start shopping today at townappliance.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Southbound 895 in the city looks good through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop just past exit 25, that's Charles Street. A vehicle fire still has the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing.
It's Nickelback.
Tired of living like a blind man.
I want my money back.
I'm sick aside without a sense of feeling. And this is how
I used to love this song.
Oh.
And then they bring in.
I know this. Yeah. His voice is very gruffy.
Yeah. I think what put it over the top for me is I really got tired of hearing that Rockstar song. Like, it's just like, punt that damn thing to the moon.
I like his gruffy voice.
Yeah. Okay.
This is how, I like that gruffy.
I told Rob, I said, I randomly now want to just pull up Limp Bizkit lyrics and read them for people to go, who wrote this? A 4-year-old did.
By the way, my buddy Kevin James, he told me to leave Kevin James alone when I talked about King of Queens. Kevin, he's a fraud. His name is Kevin Knipfing.
Knipfing?
Knipfing. He's not even a Kevin James.
Is it?
You know what his middle
Knipfing?
name is?
What?
George.
See? A lot of stage names.
Is Knipfing? You think Knipfing?
I don't know. It's Knipple, right? Is it Knipfing?
It doesn't have a phonetic pronunciation.
See, I remember pronouncing, or I was announcing somebody's name, and it was one of those KNs, and I treated it like it was knife, like the K was silent, and they weren't coming up for the, and so like, did you mean, Knipple? And I'm going, sure. Just take this so I can stop trying to say this word.
The NCAA tournament, for all intents and purposes, begins today, am I right?
Yes.
12 o'clock.
12:15, Ohio State's TCU.
And the madness begins. Although you can argue Miami winning last night was some madness, but the madness begins today. Jeremy Kahn, is this the best sports weekend of the year?
I say yes. And I'm a football guy, but
Right.
I say yes because so there's so many things that go into this. Like if I wanted to look at September, you're talking about the best singular thing. Like that first week of NFL season is awesome.
Right.
And then you have baseball playoffs hopefully down the line. But this weekend, you're starting all these games throwing out Tuesday and Wednesday if you like it, if you don't. Thursday and Friday are amazing. Saturday and Sunday are really good. Right. And then once we turn that, it's opening day, and it's been that way. Like there have been times that we've had the national championship on opening day. It's been incredible to watch it because I remember I think you and I did an event at Live.
Yep.
Was it Jack Daniels?
Yep.
And we were at Camden Yards.
The championship, yeah.
I'm at Camden Yards drinking all day.
And then we had to do something. Didn't have to. We did something for Jack Daniels later that night, so you had to drink. We were bent. I'm telling you, I don't know how. We were bent.
That was UNC's championship,
yes.
right?
Yes.
The crazy shot by Villanova?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a good time. I mean, that was a great time.
You had a shot that you thought for sure won the game, and then a shot that actually won the game. It was one of the best national championships, depending on who you're rooting for.
And I came in here to do morning radio afterwards.
I didn't. I had so much Jack Daniels Tennessee honey.
But see, this is why, to me, it is the best sports weekend of the year. What you talked about, number one, September is still regular season baseball for the beginning of football, but you still have college football.
Yeah.
There's not one sport that dominates a whole weekend like the beginning of March Madness. One sport, Jeremy. It doesn't need help from anything else.
Nope.
This weekend, NCAA basketball doesn't need anybody's help. They don't need the NBA's help. They dominate from Thursday to the last game ending on Sunday. They take up your whole week. This is the number one weekend for guys to get snipped, medically speaking.
You know why? Because you want the time off.
They're gonna be on the sofa, sitting on a bag of frozen peas. This is the weekend and more. The vasectomies happen more this week than any other weekend. True story. Never had one, but that's what I hear. Nobody wants to move. People take off this week. People call out sick from work. There'll be schools where kids will be watching the NCAA tournament during lunch or maybe sometime during class.
I just saw the thing this morning where it's like, hey, hats off to the teacher that wheeled in the TV and turned on March Madness for all the kids. He didn't turn that on for the kids. He turned that on for himself. You just happened to be there. That's what that was.
Them kids.
And I don't, by the way, I ain't mad at him either.
Me either.
I understand.
Either. My daughter told me that she remembers watching the NCAA tournament when she was in high school. They roll that TV in, and nowadays you better take them kids' phones because they'll be watching March Madness.
I know the other day in high school. This is my high school senior year. They turned on the OJ verdict when it was announced.
Oh, you in
our
high school
classroom.
then?
Yeah, 97.
Now, what was the black-white balance in your class? Your class?
In that class?
Yeah.
There were like 16 or 20 kids in that class, and I think 2 or 3 were black.
Okay. So what was the
we celebrate.
Split?
No.
What was the split?
Everybody's like, oh, yeah. You ever see Family Guy when Brian and Stewie were sitting on the...
You always ask me that. I don't watch Family Guy.
Brian
get it.
Brian was sitting on the couch with his roommate. His roommate was a black guy. And as soon as they announced the OJ verdict, one stands up and yells, yeah. And the other one's like, this is big. Wait a minute. They start looking at each other. But yeah, we listened to that in class.
I remember you see the picture they had where they had black people on one side, white people on the other. Why do we cheer? He did it. Why do we cheer? It
felt like a win.
He did it. We got away with murder.
Yes to the judicial but it's system. So funny.
Oh my gosh! You talking about Limp Bizkit lyrics that you're ashamed of? That moment. Not guilty. Yes. Oh boy.
Oh man.
410-583-1057 is the number. The best weekend in all of sports begins today at 12:15. Ben, you're a big time sports guy, man. Ben is a sports guy. Ben, is this the best weekend in sports, in your opinion?
Absolutely. And like you got college football now trying to kind of dive in. Nothing will ever beat March Madness.
No.
Nothing will ever overtop this.
No, man. It's a brand. It's a brand, man. I mean, that's like you could miss out on the entire season and then find your way now and jump right in. And
there's
not
so
miss
many
a
people
beat.
that do that.
I know a lot of people have no clue. My sister picks based on the nicknames. I think they're going to win. Why? I like the nickname. Or what color jersey, uniform they wear. And she has no clue. But she watches probably 70 to 80% of the tournament that's on TV. Seriously. She doesn't watch 70 to 80% of the season. But when the tournament begins, glued. Work gets in her way. What are you looking up right now?
I'm just reading.
Limp Bizkit.
I move in, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you're going to do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. It's just rolling. Not that it's a bad song or anything, but if you listen to Nookie and you're like, what am I doing with a cookie? What the hell are you talking about? What's this song actually about? I thought it was about getting laid.
Jason McIntyre compares the situations between the Ravens and the Raiders. It's quite ridiculous, but we're going to weigh in on that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Jeremy, after watching the WBC, it confirms something that I've been thinking for a long time, man. Americans have become too cool for sports. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's springtime in Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years, over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today. Because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here, Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. For just $89, Farnan & Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that will have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Need a repair? Same-day service is available. That's because Farnan & Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialists. So call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The March tournament is here, and Kelsey is giving away $1 billion for a perfect bracket. $1 million to the top bracket and $1 million to charity. Free to win or download the app and use code FAN when you sign up. Eligibility requirements and official rules apply. See Kelsey.com/billion-dollar bracket for more information.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Falston Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER or urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The tunnels look good. Southbound 95, no problems through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895, no delays through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop just past exit 25, that's Charles Street. A vehicle fire has the right shoulder blocked. And 95 southbound just past exit 77, a 3-vehicle accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albernaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, Storm threw the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
6:31 in the a.m. on this Thursday. So, Jeremy, I told you I watched most of the World Baseball Classic out. Mm-hmm. I was in Sarasota when it began, or at least there for a big part of the beginning, and watched it in the Tiki Bar, and I watched a lot of it at Main Street Cigars. And so you get people's reaction. And I've thought for a while that we have gotten too cool for sports. One of the reasons is I recall watching the Ravens early in the season, and if they are off to a hot start, let's say they start off 4-1. Not that wasn't this year, but years past, they're off to a hot start. People will tell you, well, don't get too excited. It's a long season. Why? You're watching the Americans play other countries in baseball. When those other athletes celebrate, the reaction of the Americans is, it doesn't take all of that. Act like you've been here before. We're so tempered, so to speak, when it comes to our viewership of sports. I believe that sports is an in-the-moment event.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm up 3-0 because of that 3-run home run and it's the second inning, I'm not pumping my brakes because the other team hadn't batted yet. I'm happy that we just hit a 3-run home run. Pimp that thing.
You sure
celebrate?
You sure they're not saying weather your expectations because we knew Mark DeRosa was the manager and they were going to win? Is that's a possibility?
But it's, to me, it's with all sports, man. It's like, temper your expectations. Don't get too excited. I feel like we've gotten too cool for sports, man.
I feel like there's something to be said too. Like, guys, I say it all the time, but when I'm saying it, I'm usually talking about gambling or things that are inconsequential. Like, spring training is not something to get way high. Like, you can be excited for the season. But,
why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because we don't know these numbers. We don't know what guys are doing. It's practice. Like, you're celebrating practice.
I understand that. But if Kobe Mayo is tearing it up in spring training, why can't someone get excited about it?
You can. I'm just not. That's my thing. Like, again, and I've always had this thing, and I say it all the time, and maybe it's turned too cliche, but I say it with gambling because in my mind, you have to have that mentality. You can never get too high. I've figured this out. I've got it. And you can never get too low where it's like, God, man, I've had 4 losing days in a row. I'm like, then all of a sudden you start doing things differently and it gets worse.
And I'm glad you said that because I think that's a big part of the tempered expectations. I think it is. Because it's no longer just a game to a lot of people. To a lot of people, it's a business.
Well, there's also people that think a lot of stuff's fixed now. And it's like, who cares what happens here? They're gonna have it finish the way that they want. Like the story is always written. Like Rob this morning said, "Hey, what year is that game from up there?" I said, "Oh, that's the 2027 season. They just let the games out early." But there are people that feel that way, and again, like sports is supposed to be fun. I get angry at the people that are the shut up and dribble or shut up and do this, and you only say it when you disagree with the other person saying. I ain't ever seen somebody stand up politically when they agree with somebody and what they've been saying, "Hey, man, you're an athlete. Shut up."
I think that's a part of it too, because I don't care what your platform is. I don't want to hear you. That's why I don't watch documentaries. I don't care. I have no interest in your life. The only interest I have in you is what you do on that field. I gotta be honest with you.
Nothing's been said truer than that. Rob doesn't care about you.
I don't have it. I don't care about those things, man. Why do I have to? I told you yesterday, one of the most annoying questions I get is he a good guy? What does it matter?
What does it really matter? And I told you the biggest example of you don't care whether he's a good guy or not for me is Chris Davis. That soured me on.
Oh, yeah.
That soured me on you all really believing that guys are good guys. He stopped hitting. He became a bad person. You know how much money that guy gives to children's cancer? You know how much money he gives to people? But you don't care that he's a good guy because he's no longer productive. So that question now annoys me. Is he a good guy? Okay, you care now because he's hot. When he's not hot anymore, you won't care. It's just, to me, we've become too cool for celebrating and enjoying games.
You know what that's akin to? I remember the first time somebody brought up Bob Huggins' graduation rate. That was the year he had a losing season.
Exactly.
And nobody cares about the damn graduation rates until you start losing.
Yeah.
You care about all the kids. And look, this isn't me saying that.
What was Nick Van Axel's grade GPA in college?
Yeah, tell me. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, but I hear what you're saying with this, because I'm wondering if we're starting to weed out, and I don't take this the wrong way because people are dying off, but like the older crowd that has been stuck in their ways. And like you see the players celebrating in baseball. A lot of older people don't want to see that. You know, the guy's dancing in the end zone. Just give the football to the ref. What are you doing? Barry Sanders just gave it to the ref every time he scored.
Good for Barry.
Again, this is where we get into this part of sports.
Barry's
where
boring.
You can't
at these scores.
You can't do that in this sport. You can't. Who said? And now we've got too many of these. Like, again, listening to Mad Dog yesterday screaming about God knows what, yelling at the clouds like a moron.
Right.
I mean, he's over there talking about what was it? The movie One Battle After Another. This movie's stupid. I don't understand it. You know, he's going crazy. He's doing his whole bit. Mike Francesa with what he said the other day, and he actually came back on. He said, "I deserve to be dragged. I meant Hunter Dickinson." Right. He didn't mean. Somebody else said, no, it was because of Wilt Chamberlain. That's why he didn't. If you want to keep going back further. But then you have these guys. We did The World of Stupid with the Philly radio guys and the Cataldi and Eskin going, oh, this isn't sports talk radio. When I did it, it was sports talk.
And that's also a problem. I'm not going to blame all gambling. I think the business that we do is maybe a bigger problem than gambling, because a lot of gamblers do get in the moment. They do. They ride the waves. I think we've set the tone for hating on athletes and hating games, and we set the tone of hate. I do. We pick people apart. We nitpick. Yeah, he's batting .327, but what is OPS? Yeah, he hit 6 home runs last week, but he also struck out 10 times. We find the negative in everything, and I think we set the tone of a lot of how people view sports right now. I told you, my nephew, a year or so ago, we were having a conversation about current athletes, and every athlete we picked up, yeah, but is he top 5 in this? Yeah, but is he top 5 in that? Yeah. Watch the game. I don't know if he's top 5 in anything. Watch the freaking game.
What if he's top 10 in everything?
Let me give you an example of something. In your opinion, you can jump in on this, Ben. What is the greatest singular moment in our country of hockey?
Of hockey, the Miracle.
Miracle on Ice.
Yeah.
Beating the Russians.
Yep.
Ben, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
You don't remember because you were 1. I was 9. I remember the celebration of beating the Russians. I didn't even like hockey. And I remember running around my room having Al Michaels ask me if I believe in miracles. I remember that. In today's society, we would say, pump your brakes. You got Finland next. Back then, we celebrated the moment. Who you have next didn't mean a thing.
See, I could.
You just beat the Soviet Union in a game that doesn't matter for you.
Yeah.
But it was the greatest singular moment in our country in hockey because we celebrated the moment. That didn't win a medal.
No, I could see me being of age and watching that like you were. You said you're 9. Me being 9 years old in my room and Al Michaels going, "Do you believe in miracles?" And me flying around my room going, "Do you believe in miracles?" And then my dad throwing a shoe at my head and saying, "Go pick up the dog crap in the backyard." That would be a miracle.
But I think that's the difference in our sports society, guys. If that happened today, we will find a way not to celebrate it because, oh man, maybe they gave so much against the Russians that they won't be able to beat Finland. Maybe they invested too much into this game. That's what we will overanalyze the crap out of it and not celebrate the moment.
To your point, it's not the same thing, but when the U.S. won this year, it was all about when they beat Canada. and we had the golden goal, all that stuff. People are like, oh my God, they're going to go to the White House. They're supporting Trump.
Exactly.
And it's like, all right, guys, just live in the moment for a second. People are going to stand politically on different ideas, different viewpoints. Like, I can't stand Trump. I say this all the time. My best friend's a Trumper. We have certain conversations. There's certain things that we don't. But again, like, you got to move past this at some point and be able to enjoy what's going on. And it's the same thing. There are people that say they don't want to go to the White House. They don't want to do this. If I got invited to the White House, I don't care what president it is, I'm going.
Yeah, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, unless you're Tom Brady. But I'm going. 410-583-1057 is the number. Jason McIntyre compared the Raiders and the Ravens situation after the Max Crosby failed trade. We'll talk about that with Ed Norris, and he joins us at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, I want to hear from you. Watching the World Baseball Classic put the nail in the coffin for me. I am of the opinion that Americans have become too cool for sports. Want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll recap last night's World Baseball Classic final and then turn our attention back to opening day for the Orioles. I've got a list of 5 prospects who could have a big impact on the team this summer. And Vinny has another pair of player profiles to break down as we sit a little over a month from the NFL Draft.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's a holiday weekend, a long weekend. The madness, it begins today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to lock in. Your boss asks why you're not in the office. Tell him you're on the couch watching games with the TV muted. You got the Westwood One radio call on. We're the official home of March Madness. You're experiencing basketball bliss. It's a mental health day. If they ask who gave you permission, tell them Denton Day did. Enjoy the day.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance.
really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Low 30s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 55. This weekend, upper 60s with rain.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Take your best shot for additional savings at Bob Bell Kia. Don't miss out on these slam dunk deals. 5 models priced under $30K. No credit, bad credit, no problem. Drive away today. Visit BobBellKia.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound is slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop on the top side, just past exit 25, a vehicle fire still has the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at Harford Road. 95 southbound in Harford County, just past exit 77, a Ford vehicle accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Have Americans become too cool for sports? 410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go to Ellicott City and get Kevin. What's up, Kevin?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Great topic.
Thank you.
I'm with you, man. I think people's ability to access information and sound like a genius has really made people look a little silly too, because I mean these are a lot of people that didn't even make their sports high school teams, and all of a sudden they're like a pro football analyst. But
hey, Kev, somebody told me, were you an All-American lacrosse player?
I was, yes, sir, Jeremy, and a national champion in college at Salisbury.
That's awesome, man.
Ed Narbutis told me
There you
that.
go.
Yeah,
there you
said
go.
he's a
Hey,
great
thanks
player.
a lot, Kevin. Appreciate the call. He brings up a good point. Everybody's a GM now.
Yeah.
Everybody's a GM now.
I mean,
and they want to sound smart. I mean, that's a good point.
That includes us. I mean, but this is something like, again, I don't know when it changed for me watching sports where I still enjoy it. There's still that fandom, but I look at things differently than I did before I got into radio and seeing, especially with baseball. I know there's people that live and die by every single game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be me. When we get to September, it definitely starts to tighten up there.
Start to pucker up a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit, where you're like, oh, okay, these games, actually, somebody might have to go home, and if you don't win this, that maybe you start to get into that mode. That's why, like, watching me, if you were watching a regular season football game, if I didn't have money on it, if you're watching that game with me, you're going to see, like, I'm not going to get, like, ridiculously rah-rah or be down or anything like that, but when you get to the playoffs, yeah, you start to, I think the adrenaline gets going a little bit more.
Jay in Baltimore. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much.
Quick story. My grandfather was 96 years old, and he just stand off in the space one time. I said, Grandpa, what you over there daydreaming about? He said, son, in my age, you don't have dreams. You just got memories. You better enjoy every moment of your life, because tomorrow's not promised to you. That's what he told me. That's good enough.
Hey, thanks a lot, my friend. Hey, it's not about sports. I mean, I get the comparison. You know what I mean? Enjoy it. Get wrapped up in it. Don't come on, don't get too excited. Why not? Right now, I'm excited. What do you want me to bottle up my excitement and release it at the right moment? No, let me be. I don't care if we lose later on. Right now, I'm excited.
And I'm not trying to turn this into something else, but like one of my big things in therapy was I could have 6 amazing days, Rob. 6 of the best days.
Right.
And then I have that one day that's a bad day, and it means I had a bad week. You know, like where you, and again, I think there's a lot of, enjoy the moment, enjoy the ride. And I think there's something to what you're saying about being in the moment. It's okay. Live in it.
It's
Have fun.
entertainment, which means you're supposed to be entertained. You know what I mean? If your team lost, it was an entertaining game. I don't know. I just watching these other countries and celebrating to hear us respond to it. Why do they flip the bat? Why they got to pound their chest all the time? Because they're proud.
Why does it bother you?
They're proud. They're doing something you can't do. Ryan in Baltimore. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning to you.
So kind of building off of what all the other callers have said, I think one of the biggest reasons has been the boom of social media in recent times. You know, now you don't have to sit in front of the TV and watch these games. You can flip back and forth between multiple, and also you get the recaps every single day in a 30-second clip. So like you were talking about with the Miracle game, Rob, I remember where I was, what I was doing when Delman Young hit his double for the Orioles, because that was on TV. I didn't have Instagram or TikTok to show me what happened after the fact.
Okay, all right. So knowing what's going to happen is the kind of set up the ruins it for you is what you're saying, Ryan.
Yeah, it's like, I don't need to sit. You know, if I got 2 games going on at the same time, I just watch a recap of this baseball game later. I don't need to sit in front and watch it, right? We have March Madness and the World Baseball Classic going on at the same time. Well, I'll watch the Classic on the recap tomorrow. You know, I don't really care who wins or loses.
It's funny. That's exactly what Jeremy was saying this morning.
Once I started doing mornings, I started making business decisions. Like I've told people, you can watch games ramped up and short period of time. You can watch any football game in about 11 to 15 minutes and see every single play of the game. And I do that quite a bit. I've done that way more since joining the morning show, just because I got to be ready for this and starting to read my body getting older. I'm falling asleep earlier and earlier. Pretty soon I'm going to be waking up at 1 a.m. because my dumb ass is falling asleep in the afternoons trying to fight it.
And I respect that. And I'm still old school. I was up to 11:15 last night watching that damn game. That Miami
but
Ohio
something's
game.
wrong with you, though.
There's a lot wrong with me.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, there was a time I'm looking at these pictures. I went out one time and I'm like, man, it's getting late. I gotta go. And then I see more pictures of Rob. I'm like, how late? And you get here before me. It's like, you must not need sleep.
Remember the West Coast trip?
Yeah.
You get in at 11 o'clock their time, which is 2 o'clock this time. And then I had to do radio at 3 o'clock their time, which is 6 o'clock this time. Ain't doing that this year. Mike in Harford County. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Rob. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, what's up? Hey,
first of all, I want to preface this. I played 25 years of fast-paced softball in York County.
Okay.
And for 2 years, we had a Puerto Rican team come from York to play with us in our league.
Uh-huh.
Our league was, they were too much fun. Our league actually kicked them out because they were too boisterous for our town.
Oh, jeez.
And I think it has a lot to do with race, the way things are. We used to play Salisbury tournaments. These black teams would come from Washington, D.C., and they were so much fun to watch. They jawed with each other, and they had fun. And we always had that unwritten rule that, you're going to have fun.
Yeah.
And I think the next WBC, we should field an all-black team and see how much fun we have.
Well, I don't know if you can. Yeah. Black Americans, I don't know if you can. Hey, this year they had Byron Buxton. Give me another.
Hey, our baseball team might not be good, but check out our basketball
team.
Does
Aaron Judge halfway count?
Yeah, he does.
Joining us right now from Sarasota is Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
What's happening, man? Good morning.
Can you put together a pitching staff?
Is Edwin Jackson still around?
Who's the black catcher?
Dontrell Willis?
Let's see if Bob Gibson. I'll wait.
Hunter Green's hurt?
I'm just saying. You tell me. What about Samuel Basal behind the plate? Nope, wrong country.
But I thought. Oh, never mind.
Nope. Hey, what it do, man?
Not much, man.
What's the day?
What's Friday Eve, babe.
There we
Friday
go.
Eve.
There we go.
It's my Friday.
So what?
Where you going?
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
I'm gonna be like a bear with the paws, you know? That's what I'm gonna be like.
Yeah, you should be in a straitjacket. You going to Vegas.
I think the only time I've ever been in Vegas, they took a picture of me sleeping in a cot that was standing up, and they had me strapped in like I was a mental patient.
Sleeping with a what?
A cot.
Oh.
C-O-T. C-O-P-T,
Okay.
Rob.
Okay. You can't get away from gambling in that town.
He's not trying. We're giving out shovels at 7:30, but on the other side, Jason McIntyre lit a fire under Jeremy's behind, didn't he, Jeremy?
I hate that guy. He's such a piece of garbage. What a loser.
Jeremy's going to tell you exactly how he feels about him up next on The Fan.
The Fan's Bob Haynie.
Maryland winning the national championship in 2002 was awesome. After so many years of great teams and All-American players and draft picks that went on to long NBA careers, to finally get over the hump against a storied program like Indiana was an incredible thing to see, with a Baltimore guy, Juan Dixon, leading the way, giving Gary Williams the national championship that he had longed for and deserved.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants, handling repairs and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. Cop Defense Properties offer competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
Baltimore sports fans, it's time to celebrate you. Join 105.7 The Fan for our massive Faniversary celebration. We're taking over Barrel House Live in Falston on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities, talk shop, and enjoy the best atmosphere in Maryland. It's an all-ages event, so bring the whole crew for a day of prizes, sports talk, and pure Baltimore pride. Tickets are moving fast. Head over to 1057thefan.com/events right now to grab yours.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7. Or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Vinny and Haynie on Tuesday, March 24th at Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes in Abingdon as they broadcast live. Every hour while on site, they'll be giving away a pair of tickets to 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening April 4th.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Last night's first four matchups weren't quite as exciting as Tuesday's. Prairie View A&M took down Lehigh by 12, and Miami of Ohio got a 10-point victory over SMU. The Red Hawks finished 31-0 in the regular season, becoming just the third Division I college basketball team since 2000 to go unbeaten during that stretch. They'll get a matchup on Friday with 6th seed Tennessee in the Midwest. The round of 64 kicks off at 12:15 today as TCU will face Ohio State in the East Region's 8-9 matchup. In Ravens news, former Baltimore wide receiver Tylan Wallace has agreed to a deal with the Browns. He'll reunite with his offensive coordinator for the last 3 years in Todd Monken. Wallace caught 22 passes for 305 yards and 2 touchdowns during his time with the Ravens and was a special team standout. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. The Caps scored in the last minute of the third period. Get a free 6-piece McNuggets with minimum dollar purchase on the McDonald's app today at participating McDonald's. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe, the Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris joining us from Sarasota, Florida. Jeremy Kahn and I holding it down at the mothership in Baltimore. So I was on social media yesterday just trying to do some show prep. And we got to the show that I hate having to go to, and that's Colin Cowherd.
Ugh.
And not because I hate Colin Cowherd, because I don't.
I used to love him. He turned into a hot take artist. You can have that.
Well, his buddy Jason McIntyre is a hot take artist. He is definitely that. He's a moron. And his latest moronic comment was this yesterday.
Tomorrow, I will just say, overall, now that this ordeal is done, I get the sense that this is going to work out great for the Raiders. You guys know how those narratives work. It's like, oh, the sky is falling, Raiders tank. They get Mendoza, they're terrible. I don't know. They got a center, a veteran center for their young quarterback. They do have some good picks in this draft. They went and spent in free agency, and ultimately, I think they spent their money pretty wisely. I mean, is it too hot of a take to say the Raiders are bigger contenders for a playoff spot next year than the Baltimore Ravens are? I don't know if the Ravens are going to be better, folks.
Can I just say this? So, and again, you're. It's okay to have an opinion on something. It's okay to even make a brash statement. Like if he said, "Hey, I think the Raiders are making the playoffs next year," that's great. But to sit here and look at a team that has a 5.5 win total and the other one has an 11.5 to say they have a better chance. And oh, by the way, the 3 other teams in the Raiders division, the Broncos who just played in the AFC Championship, the Chiefs who lost. I mean, they've been in every damn AFC Championship except last year. And then this Chargers team that's been kind of on the come, right? They've been like adding pieces, and you're seeing what Harbaugh's putting together there. They're the worst team in their division. And I'm not even trying to be rude, but they're the worst team. Why do you say stupid things like this all the time?
They've won 7 games in the last 2 years total. 7 games. 4 games and 3 games.
Sad part is I think 2 of them were against the Ravens. I'm serious.
Well, maybe he's right.
No, but again, like this is this hot take artist nonsense. We've brought this cat up. This is what they do. We've brought him up now 3 or 4 times on the show to beat him up for stupid crap that he said. Mm-hmm. And Jason McIntyre is a guy that can be bought over and over and over again, especially with that stupid-ass website he started off with the Big Lead. And you can basically, he'll go on and say anything because he doesn't care what you think about him. He just wants his engagement.
That's it.
He just wants you to respond to it. You ever see the people on social media that go, hey, my old-time favorite wrestler is this. What's yours? And then you get like a million responses. They don't give a rat's ass about your favorite wrestler. They just want you responding to that because they're going to make money off of it. Yeah. And that's what engagement farming is, and now they're doing it with sports. That's why we have Emmanuel Acho and his stupid ass on social media.
It's so easy and so lazy. I'm sure you guys have done it. Years ago, if it was a slow day for content, I've done things like dark chocolate versus milk chocolate.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. And the phones blow up because people just want to hear themselves. And they'll talk about things like this. I did Boom Boom Pow versus I Got a Feeling. And seriously, it's like, and we wrote it for hours because there was nothing to talk about then.
Ed, and I'm more of a dark chocolate guy.
Of course you are.
So am I.
Don't you ever wink at me again. Don't you ever wink at me again.
You're close to the door.
Throw them out. It's just ridiculous comment. They go out and get a quarterback in Mendoza. They have a center to help them out and yada, yada, yada. At what point do we just let this whole thing go? His physical didn't look good according to the Ravens standards, but it also didn't look good based on other doctors' standards as well. But we're running with this narrative. And I love when people think that football is going to be played based on a narrative. He starts off with a narrative. He says, we know this narrative. Says, when do you win games on narratives? Narratives don't win games. Yeah. That's how you write columns. That's how you go to websites with narratives. But the games aren't played based on narratives. And you can tell this guy never played anything, or at least I don't think he did, because he thinks you win and lose games based on winning narratives.
You know what a great narrative was UMBC winning to face another number 1 seed as a 16 and having that talk up to this week. That ain't happened.
No.
And again, like, narratives are fine, and every once in a while we do get that kind of fulfillment, if that's the way you want to say it, where you're like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if these two teams met up? But how many times have we looked at March Madness going, oh, they put those two teams in the bracket so they play each other? And they don't end up playing each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just this hot mess that people create so they can have conversations, so they can get their engagements. And I'm so tired of the hot take artists in our industry. It's really taken over. That's all Stephen A. Smith is. That's all Skip Bayless is. Doug Gottlieb turned into that. Max Kellerman turned into that. I mean, these are all people you watch for years. Go back and watch some of these guys when they were doing sports or sports talk in the 90s into the 2000s and see what they've become today. They've sold out completely.
410-583-1057 is the number. Owings Mills. Brian, what's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yo, Ed ain't lying. I remember that was back in like 2009. He was talking about on his radio show about the chocolate. That's all day. It was hilarious. That and the exercise, Mike. Somebody smelled the speed or something. I don't know. Hey, boy, crazy as I don't know what, boy. I remember that. Hey, speaking of remembering, man, Vinny says that I really was pissed off. I had to lay his ass out yesterday. He can't talk about anybody being a headache when he had a $62.1 million cap space and he blew it with all those retirement homes when he was in Washington talking about Lamar. No, the problem is when you spend over.
Did we lose him? Oh,
I think he got turned down.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't hear who he said.
I think he was taking a shot at somebody at the station.
Okay.
So that's why you get turned down. Call and argue with him on that show.
He said Vinny.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hey, well, yeah, he's on next.
At first, I thought he said Benny, and I'm thinking
that's what I thought he
Benny
said.
Thompson.
I thought he said Benny.
Then when he started talking about being in, a general manager, that's when you realized who he was taking a shot at.
Oh yeah, call him. He's on 10-2. I'm sure he'll defend himself. I don't hear that. 410-583-1057. Earlier, Ed, we were talking about Americans being too cool for sports, and Wayne and Dundalk wants to weigh in on that. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, Rob, Jeremy, Ed, good morning, man.
Good morning, Tim.
Hey, real quick, man, the times have changed, man. Like, I remember growing up, if I wanted to see, like, who hit a home run in the game, you actually had to open up the paper, the Baltimore Sun, and look at the sports page and go over. And if they played on the West Coast, you had to wait till the following day or watch the evening news or something like that. But the one thing is with social media, you got so many people out there. And a prime example, one of the things besides social media is Monday morning quarterback. So even when we win, we're still coming on here on a Monday morning to talk about the bad. Well, we got a D in this, we didn't do this. It's just how we are as a society, I think, is that we're always so negative about everything. And there's a platform for everybody out there. There's a guy that was on the afternoon show that was negative, but there's actually people there like him and feed into that stuff. And it's just, I think the social media, the podcast, all that stuff, it just spreads hate, and the people that want it, that's just what happens. So, but that's pretty much it. You guys have a good day.
And to your point, I wanted to bring up this story. I retweeted it, and I think I sent it to the group. People don't care about the good things that people are doing. They only want to talk about. Why do you think every news story is something negative? Murder, death, famine, whatever. It's got to be something to drag somebody, whether it's a political
I think they
thing.
overdo the weather.
Yeah, it's
every storm is the storm of the century.
It's crazy to me how this goes. I had this beautiful story. I don't know if you saw it. AJ Green in the Players Tribune wrote a piece about Rondell Moore, who he considered like his third son. Remember, he was in Arizona when Moore was drafted. And it's one of the more beautiful things that I've ever read, somebody talking about somebody that passed and, regrets and things like that. And if we talk about it today, what's it going to, people are going, oh, that's cool. Hey, what about the guy that got arrested for, that's what we want to talk about. That's what people want to hear.
Yeah, that's why we give out shovels.
Yeah,
we're doing that at 7:30.
But
on the other side, reports say medical scared the Rams off of a trade with A.J. Brown. Is this going to become a growing trend in the NFL? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll recap last night's World Baseball Classic final and then turn our attention back to opening day for the Orioles. I've got a list of 5 prospects who could have a big impact on the team this summer. And Vinny has another pair of player profiles to break down as we sit a little over a month from the NFL Draft.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, pay attention to the Wizards because when they win, you win too. You get a $2.50 Big Mac the next day on the McDonald's app. And if you haven't downloaded the McDonald's app, what are you waiting for? Do that today because you can take advantage of that deal. And when the Caps score in the McNugget Minute, which is the last minute of any regulation period, McDonald's hooks you up. You get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets, minimum $1 purchase the next day in the McDonald's app. And it doesn't matter if it's home or away. If it happens on a Saturday, take advantage of it on a Sunday. You can think about it for whatever day of the week. If you see it happen, take advantage. Download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's, valid one time per day. Visit McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Every injury sets a crew back. The Career Care program from CIP Solutions helps you build resilience, giving teams the tools and habits that keep work moving and workers strong. Start today at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks. careercare.co.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Hey, it's Ed. I've made my home in Sarasota, Florida. But when I come back to Baltimore, there's only one place I stay. Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place Hotel. Only steps away from Camden Yards and other top attractions. You can start your morning with a handcrafted coffee at the ground floor cafe and bar and finish your evening sipping cocktails with a skyline backdrop at Water Table Lounge. I used to go there just for a drink. It's a really nice lounge, really, as you oversee the harbor and the rest of the city. It's fantastic. Discover Baltimore from the best vantage point, your room at Renaissance Harbor Place.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill with stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet up for a bite or drink. Just say the words, I'll see you at the market.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound in the city is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop, you're on the brakes in the usual spots. Bel Air Road to Providence, and then again, Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. 95 southbound in Harford County, just past exit 77. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
.16 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. So the Baltimore Ravens, we were just talking about this, Ed, in the news because they backed out of a proposed trade because of medical reasons with Max Crosby. And yesterday it was reported that the Los Angeles Rams, who could use another weapon at wide receiver, backed out of a proposed trade with the Eagles for A.J. Brown. Is this something with the salaries in the National Football League? Do you think medicals will become more scrutinized than ever before?
I think for many teams it will. I think the idiots are still going to make bad moves. Browns, Jets, that group. But I think yes, I think organizations now are going to start looking at this much more critically because you can, and you have to think of the long term. And the salary cap plays a big part of this because you have to work within your parameters. And if you're going to shell out a lot of money, you've got to have somebody, for the entire contract. I mean, you can get injured any time, but if the odds are this guy's not going to make it, I mean, you have to go with that. It's like, if someone's perfectly healthy, absolutely, you could blow out a knee anytime. But if you've got problems and you've had surgeries and it's bone on bone, it doesn't look good. I mean, you got to go with your business sense.
This is what Mike Florio had to say about it.
They got scared off by some of the, as I'm told, preliminary medical research. They decided too much of an investment for a player at this age, general wear and tear. We're not going to do it. But they were lining it all up. Yeah. So if they get A.J. Brown, they trade Devontae Adams.
There you go. What do you think?
Look, going back to this, I don't know why. I think I'm done arguing with people over the DaCosta stuff with the medicals.
I am too.
Because, again, like the reports are saying, and whether you want to talk about what Max Crosby said, the flying into D.C. and all that and the 2-hour drive, right. Not seeing DaCosta for 5 hours, everybody's turning that into, well, that means that they did this on purpose. Like, I don't see how that all lines up to that case. Right. But anyway, just getting back to the medicals, how are you not going to look at it? And there were rumors, whether it's true or not, that the Ravens got some of the medical stuff even later than, you're getting a chance to look at it. Now teams are going to do their due diligence. If you're going to be willing to trade first round picks, which are tremendous value, they're of tremendous value, whether people want to see it that way or not, if you're willing to trade that for a veteran, you want to make sure I'm going to get a couple years out of this guy. And if you see a degenerative or some sort of debilitating injury where you think it's going to get worse, then yeah, I'm not going through with that move. The Ravens agreed to the move. Then you see the medicals and back out of it. at least Philly didn't agree to the move because I think this is why the Ravens get dragged everywhere.
Yeah, because it was already in place. I think, I'll be honest with you, and I think a lot of the reporters and the media people beat the Ravens up because the Ravens made them wrong. They went with all these reports. They put all the headlines out. They did all of these stories, and all of a sudden you back out. Oh, you made I think it's more of a personal thing, an attack against the Ravens than anything else.
I absolutely think it's personal. And I think there's a lot of people that do this because, as you just said, and I think it's a really good point, they blew this up. They got the biggest name out there that was available for, as far as edge rushers. And it was exciting, and the fan base was excited. Do you really think they wanted to do this? I mean, in your heart of hearts, everybody, do you really think that they had this in mind all along? We're gonna just entice everybody who's a Ravens fan. We're gonna blow this up, and then we're going to back out.
I still love the part of this where, like, even Diana Rossini was reporting saying, yeah, the Ravens did Max Crosby wrong. They saw the medicals and the doctors all agreed that this could be a degenerative issue, but they did Max Crosby wrong. What are you talking about? Did they have that information beforehand? No, they didn't. That's why, and I go back to this, one of the dumbest things I think people are looking at. You never get a second opinion if you hear what you want to hear the first time.
Absolutely.
They got 5 of them, and they all said
everything's good. No, I don't believe you. Let me go ask somebody else.
Point, actually.
Let me go ask somebody else.
It's so, and everybody's going, "Oh my God, Max Crosby was a perfect fit for what the Ravens are looking for," and this is what they wanted to do.
Yeah, he is. I think he's the best edge player. I mean, obviously the Browns might have something to say about it, but he's certainly one of the 2.
He plays the run so
top.
well.
He plays the run, so is my point. He's an outstanding pass rusher, but he also had like 28 tackles for loss. He plays the run really, really well, and not all of them do.
And going back to the Eagles situation, the Rams situation, do you think all of a sudden they want to say, we don't want A.J. Brown because of what reason? He fits into what they're doing. They would love to have him.
Yeah, and Jeremy said too. I mean, when you go to a doctor, you have an injury, and you don't like what he or she says, what do? Then you go for a second opinion. The Ravens went to multiple opinions. I think waiting for somebody to say, nah.
Yeah, somebody please tell us what we want to hear.
yeah, and they didn't get it. So,
but again, it's such an easy thing to pile on because people have the information they want. You can go and run with whatever, even though some of these reports are false. And you have people going, like, anytime you list something and say, hey, this is from a source or this is from a front office. Yeah. Is it from the secretary in the front office? Did you talk to somebody that knows somebody there? Yeah. Because you don't have to name your sources, and that's not what I'm saying. But to have information that wrong at times when it comes out, like talking about that they were working on an extension with Max Crosby and they were going to make him the highest paid, and his agent goes, that's not true. I mean, D-Hop subtweeted Jason, that's not true. Like, you see this stuff going on.
Let's go to Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I just wanted to chime in real quick, man. I just want to say Max Crosby is a clown, man. The same thing I said yesterday on the radio on the Late Show. Look, it's just like back in the day, Jeremy. Remember we used to like a girl in high school, right? When we found out she don't want us no more, what? We always be like, well, F her or forget her, this and that. So now he all. And that's another thing, right? This is a funny joke. Maybe he said the physicals he wrote on Spirit. The DC, hello? But,
well, as somebody pointed out that's smarter than me with this, the only way to fly from Vegas to Baltimore straight is either on Spirit or Southwest, which he wasn't going to fly. But I still don't know why the private jet wasn't. There's all kinds of things you can look at from that side.
Look, he got that money, man. Look, he get the jet. But I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad Steve did send the jet over there because that mean we would have been wasting jet fuel. Hello? But, hey, I get out with y'all tomorrow, man. Happy Friday Eve, Ed.
Yeah. Happy Friday, babe.
Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, you got that text, man?
I did. I was asleep,
man. Yeah, that was a good one.
That's a big win, man. Big win.
Yeah, it definitely was,
Who'd the
man.
Cowboys
Dallas.
No,
man, it was the Stars and the Avalanche, man. They went to overtime, went to the shootout game.
Is our hockey expert now?
You know it. Shout out to my guy Jamie Ben, man, and Jason Robinson, man. Them guys on the Stars, man. That was a preview of the Western Conference.
They're like right.
Last night.
I don't care, but they're right behind the Avalanche now.
I think Rashawn's got those names written down in front of him.
No, I don't. Hey, Ed, that goalie for the Avalanche remind me of Patrick Roy back in the day. I don't know if you remember him, right?
Patrick Roy, not Roy.
Wow. Oh, my bad. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he was a beast, man. Stopping everything, man. But real quick on to Crosby, right? I don't agree. I wouldn't call him a clown or nothing like that, man. Because at the end of the day, what he said about DeCosta, I believe it, though, because DeCosta energy be off sometimes. Remember last year, Ed, we went to that little private meeting with him up in somewhere.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you know, he
One
was
home
real
country club.
deceptive. Yeah, the country club. He was real deceptive, and then lying about talking about CeeDee Lamb, and I don't know, there's just something about him, man.
I don't know if he's deceptive. He's a quiet guy, I think.
What the hell? They let Rashawn in a country club?
He came to one of my events when I moderated a panel with
I remember
Costa
this.
and yeah.
We reveal our brackets
Chad
at
Steele.
8 o'clock, but on the other side, Ed Norris, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, this one really got me. Again, it goes to what we're talking about today with hot take artists. This goes to unethical headline editors. Somebody do something really crappy to a legend.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire Fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Patriot at Old Glory Harley is giving NADA retail value when you trade your bike for a new Harley this week. 100% of all credit applications considered. Patriot at Old Glory Harley's retail trade value for your bike ends this Sunday. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage, and individual trade and equity may be applied to new amount financed and approved credit.
Spring can be a tricky season weather-wise, but new windows from Window Nation can keep your home comfortable, no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing. Just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Bray & Scarf's Upgrade and Save laundry event is happening now. It's the best time to upgrade to the latest technology thanks to extra bonus savings and next day delivery on their best-selling GE and GE Profile washers and dryers. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. Southbound 95 in the city. Super slow. O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes. Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. The inner loop of the Beltway is slow at Green Spring Avenue. The outer loop, there's an accident at exit 32. That's Bel Air Road. Has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. You're also slow at Harford Road and then again on the west side right at I-70. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albernaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, started through the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
7:31 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel?
Unethical media members. There's a story I just happened to come across. It's this guy, despicable. This guy is a sex predator. South Florida, Fort Lauderdale guy. He's a tennis instructor. He ends up, sexually abusing 2 students of his that he was training, a 15-year-old girl and a 16-year-old girl. The guy's a piece of crap. Absolutely. He got sentenced to 20 years in prison. So enjoy yourself there because you're going to have a very hard time, my friend.
Literally.
However, yes, he's going to have a really hard go of it. Yes, literally. Anyway, he happens to be the grandson of Bobby Riggs.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Yeah. Now, his name is Danny Riggs. The headline, unfortunately, grandson of tennis legend Bobby Riggs gets 20 years to child sex. Bobby Riggs is not part of the story.
Exactly.
This is really crappy, and this is exactly what we're talking about before. This is the hot take stuff in the news media, not in the sports media. This is wrong. Wrong. This guy, Bobby Riggs died in 1995. This kid, this guy was what, a couple of years old? It's just, what a crappy thing to do because Bobby Riggs becomes the story. This guy's the story. What he did is the story. At the bottom, Bobby Riggs died at 77 years old. You remember it was for the Battle of the Sexes against Billie Jean King in 1973. He was ranked number 1 in the world at one point. He's in the Tennis Hall of Fame. He was inducted in 1967. The guy was a really great American athlete. Why would you do this? Why? I don't like it. It's just not going to change, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ed's telling this awful story about this guy, and all I can think about, if I was friends with him, he'd be so upset with me because I keep doing the Lethal Weapon, Riggs, nonstop, and it would just drive me insane.
Who gets
so stupid, man.
Who gets your shovel?
Me and SMU. What SMU did last night is despicable. You got one of your best players, and you're going to scratch him right before the game and say he's not available after all this. You heard the committee talk about one of the reasons SMU got in over maybe some of the other teams there is because they thought their best player was going to play, and he sat out last night. Congrats to Miami, Ohio. I love the fact that Bruce Pearl had to sit there and look like a fool, but I didn't like the fact that the rest of us looked like fools after I sat here and told you to take SMU. And again, I'm not sitting here saying I wouldn't have told you to take it last night, but the spread would have been different. They still lost, so it doesn't matter.
Is this officially the shovel music? Or is this something you're playing?
No, I think it's the new one. They said there was new shovel music coming.
Shovel to the person that selected this damn music. This is awful. But that's not my real
Isn't it
shovel.
the loser? Is this like? It sounds like
This is awful. This is absolutely awful. But that's not who my shovel really is. My shovel is akin to yours. My shovel is to the NCAA selection committee. Their selection committee chair, Keith Gill, said Sunday that Edwards' potential return helped SMU's case included in the final at-large selection. That's some bullcrap. Edwards is the third leading scorer on the team. This is your way of saying, hey, we would have put you in, but SMU lied to us, and that's why they're in. Do you honestly believe that B.J. Edwards was the reason SMU got in the NCAA tournament over somebody else? He's the third leading scorer, Jeremy. Who is he? Honestly.
He's one of their better players.
How much did Vegas change the odds with him not in the game?
I didn't see what it closed. Ben, do you know what it closed at?
I want to know the significance of it, because I guarantee you it wasn't that much. He's the third leading scorer, Ed. So the third leading scorer, whether he plays or not, is the reason SMU gets in over somebody else? Not the leading scorer.
It's the same thing.
Keith Gill, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. This is not the reason SMU. You just want to make it sound right to somebody that you really screwed over. Yeah. That's what you're doing.
The gamblers.
Mike in Baltimore has a shovel. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Oh, wow.
Sure, Mike. How are you?
All right, my shovel, actually, my front end loader goes to Jason Whitlock.
Oh, my gosh. Can I say something before you go? I intentionally don't bring him up. I don't bring him up. Because if I met him, I would throat punch him. But go ahead.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. He any and everything he can say against black people, he will. And he's talking about Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan's Oscar win was like a DEI benefited, and he didn't like it. Michael B. Jordan. I don't know why he didn't like when he talked about his predecessors. He liked a white guy named Michael Royko as a writer, and why do we have to limit ourselves? I mean, he's just a clown, man. He's just a clown.
I hate that guy.
I hate him big time. I do. I don't bring him up intentionally because
I mean, you already know what he's going to say before something even comes out.
So he's consistent.
Yeah, he loves white people.
He doesn't waver.
No, he knows where his bread is buttered and who's paying him, and he's saying everything that they want him to say.
Well, he's going to be a man with no country, because one day he's going to slip up and he's going to piss off some white folks. He's going to be standing in the middle and not going to be on anybody's side. I just think he is the epitome of a you ever watch, who's the guy from Life?
Who?
The guard.
The guard?
In Life.
You're talking about the older white guy?
No, the black dude who was the guard. His job was to keep the black folks in place.
Oh, yeah, the one that,
That's Jason Whitlock.
Fair enough. I got, as soon as, I don't know why I didn't put it together. I was like, boss.
Yeah,
I got you, boss.
How we feeling today, boss? We sick? That's Jason Whitlock. The biggest shucker and jiver there is. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. That's another word I want to call it, but I don't know if I can get away with that one on air. Not sure. That might just
I know what you're thinking of.
line. That might just be at the line.
Which word is it, Ed?
No, not the Tom
not
word.
ant.
Not the Tom word. No, not that one. I can say that one.
The house word?
That's his. Oh, man. Hey, Mike in Baltimore, why'd you do this, man? You started this. This is why I don't bring that guy up.
In the big house?
Because I can't. You know what? I'm going to make it a good move. Let's talk some Orioles baseball with Antonio in Rosedale. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good.
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Friday Eve.
Happy Friday, babe.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. I'm back from the World Baseball Classic. I like the Venezuelan fans, and I went to Hooters.
Oh, yeah. You always go to Hooters, man.
Now, did you have the wings at Hooters?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you take any pictures at Hooters?
Yes,
he did.
Did you take any unauthorized? No, I'm just joking. What's on your mind, buddy?
What do you think the Orioles' chances are to win the AL East this season? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day as well. Jeremy, you have some information that you get shared with me during a commercial break.
Yeah, BetMGM put out their list of the top offensive lineups or hitting lineups in all of baseball.
With Orioles.
Number 1. Yankees are 2, Dodgers were 4, I think, did I send it to the group chat yet? Maybe I didn't. I keep forgetting what I'm doing when I go to it. Did I? Okay.
So to answer Antonio's question, I think they got a chance.
Braves were 3.
Better than a fighter, better than a puncher's chance. I think they got a decent chance to win the East, not just get to the playoffs.
And we had Katie Griggs on yesterday, and I was talking about that gigantic scoreboard, which my line's always been, it's nice that the scoreboard got a stadium. But I said, did you put that in so the New York fans can still watch Pete Alonso? That thing is enormous, man.
You also asked her, was it big enough to put my entire head size in?
Oh, that's true, too.
I was just going to ask if you asked that question. It's ready.
Can I tell folks, as I have my hand raised, we're going to do something on air one day. Jeremy's hat size is bigger than mine.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-mm.
We had this conversation before.
It's not.
His hat size, Ed, is bigger than mine.
Look at that noggin, man.
Okay.
I'm just afraid you're going to fall over. That's why, I think that's why he stands up, so he can lean and situate the head and get the weight right. So
I
he doesn't.
sense an ear joke coming here.
It's milk. No, man. It's milk chocolate.
You know he's going to try to measure it around my ears.
It melts in your mouth and not in your hands.
It's the wind that your ears are like parachutes to keep your head up. That's what it's going to, something like that.
Buddy.
We get our brackets, our Final Four and more at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, we found out some things, some rules that Mark DeRosa had to follow during the WBC that may make Jeremy backpedal a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll recap last night's World Baseball Classic final and then turn our attention back to opening day for the Orioles. I've got a list of 5 prospects who could have a big impact on the team this summer. And Vinny has another pair of player profiles to break down as we sit a little over a month from the NFL Draft.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is March. We've whittled it from 68 to 64, and the field is set for March Madness. It begins today at 12:15 Eastern Time with TCU and Ohio State. Expect the offensive rebounding Frogs to wreak havoc on the Buckeyes, and expect Arizona to walk away national champions in a few weeks. We'll revisit this then. I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an art support store. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment today.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right? Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. 895 southbound, super slow now from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway outer loop slow in the usual spots, Hartford Road to Providence, and then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. An accident on the inner loop of the Beltway just before exit 4, that's 97, has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just
always liked this song.
That's all.
Always liked it. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. We give you our reveal our brackets at 8 o'clock, but right now, this is directed mainly to you, Jeremy. I discovered last night, or yesterday I should say, I knew there was some rules in place from the Padres concerning Mason Miller in terms of innings or amount of number of pitches. I knew that. I'm sure you knew that as well, Ed. But what I did not know is Mark DeRosa was only able to use Mason Miller in save situations.
I'm surprised he knew that.
You just won't.
He's an idiot.
He might be, but does this at least change your opinion on him not using Mason Miller the other night?
No, I mean, look, that was just another added thing into it. Yeah,
that's dumb. Why would you put that in?
Well, first off, if it's in there and they allowed that to happen, it's like, well, why take the guy? Because I don't know if anybody weren't they the home team?
Yes.
So
yes, that means you can never use him.
He was being the home team, then you couldn't use him
once
in that
you go
last
extra.
game.
Once you go extra innings, you can't use him.
It's like, what are we like?
But
really?
is it fair? I mean, I can understand, Ed, you're giving me pitch limits, you're giving me innings limits, but I don't understand the situational limits.
I totally agree with you. I was stunned when I saw that. I'm like, well, that's stupid. I mean, if the games are important, if you have Mason Miller, I don't know if you need a hold, if you need something like just, you have a big, I don't know, the big three coming up in the top of the seventh and you need him. It made no sense to me. I mean, because situations, I get innings limit, pitch limit, sure, absolutely, I get that. I mean, he's a premier player. But I don't get the situational stuff, and that's done. I think one of you guys said, "Why take him then?" If that's the, limitation, just take somebody else.
Yeah, like I'm not mad at Tarek Skubal for what he did, but I'm just saying, like, either you want to be here or you don't. Like coming to pitch one game, I would have taken someone else that wanted to be there the entire time.
You would have,
yeah.
But who gives you a better chance to win that one game than Tarek Skubal?
But are you a part of the team or not? Like that's the whole point of it, like going there for one game, and then Tarek Skubal, who I love, and I'm not mad at him for what he did. If it's about your money, then why go there for one game? You were going to pitch, what, 2 games maybe? 3?
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's, I'm so torn. I wanted to go back. Stop the passive-aggressive BS, man. Either you want to go back or you don't. Man, I saw how fired up they were. I wish I was there. But you weren't. You weren't there. If you wish you were there, you could have been there.
Well, he actually physically came back to cheer him on, but was not available.
That's even dumber. Stay home. Watch it on TV.
He drove through a rainstorm to get there.
It was even more dangerous getting there than it was actually pitching for him. I'm not mad at him because it's a contract season for him. But again, going back to this match, why take Mason Miller if you can only use him if your team is winning in a safe situation? You got to be 3 runs or less. It's like you're kind of pigeonholed into a certain situation that you can use him, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the Padres are managing the game. I mean, you're going to give the guy the players, let him manage the game. I mean, maybe you shouldn't let him manage the game, but I mean, manage the game. I think it's really unfair.
If you're going to take one of the TV guys, he's a former baseball player. Maybe they can pick somebody else now and just find somebody that's going to manage his team. Because if they invite him back to be the manager, I think so many people are going to be pissed off.
410-583-1057 is the number. By so many people, you mean Jeremy Kahn?
Yes. No, I think there was a lot of people. Like, again, I was surprised. I thought this was more.
I was annoyed. I was. To cut you off, Dave. No. I mean, I was pissed too. I mean, you don't play Gunnar Henderson.
I thought it was going to be more. I
was mad
with
the Mason. Yeah, well, I was more mad with the Mason Miller thing, but I didn't know this. So.
See, and I saw Yankee fans going, "How are you guys not playing?" Maybe it's only the teams in the AL East that know how good this guy is. Like, why aren't you playing Gunnar Henderson? How do you not have this guy in the lineup? I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what Mark DeRosa says, honoring the Padres. Had we taken the lead, he was coming in. When that did not happen, of course, that set up for him not to be able to come in. That's what he meant by had we taken the lead. So I thought, I am still not a Mark DeRosa fan overall, what he did, but that I unjustly criticized him for that. He could not bring him into the game unless they took the lead. It wasn't a strategic thing. It wasn't a managerial strategic thing. It was a restrictions situation. He was not, unless they took the lead, couldn't bring him in.
So if he played Gunnar Henderson?
Last week I brought that up because I was so mad at him. So I bet we didn't know.
Yeah.
So
they would have had the lead had they played the right people.
Yeah, there's that too.
By the way,
I'm not letting them off the hook for the rest of that.
The U.S. can do what Juan Soto did now. Yeah, but they weren't the better team. We were, so we're going to call ourselves champions. Dumbass.
UCF.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. But that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, though. You didn't see maybe we just don't know it because it's not our team, so to speak. But I don't recall so many other restrictions for the other countries for their players. Shohei not pitching was the only other restriction that I recall hearing about.
I don't remember any other ones, but it doesn't mean there weren't.
It doesn't mean it weren't because, again, it's not our team, but these are still major league players, so you think you would hear something, right? These are players pitching in the majors. And it seems like we had more restrictions. And I asked this question yesterday, Ed. Do you think if Venezuela had a switch-hitting catcher on their team with 60 home runs, that they would have sat him out in a championship game?
No, of course not.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean, this is stuff I brought up. I think you were down here with me. But it was like, you have Cal Raleigh, you're playing Will Smith. You have Mason Miller, you put in Kershaw, but I didn't know that. And, and Gunnar, of course, being benched. Like, it just seems like it was a comedy of errors with this guy.
I'm with Jeremy. May he not manage in 2029. Please don't.
Yeah, just be on TV saying stupid stuff now.
He is?
No, I mean, go back to the MLB Network. I don't need to see him in the dugout.
I told you before, I don't even see him the same on MLB Network now. I don't. Like, dude, I don't like you anymore. Ben Wagner joins us at 8:45. You annoy me to talk Orioles baseball as we get ready for opening day. 1 week away, guys, from being out at Pickles right now for opening day. 1 week away. I cannot wait. But on the other side, we reveal our brackets, our Final Four, maybe even give you some updates, some upsets, I should say. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. But he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Right now, Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or right off their website. Ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is the highlight of my morning.
Hey,
what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Join 105.7 The Fan opening day, March 26th, as we broadcast live 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. from Pickles Pub. Try their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. Pickles Pub, just a home run away. While you're there, pick up a free limited edition 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Last night's first four matchups weren't quite as exciting as Tuesday's. Prairie View A&M took down Lehigh by 12, and Miami of Ohio got a 10-point victory over SMU. The Redhawks finished 31-0 in the regular season, becoming just the third Division I college basketball team since 2000 to go unbeaten during that stretch. They'll get a matchup on Friday with 6th seed Tennessee in the Midwest. The round of 64 kicks off at 12:15 today as TCU will face Ohio State in the East Region's 8-9 matchup. In Ravens news, former Baltimore wide receiver Tylan Wallace has agreed to a deal with the Browns. He'll reunite with his offensive coordinator for the last 3 years in Todd Monken. Wallace caught 22 passes for 305 yards and 2 touchdowns during his time with the Ravens and was a special team standout. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
See, I told you. Ben didn't play that shovel song.
Rob wanted you to play Carly Rae Jepsen.
He didn't. Ben doesn't play songs like that. Ben plays bangers. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Revealing our bracket. We're not going to go through round by round because no one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear that. Ed, do you have an upset somewhere along the line that's on your radar?
100%.
Who's that?
I have the Akron Zips.
About what you know, Ed. Zip. No, I'm kidding. I like that, actually.
Actually, yeah, because JT Toppin's not playing for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
And the Zips have come in. I just got this 29 wins, 10-game winning streak, and 88.4 points a game. I just think they're set up. I think it's a 12-5 matchup. I think Akron wins.
I got an upset, but it's not in the first round. I think that if they meet, I think St. John's can beat Duke.
Okay.
If they meet, long down the line.
Yeah. Well, then when we get to our Final Four, you'll hear mine.
First round upsets, 10 beating 7. Is that really an upset?
I mean, technically. But
Technically speaking, okay, I think Santa Clara beats Kentucky.
Well, that is an upset because they're an underdog, too.
Who?
Santa Clara, so yeah. I mean, but there are some situations where 10s are favored over 7s. I don't think we have it this year.
Yeah.
I don't know that we have it this year. Let me see. No, Miami's a favorite over Missouri.
And Mount St. Mary's. I mean, it's Mount St. Mary's. St. Mary's is a favorite over Texas A&M.
Yeah, so all the 7s were favored over the 10s. Yep.
7s. All right, so Ed, give me who makes the Final Four in the East?
St. John's.
St. John's. All right. Your alma mater. I get it.
Absolutely.
I got Duke. Jeremy, who you have?
I think I'm going to take UConn. I like Duke in this spot. I'm going to take UConn to get there.
Okay. All right, Ed, who makes it in the South?
Florida Gators.
Florida Gators. You like them, huh?
I do. I mean, they're reigning champs, right?
All right. You're right. I'm going with Illinois.
Illinois is really good. I was torn with that one, yeah.
Jeremy?
This is which bracket is it? South?
South.
Sorry, I was on the wrong one. I have Houston going. I have Houston beating Florida.
Okay. Ed, give me your West.
You didn't ask me. Can I say upsets for this real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Because it's hard for me to pick which team. I think the most interesting part of any bracket is McNeese, Vanderbilt, and Troy, Nebraska. People love Nebraska because they have a tremendous backcourt, but look at how they played down the stretch against inferior opponents. That's why I think Troy's a live dog. And now these two teams, and Vanderbilt has been Jekyll and Hyde. Like in the middle of the season, you're going, wait a minute, this team's ranked? And then all of a sudden they make the run in the SEC tournament. So I think those are interesting.
Okay. Ed, give me your West.
Arkansas
in the West.
And it's not because I wanted to play football there. 12-3 record over major conference opponents, 90 plus over 90 points a game, and I think coaching matters. And they have John Calipari.
I hope you're right. I don't have that. Not only do I not have the number 1 seed making it in this region either, I think Arizona is the first number 1 seed that gets eliminated. I have Purdue coming out of the West.
Good picks, guys. I have Arizona over Purdue.
Shut up.
No, it doesn't mean I'm right. I think this is going to be very chalky. I think we're going to see a lot of chalk when we get to the Elite Eight.
The lowest one I have is a 3. Ed, give me your Midwest.
Michigan. I think Michigan is probably the best team in the country. I'm good with them.
I got Michigan here as well, Jeremy.
Michigan over Virginia. I think Iowa State is. I think they get caught here at some point. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Virginia or Tennessee that does.
I think Virginia does do it. All right, Ed. So you have who's your East again? St. John's.
St. John's.
And your South is Florida. So who wins between St. John's and Florida?
Florida.
Florida wins. They went to the national championship. I have Duke beating Illinois. Jeremy.
I have UConn beating Houston and Michigan beating Arizona. By the way, if UConn and Houston play in the Final Four, first one to 65 wins. It's going to be ugly.
And on the other side, you have Arkansas taking on Michigan. Who wins that?
Michigan.
All right, I have Purdue taking on Michigan. Michigan wins.
And now this makes me want to change my champion, but I got Michigan over UConn.
Michigan over UConn? All right, Ed, your national championship game is?
Florida.
Florida beats Michigan. Florida beats Michigan. I have Duke beating Michigan again. Jeremy?
Oh, I think I jumped ahead of everyone. But, yeah, I got Michigan beating UConn.
Michigan beating UConn? You didn't jump ahead?
I thought I said it.
Okay, you may have. No. Michigan winning the whole thing over UConn. That would be a good game, though.
Yeah, this is so again, but with what Ed was talking about with Akron and Texas Tech, like Hofstra's another one. Both Texas Tech and Alabama are missing 2 of their players that they had at the beginning of the season or midway through the season.
Right.
And Bediako but Alabama plays 0 defense, but they can score like a mother. So Hofstra better be ready to run. And I think looking at some of the other situations that we have here, there's going to be a surprise. Like I have 2 2s and 2 1s in my Final Four. There's going to be a 3 or 4 that surprises us, but ultimately, I don't think we see a lot of upsets.
I have 2 1s, a 2 and a 3.
2 1s, a 5, and what was Arkansas 4?
I got 5 trees and a 7 and a 13. 2
1s, a 5, and a 4.
I think the one team that can turn this whole tournament upside down, and I said this to Jeremy yesterday, Ed, Kansas. They have Peterson, and Peterson can play the role of Carmelo Anthony like he did with Syracuse. He can do it. They're the one team that can turn this entire tournament upside down.
And what else? What I say was important.
Coaching.
Bill Self.
Bill Self. That's what I mean. Carmelo Anthony had Jim Boeheim. I think he's the one. That's the one team that can turn it upside down. What do you have over there, Benjamin?
Yeah, I do have a chalky Final Four. It's 3 1s, and I have Houston.
Is the only non-number 1?
Yeah, as a 2. I think they're going to get Florida the revenge game from last year, the Walter Clayton game, as everything was.
That was the national championship game. That's right.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I thought too.
I'm with Ed. Like I think Akron's got a really good shot. They play the NBA style offense. They run fast, and if Texas Tech has Toppin, this is a completely different conversation.
Right.
But you take him out, how good he is. I think they can score with Texas Tech, and Texas Tech's been susceptible. As a lot of Big 12 teams have been defensively.
Who's your national champion ultimately?
Michigan.
Michigan?
I think Michigan's too good.
Not too good for Duke.
I was there. They weren't that.
You went to that game?
Yeah, I was there. I credentialed. Morrow's foul trouble just completely hurt.
It
took them out. It changed everything.
And now Duke's missing one of their guards.
Right. Yeah, Foster's out. And Gangbum, who knows with him?
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Now, Ben, who's the one team? Give me the one team that can turn this whole tournament upside down.
Mine
was Kansas.
Right. Gonzaga.
I'd like that.
Gonzaga goes, and if they go on a little bit of a run, they could potentially get Braden Huff back. It's kind of quiet. He's been on crutches for most of the year. But if they do make it deep, Elite Eight, maybe he's back.
Jeremy, what did you say about Gonzaga this year?
When we don't talk about them, that's when they make a run. And nobody's been talking about them.
Well, it's over now. Ben just talked about them.
Yep.
That's it. That's the end of that run.
I'll throw one in there just because that bracket's so tough, and I think we keep overlooking them. Michigan State.
What's the difference, Ed?
Coaching.
Tom Izzo. H to the Izzo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is my. I love self. Go ahead, Jeremy. I love Calipari. I love Patino, but my favorite of all is Izzo.
That's what I like. I like Izzo. I like Patino, but my favorite coach is myself. Myself.
More stupid with Jeremy Kahn at 8:30. Ben Wagner joins us at 8:45. But on the other side, should every conference get an automatic bid? Baltimore's big bad morning show on The Fan.
The Fan's Ed Norris.
I loved football as a kid, and one of my idols was a hard-nosed safety in the Baltimore Colts. So I wore number 40 from Pee Wee football to college football whenever it's available. It was Bruce Laird. We're close friends to this day. No other career would have made that happen. It's been a great ride.
Join The Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The March tournament is here, and Kelsey is giving away $1 billion for a perfect bracket. $1 million to the top bracket and $1 million to charity. Free to win or download the app and use code FAN when you sign up. Eligibility requirements and official rules apply. See Kelsey.com/$1 billion bracket for more information.
Guys, let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. We're introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. You want to be ready for the game when it's time to perform, and Blue Chew Gold takes it to another level. Go to BlueChew.com, get all the information you need, and be a star.
Hey, O's fans, 2026 Birdland memberships are now on sale. A Birdland membership is the best way to secure the best seats at a great value with exclusive benefits, including unmatched flexibility, priority ticket and event access, discounts, and more.
One more magical moment in time in Baltimore.
Learn more on how you can become a Birdland member today at Orioles.com/memberships.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. 895 southbound, super slow now from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway outer loop slow in the usual spots, Hartford Road to Providence, and then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. An accident on the inner loop of the Beltway just before exit 4, that's 97, has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Speaking of Big Pimpin', Ben Wagner joins us at 8:45. But right now, every conference in Division I, Ed, gets an automatic bye. Automatic bid. Jeremy, if you look at these conferences, I'm going to name some of them. The American East, the American Conference, the ASUN, which is the Atlantic Sun. And these are the conferences that I'm scratching my head about.
ASUN, isn't that old dirty bastard's name?
Yeah. ASUN. Big Sky, who has Portland, Montana, Eastern Washington, and that. The Big South, High Point, Winthrop, Radford, getting automatic bids. The Big West, UC Irvine, Hawaii, Cal State Fullerton. Who else? The Horizon, Wright State, Robert Morris. The Ivy League, you are a big fan of the Yale. The MEAC Conference, the Metro Atlantic Conference that has Merrimack and St. Peter's. Are you a believer that all conferences should get automatic bids for winning the tournament?
Do I think it? I think I understand why they do it for the tournament. I think you should get an automatic bid for winning your conference in the regular season. That shows me more stability throughout the year than just getting hot for a period of 4 days, or 5 days if it's a really big conference, which most of them aren't. Because I like what you said about Miami of Ohio the other day. They went 31-0 in the regular season, and I don't care what your schedule is. It is still difficult because you get the opposing team's best game because they want to be the one that knocks you off.
You went 18-0 in your conference, and yet you're not conference champions because you lost the first round.
That's dumb to me. It seems so ass backwards, but they're trying to make these tournaments seem so important to get you to watch.
Ed, should every conference get an automatic bid, in your opinion?
I'm torn about this one. I guess so, yes, because it's not their fault that they have all these teams in this tournament. I have a big problem with it, though, even though I kind of agree with it, because the fourth best team in the Big Ten is going to be better than the champions of these minor conferences, and if the fifth team gets bounced out, I just think it sucks.
No, I don't think they should. I just don't think they should. You know why? Because I think every year it should be criteria for earning an automatic bid. There's certain people you should have to play. I give, for instance, Long Island University. They have an automatic bid for winning their conference. Maybe they should. You know why? They lost to Illinois, but they went there and played them. They lost to Mississippi State, but they went there and played them. They lost to Georgia, but they went there and played them. You know what I mean? That is a conference. That's a conference champion, in my opinion, has earned the right to get an automatic bid. If you're ducking people just to collect wins, or you want to have the excuse, well, we don't play them because they won't do a home and home. Why in the hell am I coming to your gym to play? Why? I'm the SEC. I'm Big 10. I'm Big 12. I'm not coming. If you want to play, you're coming to me. That's how this is going to work.
So with my thing is, maybe I'm not saying you're going to change your mind, but with 68 teams getting in, then yeah, I think they should. I think they should get an automatic bid.
See, I'm not saying. I'm thinking there are some who should, but there should be a criteria.
I got you. You're saying if you look at the season, going, man, this conference sucked, or this was you guys didn't play anyone.
Exactly. You didn't play anybody. Yeah, you got, like you said, you got hot for a weekend, but one team I think was what, 18-16 and they got hot the week. No, who'd you play? I think there should be a baseline to your scheduling that earns you an automatic bid. I think that should be honestly determined on the reg. You want automatic bids? I go back to what Jeremy said, Ed. That should be based on what you did during the regular season. This is your record, yes, but you played these teams. You've earned your way based on a point system or whatever you want to do into the NCAA tournament. I think you should have to earn your way in, not just based on getting hot for a weekend, not based on because you went and we let a team in because they went 31-0. But there should be some kind of system in place that says you do these things, you check these boxes, you're going to the NCAA tournament.
And then does it reinforce because they won over SMU?
Oh, I think they should have been in because, like what Jeremy said, they went 31-0. Man, that's come on, dude. That's tip your hat to them.
And that's the problem.
That's Division I basketball.
That's the problem I have is like whether they won or lost against SMU shouldn't have mattered whether they were here or not. Like it's a singular game. People do this all the time. It's almost like ball don't lie.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed a free throw. I didn't foul you. Look at my arm, a-hole. Yes, you fouled me. I just can't shoot free throws.
The ball does lie?
Yeah, ball don't lie.
I've been using that for years.
Yeah.
I tell the refs all the time.
Sometimes it's not truthful.
Now, when they call it and the other team makes it, I don't say it.
I wonder, do refs hate when you go ball don't lie to them? After you... Hey, man, you got that one wrong. And he makes a shot. Like, ball don't lie. Yeah, but no.
The ball, they hated me before I said it.
Yeah. But again, like this is I saw somebody, I think it was one of the Barstool guys go, Miami of Ohio proves to the world they belong. They won a playing game. They belong regardless if they won that playing game or not.
31-0 proved they belong. Ben said when people tell him that, he says ball don't talk either.
Yeah. Mine do.
Ooh. Yeah, but I think there should be, because you're giving, I'll give you an example. You're giving the Big South one automatic bid. What people are listening to me right now thinking, I'm saying that conference shouldn't have an NCAA tournament selection. I'm not saying that. You may have 2 or 3 teams in that conference that deserve it. If you have a baseline to determine what you need to do to get in, you may find, Ed, some of these mid-majors may get more than one team in.
Yeah. Sometimes they're very good, too. There's a lot of issues with this. I don't like the expansion. I don't like the playing games. But this is what we're dealing with. And because it is 68 teams, probably going up to 90-something someday.
96 or 108 is the next one.
96. It's preposterous. Then I would definitely give it to the conference winners, no matter what. Because it's too many and it's ridiculous.
Radford went on the road to take on North Carolina, South Carolina, SMU. They're trying to hunt. That to me, and they had a winning record in their conference, and they're hunting. But you're not putting them in because of the conference that they're in. I think the automatic bid actually craps on the mid-major conferences.
You could say that, and I understand why you would say it, but I also think, too, like, you're almost, the way that it's stacked, you're trying to reward the teams that had the great regular seasons in the Power 5, right, or maybe someone that just had a special season that we're not thinking about, right? Like, I was going to say Miami of Ohio, but they didn't make that type of run. They didn't, like Utah in college football when nobody expected it and they went undefeated. Yeah, I feel like you deserve to play for the national championship. You played a tough schedule and did all that. But when it comes down to like the way the basketball sets up, allowing a 1 seed to face a team that they're going to be favored by 30-some points over, it's like, hey, it's another part of this reward of you're going to get an easy one in the first round. Just make sure you don't overlook them too much and then face that 8-9 seed, which is usually one of these middling Power 4 conferences. Like we get, and it may be a good mid-major. So like Georgia, St. Louis, Clemson and Iowa. Those are the games. So you get to face one of those teams. And it's almost like, I'm not saying you have a walk to the Sweet 16, but you want your big dogs moving on. So I like the way that the system's set up. I just wish they'd have stayed at 64, and I don't have a problem with them rewarding the small schools with that many teams getting in.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Bottom line is, Ed, it's never going to be perfect. You're always going to have something to debate because you have that many teams going in.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and the debate at the expansion, I think, is going to be ridiculous too.
I don't want that.
I don't want it at all. I mean, I think it should be 64, and it should remain so. And I mean, if they do 96 teams,
but like you start listening to coaches that are like you trust and you think are good. Like, hey, these guys are good coaches. They get in, and then they're like, yeah, we should go to 96. Why? Because it's way easier to make 96 than 64.
Of course,
and
yes.
if you make 96 10 years in a row, you're like, hey, man, why are you guys firing me? I've been in the tournament every year.
Every year, yes, right.
That's why they want it.
Ben Wagner joins us at 8:45 to talk Orioles baseball, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
All right, in Florida, we've got a situation where a patient won't leave the hospital. Room 373, get your ass out of here. What do? We're also going to talk about some of the wild new MLB concession items. I'll tell you some of the ones the Orioles have coming out if you haven't seen them yet, including a Scrapple Burger. What? And we got to talk about Afro Man. If you guys haven't been following this court case, it's one of the funniest damn things.
It's fantastic.
Lemon Pound Cake was his hit song for Officer Pound Cake. I'll tell you the story of why that is. And him wearing a U.S. flag suit and a mink coat as he's going in. This is so good. We talk about it next here in the World of Stupid.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Fallston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25 on sale now at 1057thefan.com.
Guys, I don't know how long I've been going to Life Med. They've been taking great care of me from getting my T-shots every Tuesday or Wednesday when I go by there to now I'm going through a situation with my back and neck that I've been getting an EPAT done and some of that red light therapy. It's incredible. I think the girls are tired of me singing Red Light Special, but I still do it every time I go in. And speaking of some of the things that they offer, tirzepatide, including hormone optimization, IV infusion, and medical-grade supplements. With the tirzepatides, if you're trying to lose weight and you want to look your best, don't wait. Call Life Med Institute, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com. It's weight loss that works. You guys can try it out. And if you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. Life Med Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to your unique needs. Don't settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call Life Med Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation because you deserve to feel like yourself again. That's 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. They've got clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, so get set up wherever it's convenient for you and make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Save on delicious produce at Whole Foods Market. Get 4 yellow mangoes for $5 with Prime through March 24th. Dice up this juicy treat in salsas, ceviche, or on its own. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The tunnel's still backed up. 95 southbound is backed up from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes. Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Outer Loop slow in the usual spots. Hartford Road to Providence. And then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. Super slow I-70 eastbound approaching the Beltway. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albernaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, Starnes threw the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, what do you do when the patient won't leave? This happened in Florida. Orlando, Florida. It says the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. Their healthcare earlier this month, they're suing a patient saying she has refused to depart her hospital room since being discharged last October. This is a squatter of all squatters, isn't it? Hey, you're all healed up and ready to go. Nope. What if somebody did that through a pregnancy? He's like, I'm not ready to go home and take care of this baby. You guys are going to help me. Like, what does her bill have to look like at the end of this? This is crazy. They had to get an injunction ordering the patient to vacate the hospital room and authorizing the county sheriff's office to assist if necessary. Defendants' continued occupancy prevents the use of bed for patients needing acute care. And obviously, we all understand why, but still don't know why she just refuses to leave. The patient can be discharged when the clinicians have determined that any further care can provide as an outpatient, provided the individual is given a plan for appropriate follow-up care as part of the discharge instructions. Now, I don't know about you, Ed, and anybody that's had an extended stay in the hospital. When you're in there for a bit, you want to get out.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
I mean, I can't think of any place I'd rather stay less. I mean, you can't even sleep. They come in and sticking you with needles. They're taking blood constantly. You don't get to sleep. It's like, why would you want to stay there?
When I went in for my throat surgery for sleep apnea, and then they put me in the ICU because some things went wrong, they wake me up every hour. Everything's beeping there. I said, I am in here to get better sleep, and you guys are waking me up every hour. They're like, yeah, sorry, we have to. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, all right, let's get to this. Wild new MLB concession items revealed for quite a few. The Dodgers are going to have bone marrow tacos.
Really?
Loco Moco bowls.
Los Angeles.
Some sort of charred pork loaded fries. Watermelon habanero margaritas. I love, all of these sound interesting. I don't know, would you like bone marrow?
Yeah.
Delicious.
No.
Yeah.
Osobuco.
Yeah. So, and again, D-back fans, they have some cool treats. They have a foot-long elote corn dog.
Oh, wow.
They have a golden hour vibe mocktail, so a fake one there, and some other milkshakes. They have a ball game shake that looks ridiculous. One of the best things I saw was, and I'm surprised somebody hasn't done this before, the Cubs have chicken and churros. So like you get your chicken tenders and churros and probably like something sweet on top of it. They also have crispy tostada stacks, and brand new Bow Wow dogs. It's hot dogs on Bow buns. Those are the steam buns. Yeah.
Asian buns.
And then there's like some other teams doing. Texas always does everything bigger, and so the White Sox have these stack sandwiches, turkey and slaw, beef and slaw, and they almost look like Katz's Deli. Yeah, where they're huge. Tropicana's doing
That's White Sox.
Yeah. Tropicana's doing sweet pretzel bites covered in glaze, Oreo brownie milkshake, and a foot-long wrapped pretzel dog.
I'm going to Chicago. I'm going there in April. I'm going to try one of those. Is this turkey?
Yeah, there's turkey, and they have a beef one as well. The Nats have the DC Monument Chicken Tower. That's a gigantic chicken sandwich. It's huge. Foot-long, bases loaded foot-long dog with all this stuff on it. Same thing with a Capital Slugger. And then we get down to Camden Yards, where they're going to have a crab smash taco. So I'm assuming that's like a crab cake and a taco, smashed together, whatever, make it thin. You can see it on there. Looks pretty good. They're going to have the Big Scrap Burger. This is the one I wanted to talk about because I've never eaten Scrapple. Never, not
this
once.
Is here in Camden Yards?
I've never had it. I mean, it's been offered to me, and then I go, no, I don't want it.
I ate it often growing up.
I've eaten it. I don't know why people love it.
Yeah, I mean, I may love it if I tried it.
It tastes exactly like what it's made of.
Yeah. It's just all the pork pieces?
Yeah, the stuff nobody wants.
Yeah. Well, this is a double burger with like lettuce, pickles, onions, some sort of sauce on top, and it's got a deep fried piece of Scrapple. I'm going to spin this around, Rob, so you can kind of get an idea. I don't know if Ed can see it as well.
See it, yeah. I can see it. Yeah.
So like, I don't know. That's not something I tried, but I think some of the other stuff does look really good. And they also have, what are they calling this? This is the Be More Yak. It looks like some sort of like shrimp lo mein with other stuff in it. So they always do a good job of creating something, but there's always one team that has something where you're like, who's eating that nonsense? We didn't have much of that this year, but I thought some of those were cool. Now, on to Afro Man. Afro Man in the Adams County, Ohio Sheriff's Office. Ed, are you up to speed on all this, or like a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know what he did with his wife.
So Afro Man's music video, Lemon Pound Cake, we'll play you a portion of that in just a second, was played in court as Officer Pound Cake was forced to sit and watch. Adams County Sheriff's deputies are suing Afro Man after he released a music video following a botched raid on his house, to which the guy takes his lemon pound cake, right? And that's why I don't think he realized he had cameras in his home. So the rapper testified on Tuesday that he exercised free speech when he released a music video featuring images of Ohio deputies raiding his home, saying any suffering they claim in a lawsuit over the video is due to their mistake. Deputies are suing Afro Man, claiming they were needlessly harmed by the music video Lemon Pound Cake, which included security camera footage taken in 2022 when they served a search warrant looking for drugs at the performer's house. Yeah, searching for drugs at a house of a guy that says, "Because I got high." That's his big hit song. Hey,
Colt 45.
I get it.
Zigzags.
By the way, he showed up to court in a United States flag suit. It's one of the most obnoxious things you'd ever see in your life. He's got his gigantic afro and a mink coat on as he's walking in. He said, I got freedom of speech. After they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do, and I think I'm a sport for doing it. So because they don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them. He was, Afro Man did get off with this. He did not get in any trouble, and he was walking outside in this outfit. And then Deputy Randolph L. Walters Jr. testified that Afro Man singing about sleeping with his wife has caused him tremendous pain. Can we play some of the, I want to hear Ed's thoughts, but play some of this music real quick.
Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake. Mama's lemon pound cake.
Yeah, he's got to cut it off there because he gets some F-bombs.
Yeah.
But the officer took his lemon pound cake.
I mean, I think you guys know. I love Afro Man.
Yeah.
I was in Tampa last weekend with Celeste. We listened to Afro Man, like his entire collection.
Every song sounds like that, right?
It always sounds like he basically talks through the songs, but they're hilarious. The lyrics are so funny. I mean, I think he's really funny.
He was singing in court, and when they played the full song while the cop's sitting there and he's got tears in his eyes, it's so funny because again, you kick down the guy's door, you didn't find anything, and he does something back. He said, the lawyer said, Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. I guess this hurt this guy's feelings because of the video that was put out. And you can go watch the whole video where he is wearing that same ass suit that he had in court, and he's dancing in it, and he's getting chased around.
That's what I thought the funniest part was. He used the suit from the video.
Yes.
Just in case you forgot who I am.
It's not quite as
rubbing
good.
it in even more.
It's not quite as good as the guy that allegedly stole the Miami Dolphins jersey, stole a Dan Marino jersey, and he showed up to court wearing it.
Yes.
That's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much. 410-583-1057 is the number. Who's on upset alert in round one? We'll talk about that at 9:15. But on the other side, Orioles baseball. My man Ben Wagner joins us up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. Odyssey Sports Minute.
A massive no-go for Jack Hughes in Toronto. The Hockey Hall of Fame has officially denied the Devils star's request to reclaim his Olympic golden goal puck. Hughes voiced his frustration this week, calling it BS that the puck isn't in his possession, as he hoped to gift the historic keepsake to his father, Jim. But the Hall is standing firm, stating the puck was a formal donation from the IIHF. I'm Drake Cole.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
It's the comeback you've been waiting for. 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary is back. Join your favorite host and special guest on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. at Barrel House Live in Falston. $28.52 gets you in the door with light fare and 2 drink tickets. Come hungry because we're talking sports uncensored. Get your toughest questions ready for the hosts. Or play You Know Your Show to win concert tickets. This is an all-ages event, but space is limited. Get tickets at 1057thefan.com/events.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Shop for the best price, shop for the best financing. At Bob Bell Kia, we specialize in credit challenges. Bumps and bruises, no credit, no problem. We've got options. No application refused. Come see us at BobBellKia.com and drive away happy.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good, no problems. The outer loop slow at Harford Road. Then again, it's slow at Baltimore National Pike. I-70 eastbound is slow approaching the Beltway. And in the city, 895 southbound is stop and go Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris down in Sarasota. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn here holding it down in Baltimore. Talked to our buddy from Masson Orioles broadcaster. He is Ben Wagner. What's going on, Ben?
Good morning. Happy almost baseball season, guys.
Happy almost baseball season. I love it, man.
I love it too.
Speaking of which, you watched this team throughout spring training. They'll be actually home this weekend. I think it's an exhibition game on Sunday. What have you learned about this Orioles team?
That Pete Alonso is going to be a big, big reason for their success. There is absolutely no doubt. And I'm talking intangibles, and I'm certainly talking about his presence on the field and in the batter's box. I just have been very impressed with his addition. I think that his bat plugged in the middle of this lineup, along with a couple other guys that I think are flying under the radar, in Taylor Ward and Blaze Alexander. They're going to have immediate impact on this club defensively and also lengthening this lineup on top of the guys that we already know about and are already hoping and really waiting, to be consistent drivers in this lineup. And that goes along with the names that we talked about, right? Like Gunnar Henderson is where the conversation starts. Then you get to Adley Rutschman, and then you get to the other guys too. This lineup is very, very important. And the other thing that has surprised me, the pitching has really been better than I anticipated, especially with the starters and the depth that's been added from Shane Baz and along with Chris Bassett.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm happy about Alonso. That was actually my first question, but you answered it. What do you think the future holds with Zach Eflin now that he's healthy? But I mean, he was pretty good before he got hurt, and now this, we had, the not a great pitching staff because of injuries, and now all of a sudden it looks like we have a great problem. Where does he fit?
Yeah, I think, well, one, remember his health is going to be the first thing that they've got to clear. Yeah. Zach might be the happiest guy in spring training. And I mean that from day one. When I walked into the clubhouse, when pitchers and catchers got there, you could just tell his entire demeanor, his entire energy was better because he was healthy. And he and I spoke a number of times. One, that his back issue has been resolved. His life is better because of that. But he really feels, and it's not just something that he's working on, but he just feels better in his delivery. And his arm angle is something that I was watching through spring training. I was going to watch this season because he feels like he can get back on top of the baseball and not open up as much. And one, that exposes the baseball to the hitters. And that's why he was getting knocked around, because he couldn't get on top of the baseball and get that sinker, that inducing life where guys just beat the ball into the ground. He is just feeling so confident about his stuff. I don't know, though, that there is an absolute rush to get him onto the chalk line for opening day. And that's nothing against what spring training has been, his health currently has been. The depth is the reason, and the off days in the schedule might just kind of slow play him into the season. But I think, even coming off the injury, Zach Eflin is going to be a major part of this rotation.
How do you see the outfield working out? Because, again, and I'm just talking about from a lineup situation, I know they're going to finagle it lefty-righty, but it does feel like that DH is going to be tied up somewhere between that catcher and first base, between the three big names we have there, Adley, Basayo, and Pete Alonso. And then now figuring out the outfield and how you want to platoon these guys. What do you think we see out there?
Well, I think there's two other impact players, too. I think Ryan Mountcastle has to fit into that DH. And also, how do you platoon, if it is a platoon, Tyler O'Neill, and then the Dylan Beavers matchup. So that's the outfield configuration with the DH probably is the biggest game that Craig Albarnaz is going to have to play in terms of looking at matchups and evaluating the lineup. If you go left, center, right, I think opening day it's Taylor Ward in left field, it's Colton Cowser in center field. And then you have to make a decision. You ain't Tyler O'Neill to be your everyday right fielder. He looks tremendous in spring training. His patience, he looks better just moving. His body is different, and you'll be able to see it with your eyes on opening day when he runs out there. If you like Tyler O'Neill against left-handed pitching, which he has to hit left-handed pitching to get a spot in this lineup consistently, and then flip it around with Dylan Beavers, I think you're going to see him in right field a lot and against right-handed pitching. So if you bounce it back and forth between those two guys, if you hit more, you're probably going to get more reps in the lineup and be in there more frequently. I still think that they're going to lean to get Dylan Beavers some reps, pick his spots. Remember, he's still got under like 200 at-bats in the major leagues. You love the tools. You love what he can do. But you're paying Tyler O'Neill to be in there and be in there every day and produce. And he's not let you down to this point. So I think the outfield starts with those three guys, and then it gets really interesting in the versatility and the utility kind of label as they move through the game and predict matchups and get those guys in there for run prevention.
The one caveat being, though, is if general soreness does get deployed to the IR, so that could be an issue that happens at some point. I know you can't talk about that, but
Ben Wagner joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ben, when you got here, it was Brandon Hyde, and then Tony Mansolino took over the post, and now you had a chance to meet Craig Albarnaz. What have you learned about him and his managerial style, and how does it work with this team?
Yeah, the managerial style, I'm waiting to see. I think once the lights go on, we're going to find out more about, what he is in terms of his creative, forward thinking on the bench. When I talk to people in Cleveland about Craig, and I was talking to people in Cleveland, and specifically that run that they went on through August and September trying to chase down Detroit in that division. Craig Albarnaz had his thumbprints all over the game planning and was in the ear with Stephen Vogt about in-game management as his bench coach, which you would expect, right? You expect that role. But his craftiness and his impact was a lot of the reason of that success. That is what I am waiting on to see when the lights go on. Spring training is so orchestrated, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I want to see it when the bell rings, and the bell is going to ring in 1 week from today. And that's where I'm really excited to see now with him holding the reins, how he orchestrates and maneuvers in-game management. What I think is he wants an energetic team. He wants a ball club that is aggressive, and we have seen that too in places that he's been in the past when he's got the horses to do that. And I think he wants players to take some gambles, to take some risks, and be exciting. That's his energy. He's always been a grinder. He never backs down. When you challenge him with a question, he'll come right back at you. You don't get a lot of rainbows, and flowers from him when you're chatting baseball and you're talking about baseball players. So I think you're going to see an unfiltered approach to his managerial style.
I think we've had one of the best lineups in baseball. The pitching staff's the best we've had in my memory. How is the bullpen looking?
Biggest question for me in spring training: how do you maneuver this bullpen? How do you stack it up? Yeah. Yesterday's nugget about Albert Suarez having an out was something that kind of reset my process in thinking about how they deploy this bullpen, and whether or not. And listen, I mean, the long man should not be the talking point about this bullpen, but it sets up moving pieces in Jackson Kowar, who's out of options, an incredible arm. If he can throw strikes, I mean, they might have unearthed a diamond in the rough here. And they love projects. The Orioles love projects and fixing guys, which is great. So that could be somebody that makes a big impact. Starting from the back, I love Ryan Helsley. I think he is going to have a great impact on this ball club. The addition of the splitter is something that he has been encouraged to throw in the past, just has tinkered with it. Now he's starting to fall in love with it. And he said, if I fall in love with it, that means it's a weapon and it's going to get good results. Yennier Cano is the next biggest talking point for me when it comes to this bullpen. If you get Cano from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, now the departure of Andrew Kittredge onto the IL at the start of the season takes away a ton of pressure on how you maneuver the back end or your leverage spots against your opponent. I'm really, really, really excited to see Cano come back to life because coming into spring training, he was a question mark for me to make the big club, and that bristles some people thinking, what? But he wasn't getting it done last year. No. But now that he's got the life back on this two-seamer, which, is a huge weapon for him, and he has absolutely scrapped the changeup. He's going more of a depth pitch with the splitter. I think, he realized he had to do some things, and, of course, his off-season planning completely was revamped and got him back to where he was on a successful track, too. So that, of course, is going to be huge for me. So how they have this bullpen stacked up from the back, 9, 8, and then 6 or 7, depending on what your leverage spots are really going to be important. And then how you fill in those other spots. I think they're going to bulk up the bullpen at the start of the season, and only because you can with the off days, and get some guys some reps that way because they got to find out who they've got.
There he is, Ben Wagner. Ben, I'll see you next week. Just a week away, my friend.
1 week.
That's
Fun
right.
begins.
All right, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man.
See you, man.
Absolutely. Ed Norris, tell us all about our 8 o'clock sponsor.
Yeah, man. You want to bring your A game, your starter, the best version of you to the bedroom. Seriously. Everybody needs a little help, right? Tools. That's why you go to Lion's Den. Seriously. You do. Everyone does. And they really help a lot. They have some great stuff in there. I'm not joking. Everything from adult toys, lingerie, books, games, just things that, make your intimate life much better. And it's a lot of fun. Should be fun.
Lion's Den is like a quick call to the bullpen, right? Like a little help.
Well, you don't want to. You don't want to go into the bullpen.
You want to be. Yeah.
You want a complete game.
Complete game. That's right.
My game's always complete. I don't know about hers. She might get an inning or two in, but
I'm saying you go an inning and third. I mean, what do you want? So,
we start at the same time.
Plenty of places around Baltimore, Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena, and of course LionsDen.com. But seriously, check it out. It's a great store.
Enjoy the tournament, Ed.
I will.
I will talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
All right, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, Jeremy Collins, Daily Line at 9:30. But on the other side, are Americans too cool for school when it comes to sports? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Football is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bullets with Westwood One Sports. In a 7-10 matchup between Miami and Missouri, the Tigers are essentially the home team with the game in St. Louis. With the Canes outside the top 300 in effective field goal percentage D over the last month and given Mizzou's sharper offense, Dennis Gates' club sends fans home happy. Give me Missouri on the money line at plus 110. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland Lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, some games are luckier than others. The fact is, the odds, prizes, and play styles vary, but one game is just as lucky as the next. Check out the details for each game and make decisions based on the facts. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
I'm coming back for opening day. Hey, it's Ed. I've made my home now in Sarasota, but when I come back to Baltimore, there's only one place I stay. Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place Hotel. It's my home away from home. It's a great place. Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place Hotel is only steps away from Camden Yards. Plenty of great restaurants around there. And with premium bedding, free Wi-Fi, and modern comforts throughout, it's the perfect place to just, work during the day and rest and recharge at night. So discover Baltimore from the best vantage point. Your room at Renaissance Harbor Place.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst,
love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albernaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, Storm threw the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. This fan flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with GainsWave therapy at Life Med Institute. GainsWave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Presidents to represent me. I'm out for presidents to represent me. I'm out for presidents to represent me.
So we got into this conversation earlier, Jeremy, and we circled back. Just watching the World Baseball Classic kind of solidified my opinion about Americans in sports. We're too cool for it.
Well, I think, again, when you and I initially started talking about this, I was thinking about it a different way, but when you explained it, I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Like, I mean, it feels like we don't enjoy things the way that other people, we're set in our
moment.
ways. Yeah.
In the moment.
And there's something to be said about, like, you know, you look at certain guys, you get out there and you get a chance to play this game and you're fired up and you're having a great time. Like, sometimes celebration and this bravado, if you will, gets people to think, oh, it's trash talking and he's showing him up. It's like things have changed. Things have changed a lot. Like, we used to think everybody that played golf was uptight, right? Oh, you can't do like, there's certain things. Look, there's supposed to be things in a sport. Don't talk in somebody's backswing. Don't, you know, like, but if you get a hole in one, you think somebody's not going to celebrate and act like a fool?
But there are people who will tell you, and there's this growing numbers, act like you've been there before.
I haven't. It's the first one I got.
It's a celebration, though, man. You hit a home run, act like you've been there before. Why can't we celebrate? Why do I have to temper my enthusiasm because it's a long season? You know, I don't understand those things. I mean, I sat out watching. I was out watching most of the World Baseball Classic just because of the situations that I was in. I was in Sarasota and then went to Main Street, so cigars. So I'm out watching it. And the comments I get from the celebration, you know, why does he have to bump his chest all the time? Because he's happy.
Why does
he's happy.
Like, ask yourself a better question. Why does it bother you?
Exactly.
Like, I don't want to keep going back to my therapy sessions. I literally was telling my therapist something that was annoying me.
Well, we need you to keep going back.
Yeah, I know. But I was telling her something annoys me, and she goes, well, why does it annoy you? And I went, what do you mean, why does it annoy me? We keep doing this. We're spinning our wheels. We're doing this over and over and over. And she's like, okay, but why does that bother you? And I'm like, what do you mean, why does it bother you?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? That's what you want.
She's telling me to look inside. Basically say, is there something in my life where this happened before and that's why I'm hanging on to this and it bothers me? Because as an adult, you could go through the point of what I was going through, and I'm not going to say what it was, but you can go through it and go, well, what the hell, man? What, That has no effect on me. Right. Go ahead and do your thing, or I can just ignore it. Like, there's plenty of people nowadays that are seeing a different side of me when you ask me to do something, and I just go, no. Oh, wait a minute, it's for charity. I do a lot of stuff for charity. It doesn't mean I have to do everyone. And I'm getting to that point where it's like, hey, I'm drawing this line in the sand. I'll tell you when I want to help out. Stop asking me for everything.
Yeah. And it bothers me that we can't have fun with sports and celebrate.
Yep.
We've become too cool for it, too analytical. Everybody wants to be a general manager. Well, I'm concerned about what they're going to do at the trade deadline. Why? It ain't your job. It ain't your job. Celebrate what's going on now. Rob, you think Gunnar Henderson's going to resign? I don't know. But he's here now.
But do you want to bitch about it until 2029 when he walks, or you want to enjoy him while he's here? And again, I think they're going to make an effort to keep him. I think there's like, people just assume now this isn't the old Orioles anymore.
No,
it's not. Stop. And again, if you haven't noticed in this offseason, stop comparing him to the Angelos regime, where like nothing could happen.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go out and spend a little bit of money on 3 free agents and act like we fixed everything. Who's starting? Who are our pitchers?
Let's go, Tom in Bel Air. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Rob, I love the subject that you just brought up about the WBC, because it was obviously, clearly evident what the other countries were bringing with the fire. But I'll say about our USA team, there is nobody that was more fired up in that tournament than seeing Gunnar Henderson take that double. And when he turned, his helmet came off. You knew it was coming. We see it all the time. And that's what I love about Gunnar. You know what I mean? Like, he brings that fire. He brings that energy. And I think, the younger guys are going to take a cue from what Schwarber and Harper are going to do, because they're the vets. And I think those guys are a little bit more stoic. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I like what you're bringing up, man. That's what I love about Gunnar. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. Gunnar hit a home run, Tom. I saw him hit a home run once. It was a solo shot. And whoever was behind him hadn't got to the plate yet to high-five him. He high-fived him damn self. He put his hand up, high-fived himself, and then the next batter was there to high-five him. He just gets pumped up, and he loves it. He loves the game, and he doesn't mind showing you his love and passion for the game. Yes, sir.
Hey, that's what they call a six-tool guy, right?
There you go.
Because he brings that sixth dimension, man. And, I throw the bank at Gunnar, man. I love the guy. So thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Tom.
I was just sitting here. I wonder if one of the reasons Mark DeRosa wasn't playing Gunnar Henderson, he was upset. It's kind of hard to hit a double from the bench. It's like, where you at, dude? We need you. You got it, Coach, Skip. You got to put me in the lineup if you want me to get those.
No, Gunny.
No, it's not Gunny. It's Breggy.
Breggy.
Breggy's his friend. Breggy. Loser.
Let me ask you a question. I want you to be completely honest with me.
Yeah.
If you saw Mark DeRosa today, what would you do?
I probably wouldn't do anything. But, again, I'm just looking at,
I'm not saying you would hit him or anything, but, how would you react to him?
Yeah. You know what? I have this issue sometimes where I'll end up staring. Like, you're like... And you try to turn your head and you go, am I staring at this cat? He just pisses me off every time I see his face.
You hate his face.
And I loved Mark DeRosa. I thought he was a great analyst. I just didn't know he didn't know baseball. I mean, it's kind of a hard thing to find out on a national stage. The guy doesn't know baseball. Jesus.
Jeremy Carr's Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, round 1 begins tonight. Who's on upset alert? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
I'm upset.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Town Appliance's 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Oh, yeah. Nothing beats their award-winning hand-breaded fried chicken made fresh all day.
And don't forget the Western fries. Those Idaho potatoes are the real deal.
Plus, that Royal Farms coffee, brewed fresh 1 cup at a time. It's my morning routine.
Same. And if you like freebies, grab the Royal Farms app. You earn royalty points for free food, drinks, and lots more.
Easy, too. Just text ROFO to 43751 and you're in. Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Hey, O's fans, 2026 Birdland memberships are on sale now.
A Birdland membership is the best way to secure the best seats at a great value with exclusive benefits, including unmatched flexibility, priority ticket and event access, discounts, and more. Plus, Birdland members enjoy up to 30% off food and non-alcoholic beverages and merchandise purchases at Camden Yards. Learn more on how you can become a Birdland member at Orioles.com/memberships.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Ben playing bangers again.
It's one of the thing I find interesting, because, Ben, would you consider yourself a hip-hop head?
Yes.
You know who else is a hip-hop head?
Who?
Nolan McGraw.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Nolan loves hip-hop.
I don't know.
It's just the greatest thing ever.
I like listening to Anderson .Paak.
Did you hear what Kendrick Lamar said? It was absolute fire.
I wonder if he's listening to us in that studio. I love that kid, man. He's great.
I mean, I was absolutely beside myself. I just didn't know how to control. I didn't know how to contain myself.
The best ever, the Big Mo show. After the show, and he goes, "Hey, I just wanted to say that was one of the most exciting times of my life." And I went, "Oh, okay."
I could tell.
I got to talk to Ray Lewis on the phone. I didn't expect that. But yeah, I mean, look, a lot of I think I talked to a lot of the young guys here. Ben, even when Barbalace was considered one of the younger guys, and he's been here forever. It's nice to see some people cutting their teeth that are really talented, and that you're going to, I don't want any of you guys taking my job, so don't get ahead of yourself yet. But
Ben, don't take it personal. I don't talk to you a lot just because that's just who I am. Don't take it personal. No, I do talk to Ben a lot. I like Ben. And I'm not just saying it because he's sitting there. I like him. I think he actually has some talent. You know, I do. I think he has some talent. He's going to be pretty good. He's going to take your job. I'm pushing for it.
Hopefully, I'm pushing him to take it, and then I'm going somewhere else, right? Like that's. Hopefully, it's moving up. I don't know where up is from here, because this is what. Why are you looking at me like that? You right? Up is Up could be more
upper
work.
room, you're dying?
Hey, sooner or later.
The hell?
By the way, I know we're getting into this story. I saw somebody post 4 movies, and I thought this was supposed to be like an Eddie Murphy thing. It listed like Harlem Nights, Life, Coming to America, and then they put Friday on there and said, get rid of one of those movies.
For Eddie Murphy?
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was so they had that up there, and then I started thinking about it. Which movie are you getting rid of out of
What
those
are they
4?
again? What are they?
Friday, Life, Harlem Nights, and Coming to America.
Coming to America. It's easy for me.
See,
Coming to America is not one of my favorite movies. I've said that for years. It's to me, it's got some great lines, but the overall, it's like, I cannot do without Harlem Nights. I cannot do without that movie.
I think you and I are the same on Harlem Nights and Life.
Yeah.
Like, I hate saying this because I love this movie, but I would get rid of Friday before the other ones.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a gut punch.
I'm melting.
Yeah. It's a gut. Trust me, I ain't picking the other ones, though. Life made me laugh so freaking hard. You know how I feel about Harlem Nights, and I can't get rid of Coming to America.
Ooh. Let's go with upset alerts, man. Let's go East. First round. Who is on upset alerts? Upset alert, Jeremy.
First round, and Ben, feel free to chime in on this too. So we're doing the East.
Just the East.
I think South Florida could beat Louisville. That was an interesting one.
That's mine.
Louisville was a 6.5 point favorite. It's down to 4.5.
It's 4.5 now. I think South Florida gets the dub over Louisville. I don't believe in Louisville. I don't. That's my upset alert for the first round in the East.
The only other one I could possibly see there would be UCF beating UCLA. I think chalk rules in that division.
It's hard for me to go 10
bracket.
versus 7 as upset. It is technically speaking, but it's hard for me to do that. It happens a lot. Ben, East region first round.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I still think Louisville wins. I don't know that it's a lot of the tournament is chalk, but this one specifically, and we talk about the coaches a lot. I don't see a lot of these guys losing in the first round.
I don't know about you, but it's weird for me when a lot of people are on the dog.
I can't do it.
It just seems. I don't even care where the line's moving. When I see a higher percentage of the public on the dog, it makes me want to go the other way.
In the South region, I'm going VCU over North Carolina. You guys talk about how coaching is. You're right. It's all about coaching, and I don't believe in Hubert Davis. I'm not predicting this, but this is the biggest. I think North Carolina is more on upset alert than anyone else. Again, not a prediction, just an alert.
I think either one or both of Vanderbilt and Nebraska are going down in round 1.
Okay. All right. Ben?
Yeah, I'm with him with McNeese. McNeese plays different style of basketball, play a lot of defense. It wouldn't shock me. And Vanderbilt, like if you look at home road splits, it's bizarre. They're so good at home.
Such a weird team this year.
Yep.
What are they on neutral court?
They played only a few games, and they played well. That was when they were playing their best basketball, Byington.
I'm going in the West. I'm putting BYU on upset alert, losing to Texas.
Love it. That's one of my favorite plays today. I think Texas knocks them off. If I were looking elsewhere, you said you don't consider 10 and 7s. I think
I don't, but I got you.
I think Missouri is a team. I'll give you one better. It wouldn't shock me if they beat Purdue. Now, Missouri upset a lot of teams this year, primarily at home. But I do think like Purdue every once in a while has one of those games where you're going, this isn't the team I watched all year. And so I could see that. The other one's like, I wanted to say High Point over Wisconsin. I think Arkansas just blows out Hawaii today. Hawaii is playing a 4:30 game on the mainland, which is 11:30 their time, plus the travel, I just think it's too difficult for a team like Arkansas that's just going to run.
8, 9, 7, 10 are so close.
It's hard to call them
anything
upsets.
can happen. Yeah, it's so close. Ben, what you got in the West?
Big on Texas. Bet them early. I thought if they won the first game, they would be in a good spot for this one. So I do like Texas a lot.
In the Midwest, man, I'm telling you, I know you guys love Akron, and I can't go against that, but I'm putting Alabama on upset alert against Hofstra.
I like Texas Tech to win and cover in that game. I understand why people like Akron. I could see that. I don't have a lot of upsets in this one. I have basically a lot of chalk, and I could see those are the two games that you look at. And I'm not going 5-12, 4-13 because it's the usual upset. But like Alabama plays a certain style, and if you let them get out and run, they're going to give you some easy baskets, but you really need to try to slow the game down with them and force them to play your style. It's just very difficult because they're so good at what they do. Texas Tech's still a really good team without JT Toppin. But again, Those are the two teams I would look at, and I'm assuming Ben's going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I like Howard over Michigan. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Who said that to you earlier? Was that Trippy?
Trippy.
Hello. Goodbye.
It's going to happen.
No, I do like Akron a lot. And then that's one we talked about earlier, Jeremy. I usually shy away from a lot, and I see a lot of people on it now. It's kind of frustrating, but I'm going with it.
I got news for you. Like, if you're looking in the gambling markets, a lot of the double-digit seeds, people are betting them plus the points. A lot of the 12s, 13, 14s, taking them plus the points. Even the 15 seeds. And I'm going, is this the year we just see a bunch of blowouts? Because the talent disparity, like, I think it's Michigan, Duke, Arizona slightly below them. Huge drop-off, in my opinion. And then you got the Houstons, the UConns. It doesn't mean those teams can't beat them on a neutral court or anywhere. I'm just saying, like, from what I watched this year, that's how I feel about it. And when we get to some of these smaller teams, I think they were good in their conference, but I think they have some trouble here.
410-583-1057 is the number. Go to Owings Mills and get Ken. Ken?
What's up, Ken?
What's up?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing well.
So, Rob, man, when you talk football, you sound happy. When you talk basketball, especially the girls, you sound proud. You don't talk NHL. But when you talk baseball, man, you sound like a kid in a candy shop.
I sound like a kid in a candy shop because it's spring. It's the time of the year
Oh, okay.
it is. Yeah, it's the time. It's the time. Baseball energizes me because the season. I hate fall. And
Which one you love the most?
I don't have one. I can't answer that question.
It's funny. I answered this question
because
yesterday.
you just said happy, proud, and kid in a candy store. I love them all, but what takes baseball to another level is if baseball were in the winter and football was in the spring and summer, you may hear a difference in my voice.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday because people ask me that all the time where it's like, I prefer to watch a football game on TV. Baseball, I love going and seeing it live, and basketball, I'd rather play. And I don't know if that's the same kind of answer. I love all of them.
Yeah,
So-
I don't. I mean, I do. I sound energized because, well, if that's the case, then I sound energized when I talk March Madness. It represents the time of the year that I'm happiest. In fact, let me back up. It's the only time of the year that I'm happy. When it's spring and summer, man, that's it. I hate the fall. And I just want to hide under my bed in the winter. But what brings me out is coaching basketball.
I've known this guy since the early 2000s, and there's a lot that I know about him, speaking of Rob. And when I got to work with you and you started talking about this seasonal depression, I was like, man, that's so stupid. That don't even make any sense. The sun going to make me happy. You take my sunshine away. When his sunshine comes back, like, I bet he's not going to ask me, but I bet he wants me to move seats over there.
Yeah, so I can get over that window.
So we can open the window behind us. And I ain't doing it because I got everything saved over here. Actually, I might do it eventually.
I'm telling you, it puts me in a different place. It does. Emotionally, mentally, it does. There's that's spring and then summer. Man, I let it all hang out.
Spring.
We got an encore with our man Ben Hall at 9:45, but on the other side, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, man, I got kicked in the teeth in my top plays. I had 9 plays yesterday. Went 1-4 in my top 5 and 4-0 in the other ones. So that's not a winning day, even though I had a winning record in my mind because I focused on the top plays and had Wake Forest. They won by 10, favored by 11.5. Like Kent State, turned into a blowout. Well, a double-digit win for the opposing team. And then SMU last night was just a cluster, you know what. But I love a lot today. I think Thursday's better than Friday, and since I'm not here on Friday, I got all my plays for tomorrow as well. I'll give you all the March Madness plays, all the games. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
The Fan's Bob Haynie. Maryland winning the national championship in 2002 was awesome. After so many years of great teams and All-American players and draft picks that went on to long NBA careers, to finally get over the hump against a storied program like Indiana was an incredible thing to see, with a Baltimore guy, Juan Dixon, leading the way, giving Gary Williams the national championship that he had longed for and deserved. Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Boston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
Hey, spring selling season is in full swing, and if you're thinking about selling your home, my number one recommendation, my only recommendation, is Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long, and for years I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. He's not average. He's above average. That means on a home that's sold for $400,000, that's about $12,000 $400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. You know what? Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteele.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albertaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, started through the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
Yeah, as I said, teasing this segment, that I went 1-4 in my top plays last night. You'd like to think you deserve better, but again, it's gambling. Things happen. I went 4-0 in my leans, to which I always await the email that I get from someone saying, hey, you ever think about putting your leans in your top plays? In your top? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I handicap all the games to find the ones I think are the best, and then I should put those at the bottom. It's not. No. Sometimes it just works out that way. Where are we going today?
I don't know.
Where are we going? Let's get into these college basketball games. There is one NHL play I like tonight, and it's Nashville, and I only point that out because there's so many college basketball games that a lot of people would just kind of go away from the NBA and NHL. I've gone away from the NBA a good bit, even though I went 2-0 in it last night, just because the product's so bad right now. And then speaking of NBA news, Cade Cunningham's going to miss an extended period of time with a collapsed lung. That sucks. Getting closer and closer to...
One of my favorite players.
Anyway, and then Detroit's playing so well. All right. Let's get into plays today. So we talked about it. I like Louisville and USF, that's South Florida, to go over the 163.5. I do think Louisville wins this game. Part of me wanted to take a minus the 4.5, but I stayed away from it. I like UNC. I think they win against VCU. I know you like VCU. VCU seems to be one of those underdogs that's everyone's favorite. Looking at UNC missing Caleb and going, yeah, I don't see it. I still think they're more talented, and I think they win this game. I like Gonzaga and Kennesaw State to go over the 154.5. I think Troy has got Nebraska on the upset alert, but I'll gladly take the 12.5 points that are coming along with it, even though, as I said, it seems like the public's all over the double-digit dogs right now. I like Ohio State. There's something to be said about how the Big Ten performs, especially in round one of postseason play. I'm not one of these historical guys giving you trends. I've seen people, other handicappers online, posting trends about how this team's done the last 10 tournaments. Please tell me what 10 years ago has to do with the players on this team.
Yeah.
Please. Just, again, people love trends, and I think there are some that fit, but for whatever reason, Big Ten's battle-tested, and some of these close games, maybe it makes more sense to take Iowa over Clemson, or the one I like, Ohio State here in this spot against TCU. We've all talked about it, and I think we all kind of liked it. I like Texas over BYU. I'll take the 2.5, but I think they win outright. I think Georgia over St. Louis is a great play. St. Louis was my darling. Couldn't wait to see who they played in the tournament, and then I looked at the matchup and go, I hate it. Hated it. I think Georgia wins and handles them. But the biggest blowout today, probably my favorite play, is going to be Arkansas against Hawaii. I mean, you look at the situation of where Hawaii has to travel to play them. It's a 4:30 start their time, or 4:15 start, whatever it is, their time, which makes it like an 11:30 start Hawaii time. And you could say it doesn't matter, but you're talking about body clock and how everything's different. And Arkansas is very talented. Acuff is going to come out. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, if they blow him out, maybe you don't see it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped 35-40 in this game. I think he can do it in any game. He might be, I don't know what you think, man. Acuff might be the best scorer in college basketball, period.
Oh, yeah.
He's up there.
Meaning that he's not a shooter, he's not a slasher, he's everything. He has different ways to score.
My 5 favorite plays today, it's weird that I'm on all these 2.5 point spreads, but it would be Arkansas, Georgia, Texas, UNC, and that Louisville USF over is my favorite. Now, let me move to Friday since I'm not going to be here tomorrow. One of my favorite plays tomorrow is Missouri. I think they come in and pull off the upset. So I'm looking at their bracket. I do think this is a team that could end up knocking off Purdue. I fill out 3 brackets. So I think in one of them I have Missouri getting to the Sweet 16. But primarily I got a lot of chalk in my brackets. But I think Missouri's a great play. I love the Kansas under. Kansas is going to beat up on Cal Baptist, but I don't think they're going to run them out of the gym. I think when it comes down to it, the total's 138.5. I think we see Kansas score their 70-some points and then them dominate Cal Baptist on the other side. I think Central Florida's live plus the points against UCLA. I like Nova to win that game. I mean, a lot of people are talking about Utah State's a very good team. I'm going to take Villanova. We don't like Kevin Willard here, but guy's a good coach. I think.
Heck of a coach, man.
Even though I don't like him. I think Tennessee handles SMU, and no, it's not sour grapes going back after the team that embarrassed me last night. No, I just think this is, you're getting an SEC team that can play.
Tennessee handles SMU.
SMU, yeah. What did I write down? Tennessee, yeah, they play SMU in this on Friday.
Didn't SMU lose last night?
Miami of Ohio, excuse me. Yeah. I'm wondering why you're looking at me when I said I think they handle Miami of Ohio. Excuse me. They're favored by 11.5. I do like Texas.
I was like, are you going women's bracket?
Sorry. I'm like, why is he looking at me? What did I say? This is what I talk about. You talk every day, you're going to screw up every once in a while, but whatever.
When is that going to happen?
For me or for you? Kai-Wee. No, it's just, all right. I do like Texas Tech minus the points. I know, again, we've talked about it. It's one of those games where you circle it, and I think if you're betting it, I'm betting the underdog on the money line. I think Texas Tech wins and covers. I'm going the opposite route, but even though I know, look, I think that's a game that when we looked at those two teams, Hofstra playing Alabama and Akron playing Texas Tech, that one of those teams could get upset. Speaking of Hofstra and Bama, I like it to go over the 159.5. My favorite plays tomorrow, clearly Missouri. I do like Kansas to go under. I like Tennessee a lot, and I like that Hofstra-Bama game to go over. I might find a couple more, but right now that's what I'm seeing, so there you go.
There you go. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore.
Ben, did you want to throw out any? We got like a minute left. I know Ben's. Who are some of your favorites today? If you want to throw them out.
Yeah, Texas. Texas is one of my favorite plays of the day. I know if you're in the Maryland area, you can't do college props, but Ryan Conwell for Louisville. If you're in West Virginia, there's a few states that allow it. Ryan Conwell for Louisville over 21.5 points against his former team, USF. I do like that player prop as well.
Yeah, lots of people listening online in other states that allow that type of thing.
Well, I'm glad he said that. I circled it because I'll have him in a DFS lineup today. It's always a fun thing to play on March Madness is picking out some of the players. I will have Acuff and I will have Conwell.
And you're going to Vegas.
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
You're going to miss most of it.
I know. This year, this is the first time, and I'm going from football season to now, that I missed NFL games on a Sunday because we went on vacation. I missed it. I would have missed the first round of the playoffs had the Ravens played in it because we planned a concert that we went to in Cancun. And now I'm going to miss a good portion of March Madness. I'm hoping on the flight out that I can watch what?
Where you flying out?
Tomorrow at I think Southwest.
Southwest has, you want my login?
Oh, you got the hookup?
Yeah, so you can. I have a.
Well, how if you're hearing
I got a login for you to use free internet.
Hey, send it to me, man. Oh,
you have to be one of those. What's it called? Frequent.
Oh,
flyers.
Okay,
whatever they call their frequent flyers.
I don't even know how, what any of my frequent flyer stuff would be because my wife plans out every trip. I don't go anywhere without her.
You're starting to sound like your grandfather.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I told Rob a story the other day about my grandfather. When my grandmother left, she was working for General Motors. She was up in Massachusetts. And I told him it was a personal story about something that happened in our life. I don't mind saying it. My dad beat the ever-loving piss out of my grandfather. Turned his face into blood. I mean, just like
not that part. You know,
walking mash unit. But my grandfather was a drunk and abused him. So I didn't know all that stuff growing up, but my grandfather was running his mouth because my grandmother, he couldn't get a hold of her. Right. He's like, I'm going to kill that bitch. And he's yelling about it. So to tell you how useless that grandfather was, and I don't mean to say it. I was explaining to you, if my grandmother had to leave for a week, she would make one pot of coffee and leave it up. And then he would microwave that same pot of coffee all week long. She'd have to plan out his meals. If he elbowed her in the ribs at 4 a.m. and said, Sadie, make me a bologna sandwich, Sadie got up and made him a bologna sandwich after calling him an MFer. So it's a weird kind of family dynamic.
Ben has the encore. It won't be that. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
We're like 3 days removed from what should have been Armageddon, the Armageddon of tornadoes. Remember that? Hey, let's go to the grocery store. Let's stock up on toilet paper and milk and bread. All for it to be rain. Rain. Weatherman got it wrong, and I'm not blaming him. But I will say this to you. If you were worried about your roof in that situation, shame on you, because I've been telling you about Valor Roofing. This is Rob Long, and I've been telling you about them. Trust your home to Valor. My Essex home, The roof was repaired several years ago by Valor. I'm not just endorsing them, but I'm endorsing them because I'm a customer and I believe in them. Don't neglect your roof. Give them a call, 833-83-VALOR. Tell them I sent you, and Valor will honor 50% off all materials, no interest or payments until 2027. Plus, receive their all-inclusive Valiant lifetime warranty this month. So do that before March 31st. Use code ROB. Again, call 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com and tell them your boy sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Internal friction in Milwaukee. Reports indicate the Bucks want to shut down Giannis Antetokounmpo the remainder of the season following his latest knee injury. The Greek Freak is reportedly pushing back, adamant about returning despite hyperextension and a bone bruise. With the Bucks sitting in 11th and 6 games out of the play-in, the risk probably outweighs the reward. Giannis has already missed a career-high 32 games this season. I'm Drake Cole.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore?
Why do we cheer? Did it? Why do we cheer? It felt like a win. He did it. we got away with murder. Yes, to the
but it's so funny.
Oh my gosh! Oh, you talking about Limp Bizkit lyrics that you're ashamed of? That moment. And that's the encore for the day.
And that moment,
go ahead and refresh everybody's memory.
Yeah, we were talking about school stopping for March Madness and stuff like that, and the teacher that would push out the TV, and everybody's like, "That's the coolest teacher." No, he wanted to watch those damn games. You guys were just fortunate to be in his class. And I said, I remember in high school that our class turned on the one class I was in, graphic arts. We turned on the OJ verdict when it was coming out to listen to it. And that's how we got into it. It's like, he killed 2 people. What are we
I remember, most of the black community was like, yeah! The white community, man, that's some bull.
It wasn't more about 2 white people getting killed. It's like, hey, finally one went our way. Is that kind of the...
I don't know.
You know what? I ain't at the meetings.
I don't know.
Those.
I don't... I'd like to say... One finally went out. I like to say that's what it was. So, yes, it was about...
My favorite...
That's what it was about.
My favorite comedian has, and I use this line in other situations, he goes, man, they look at that Rodney King thing the wrong way. If you watch it in reverse, they help him up and send him on his way. And then he starts talking about Reginald Denny. You remember that guy? He was the guy driving the truck, and they pulled him out and beat the crap out of him. Said, don't drive. You don't want to cross on a crosswalk in front of Denny. He ain't stopping for anyone. Merp, merp. Get out the way. I'm not stopping anymore. What a weird time.
That was
What a weird time to be alive.
That whole era. Wait a minute. That was a weird time to be alive?
Yeah.
COVID wasn't?
COVID was weird.
Now it's not?
Hold on. I didn't say it was the weirdest time.
Okay.
I said it was weird.
Okay, I'm like, where are your feet right now? This is a weird time.
I told you when I went to watch Higher Learning at the theaters, I walk in and Remy comes running out shouting his nonsense, and I'm looking around and people are starting to stare at me. I was like, this is a movie. I ain't him. Shoot, Remy.
The beard.
I love Higher. Well, I didn't have that back then.
Shave cut.
I looked like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Now it's out with bigger ears. Now it's time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show. Brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
You know what I learned? I learned a lot of people saved themselves on St. Patrick's Day for today. A couple buddies of mine telling me, I didn't go out St. Patrick's Day. In 2 days, we got the NCAA tournament. Lots of people saved themselves because St. Patrick's Day was so close to the NCAA tournament. Also, you had the World Baseball Classic that night. Some birthdays, some pop culture birthdays, as well as some sports birthdays. Today, former NBA point guard Andre Miller turns 50, and now former baseball pitcher Clayton Kershaw turns 38. Hey, Ben. Chiefs coach Andy Reid and actor Bruce Willis share birthday. Who's older?
I'm going to guess Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis.
I'll go Bruce Willie.
Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis today turns 70. Andy Reid turns 68.
Oh, look at that.
Got him right.
Both of you.
Got him,
need him,
I'm
got him.
smart, Pop.
All right, where do you want to start out? Did you hear about the guy who swallowed a lamp? He just wanted a light snack. Yuck. Here you go. How do you tell the difference between a Baptist and a Methodist? I don't know if I'm going to get this joke or not. The Methodist will say hello to you at the liquor store. Do you get that? I don't know what that means. Why was the one-legged man at the ATM? He was checking his balance. Here we go. If a man says he'll do something, he'll do it. You don't have to keep reminding him every 6 months. That's true in my part, where I'm a procrastinator.
I'm good at it.
Yep.
I'm not an amateur.
Never do a calculus exam with
I'm a procrastinator.
Hey, yeah. Never do a calculus exam with identical twins. It's too hard to differentiate between them. It's a math joke. By the way, my favorite one, I used to date twins, and everyone asked me how I could tell them apart. Jill had blonde hair, and Jack had a penis. Yeah. What's blue and weighs very little? Light blue. What did Spartacus say when the lion ate his wife? Nothing. He was gladiator.
You love Spartacus jokes.
My wife kept going on and on and on about what we should put in the empty drawer. I told her to put a sock in it. Oh, man.
Give us one more.
Last one here. Someone glued my deck of cards together. I can't deal.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Nolan's sitting there for Bob Haynie. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Thursday and watch the NCAA tournament. Have fun.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet Store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet Store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet Store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet Store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
A full slate of pro basketball action tips off on Monday night as we push closer to the postseason. We kick things off with LA versus Detroit, OKC versus Philly, and Indiana against Orlando. Down in South Florida, San Antonio takes on Miami, followed by Memphis, Atlanta, and Houston, Chicago matchups.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Bracket season is on at Bob Bell Nissan. Total slam dunk savings over $3,500. Drive off in a brand new Nissan Sentra starting at just $19,886. We'll beat your CarMax offer by up to $2,000. Shop BobBellNissan.com.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Last night's first 4 matchups weren't quite as exciting as Tuesday's. Prairie View A&M took down Lehigh by 12, and Miami of Ohio got a 10-point victory over SMU. The Redhawks finished 31-0 in the regular season, becoming just the 3rd Division I college basketball team since 2000 to go unbeaten during that stretch. They'll get a matchup on Friday with 6th seed Tennessee in the Midwest. The round of 64 kicks off at 12:15 today as TCU will face Ohio State in the East Region's 8-9 matchup. In Ravens news, former Baltimore wide receiver Tylan Wallace has agreed to a deal with the Browns. He'll reunite with his offensive coordinator for the last 3 years in Todd Monken. Wallace caught 22 passes for 305 yards and 2 touchdowns during his time with the Ravens and was a special team standout. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials plus pay no interest or payments until 2027, saving you big. Call Valor now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
When you watch him, I think he's got, I don't know how many sacks in the last 3 years. 35, 36, 37 sacks in the last 3 years. Was on pace this year for double-digit sacks before he got hurt. I just watched the tape. You know, he's quick, he's fast, he's aggressive, he's got great hand use, he can bend, he finishes, he chases. I love the passion he plays with. He knows our division. He's a student of the game. He knows the personnel. Some of the best guys, especially at this position, play a very, very long time. We've had a few, and I think Trey's going to be the next guy to do that for us.
Welcome on in, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us here on a Tournament Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the NCAA tournament a little bit later on. We'll give some picks. We won't take up too much time with it, but the games will be starting a little after noon. This is what we wait all year for, the most exciting weekend of the sports calendar. But you heard it coming in there, Ravens related. Eric DaCosta from last week talking about his flashy new toy, Trey Hendrickson, joining the defense, joining a pass rush unit that was desperate for any sort of help this offseason after posting a franchise low in sacks in 2025. Change was needed, and Hendrickson, one of the most attractive guys available this offseason. Now, of course, we've beat it like a dead horse, the Max Crosby situation. So in an effort to move on from Max Crosby, as if he's an ex-girlfriend of sorts, stop talking about her, stop thinking about her, although he wasn't even here that long. It's like kind of got obsessed and fell in love after one date, and then she broke up with you, but that's besides the point. Anyway, what can Trey Hendrickson bring to a Ravens defense? And I'm starting to think maybe sky's the limit here, and I'll explain why in a second. Obviously, on the surface, they had the need, and I appreciate the fact that they went in an aggressive sense, either willing to trade the 2 first-round picks for Crosby or handing out the big money to Trey Hendrickson, that they didn't feel like they could just solve this issue as a collective. Well, let's go get a veteran guy here. Let's get take a one-year flyer on this guy who was banged up last year, and all the pieces will come together and we'll just boost our sack total that way. No, go get the guaranteed thing. And Trey Hendrickson, about as close to a sure thing as you could get this offseason. His career high in sacks, did it back-to-back years in 23 and 24 with 17.5. When you look at Ravens history, Elvis Dumervil holds the franchise record for single-season sack total. That was 17, set back in 2014. So when I'm thinking about Hendrickson and what he brings to the table this year, is a Ravens franchise record on the table? I think so. If you look at what Dumervil did back in 2014, actually really had the benefit of teaming up with Terrell Suggs when he was still in his prime. Terrell Suggs had 12 sacks that season. Pretty good compliment. When you look at what Hendrickson's did in his recent seasons with the Bengals, 23 and 24, the complementary pieces, Joseph Osai, Sam Hubbard the next year, 5 sacks 1 year for Osai, 6 the next for Hubbard. Pretty big gap from 17.5 down to that. So it's not like he had a Robin out there 100% of the time that was boosting him and allowing him to get more favorable matchups. And then when you throw in the fact that Hendrickson comes off the field as much as he does, he's proven that he can get great elite results with less reps than his other elite contemporaries in the pass rush department. So I don't think it's out of the question at all for Hendrickson to be back in that 17 sack range and maybe even set some Ravens franchise history.
Well, I think I like the addition. You know what was kind of funny to me was Eric said, he just got done watching the film. I mean, and they'd already signed him, right? that made me laugh. Just kidding, Eric, But yeah, I'm sure he studied a ton of film. But the thing about it is with Hendrick, I think what they had been doing, Nolan, for a couple years, one year guys. Mm-hmm. Well, Van Oy, he was a 1 year guy, but he had a lot of sacks, so they kept him. And then they were always trying to find, the young guy, always the job, giving them opportunities, and that never worked. So it was kind of a hodgepodge, and it was not getting, they had zero production this past year. So let's go get, and that's what they wanted to do with Crosby. They were going to get the best guy in the league, one of the best guys in the league, him, Myles Garrett, and a couple of others. But yeah, so, and they went totally out of character because they realized that we got to fix this. So, I mean, Eric had done something he'd never done before, give away first-round picks, and I'm sure, that killed him. And then, when the physical thing happened, Hendrickson was still out there, and this is a guy that had, like you said, 35 sacks. The thing I think for sure, Nolan, is I think this year they're going to get a great year from him. I think he's going to have huge production just because he wants to show Cincinnati gets to play against Cincinnati. He knows the AFC North. I think that he's going to come in. He's going to be at OTAs. He's going to be here all the time. And I think 100% he has double-digit sacks this year. And I think it worked, because the combination of people they have, because Tavius Robinson is a perfect fit for Trey Hendrickson. Because, he's a run, good run stopper. And that's, if you want to use him the best, that's where you use him. And, Hendrickson you want to use in the past. Because I remember whenever they would play the Bengals, we'd always say, you want to run at Hendrickson. Mm-hmm. And that's what people do. So he's a excellent pass rusher. And I think if they have Matabike back and Jones back, and Mike Green's going to be better because why? All defensive coordinator. First time in a while, Nola, that they've had a D coordinator that has said, we got to worry about this guy, on defense. So I think he's going to have a really good year this year. And then after that, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest here, double digits, that's kind of the floor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
It's got to be at least that. If he's coming up short of that, I'm assuming he's missing some time. Even last year when he had the injury before he got banged up, his pace was for double digits. He had 4 through the first 5 weeks. The week 6 went without anything, but then he got hurt in their, what was it? Yeah, week 8 when they played the Jets. So that wasn't even a complete game. But yeah, that's why I think the sky really is the limit here, right? Yeah. And I don't want to just start spouting off, well, defensive player of the year and everything. But when I look at the pieces around him, whereas that Cincinnati defense, well, last year, forget it. They've been a mess for a couple of years now. That he's just kind of a one-man gang. The biggest threat. You come to a Baltimore defense, as bad as they were last year, the individual talent is there. Kyle Hamilton on the back end, obviously. Nnamdi Madubuike coming back would be huge. Potentially a Roquan Smith return to form. So there's pieces here, and him joining the mix really does boost them. So I'm not going to say defensive player of the year. I'm not even going to say, sack leader or anything. When he had 17 and a half in 2024, that was good enough to lead the league, but he might not even lead the division in sacks. It's totally with Garrett and Watt. I mean, this is just loaded now, which is another reason why I like the Ravens actually coming to the party, because you've seen this for the past 5 to 10 years where it's like in your own division, you've got these absolute nightmare game wreckers that are trying to get after Lamar. And all that time, you never had one, and there were great years, 23 and 24. They were among the league leaders, like team-wise, sack production. But it was about the collective. Nnamdi Madubuike had 13 in 2023. They didn't have another double-digit guy. Clowney and Van Noy came close, but again, it was about the collective. And nobody expected what they got when Clowney and Van Noy signed. So it's good to have more of that sure thing. There's no what if here, which is the biggest thing.
When you look at Seattle, who won the Super Bowl, I think they had 4 guys with 7. But here's the thing, too, about Hendrickson, Nolan, is I think headspace, mentally, he's jacked. You talk about last year, he was pissed off. They were hosing him around. He just came off a back-to-back 17-and-a-half season, and he can't get a deal. So he's pissed, So is he really going in motivated? Probably not, Whereas this year, I think that's why I say we're getting he's going to come hell-bent for election. He's going to be in great shape. He's going to be ready to go. He's going to want to stick it to the Bengals, So that's why I have high hopes for him.
410-583-1057. What are your expectations for Trey Hendrickson this season? And if we want to continue it to really the entire pass rush, we talk about a Mike Green. Maybe we could go more in depth with this when we come back from our break coming up about what Hendrickson's presence does for him. Because last year, if I'm being honest, I was a little underwhelmed. Actually, not a little. I was underwhelmed by what Mike Green did last year.
I was disappointed.
And really because in training camp, you were out there, you saw it with your own eyes. He looked as advertised. This was the highly touted first-round talent coming out of the draft. And then you get into real game action. Preseason action was pretty good, flashing. It was like, oh, this guy's too good for the O-lineman that he's going up against. And then the regular season comes around, and it was like, it was in quicksand at times. Things slowed down a little bit. It wasn't even on the radar. It was kind of the Oweh stuff, where it's like, oh, he played that many snaps? Didn't even notice him. He was out there. What the hell's going on? So I'm really hoping that, I don't want to say double digit for Mike Green, but I think this year it's got to be in that 7-8 range.
Oh, no doubt. And I think he's going to be, better for the biggest reason, and I keep talking about it, Jesse Minter. I think Jesse Minter, just look at what he did with Oweh. I keep going back to that. So I've met Jesse Minter one time. I know his dad extremely well. And just from watching him, what he has done at Michigan and the Chargers, and what he did with Oweh, which we have, really good comparison to. I think that if he has Mike Green, I think Mike Green is going to have a hell of a year this year. I think he's going to be a lot better. Why do I say that? Because with Oweh, what did he say about Oweh? He says, they simplified things for him, and, they let him do the things that he could, so I think that's the types of things that Jesse's going to do with Mike Green. Okay, what are his strengths? What does he struggle with? We're not going to ask him to do that. We'll ask other people, to do those kind of things. So, if it's because you look at Owe. Owe had less reps, Nolan, and more sacks.
Yes, yeah.
So they were doing something right, and the confidence that he had. He got $100 million contract from Washington. So, yeah, he definitely did something right. So that's why I keep saying I have total belief in this defense, and I don't know another defensive coach on the staff other than Jesse Minter. Well, I know Weaver, but I just think that Jesse Minter is going to get these guys in the right spot, and we're going to have a hell of a defense this year.
We're asking you for your expectations of the Ravens pass rush today, Trey Hendrickson and Mike Green, for that matter. We've got a couple people on hold already. We'll get your calls when we come back.
They need 20 combined between the two, whether it be 14 and 6, but they need 20 combined, I think, Nolan.
That's a good benchmark,
yeah. And if we get over that, then, it's going to be a big plus because we're going to get, like Mike McDonald, Kyle Hamilton, he had 3 or 4? So we're going to get, some secondary people and those kind of other people just like Mike McDonald's defense.
Right, yeah. I mean, go back to that 2023 season when we talked about the collective. 16 different players recorded a sack that year. So obviously you had the big three, Matabike, Clowney, Van Noy, but it really was. I mean, Patrick Queen chipping in 3.5 from inside linebacker spot, 3 from Kyle Hamilton, like you said. Brent Urban with 3. Wow, that was kind of a shocker. But yeah, they got the results. So at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. You just want the grand total. You want the situational sacks. You don't want empty stats by any means. But for those two as a duo, the starting duo, I think that's a good baseline expectation. Want to hear from you, 410-583-1057. We'll also talk about maybe a need for another pass rush addition. What kind would it look like? Would it be a draft pick? Would it be kind of a summertime veteran signing, just a little additional piece to put you over the top? Or are you fine with them sitting as is? Matabike, if he's healthy, is that a good enough pass rush unit overall, or at least a front seven, we'll call it? 410-583-1057. It's Vinny and Haynie here on The Fan.
The NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get two phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It's Total Request Thursday here on Vinny and Haney. Send in any song suggestions you want to the Plaza 4 text line, 410-583-1057. Same number to call in. We want to hear from you today talking about the Ravens pass rush expectations for 2026, whether it's Trey Hendrickson individually or the group as a whole, growth from Mike Green, wherever you want to take it. And we're getting out to the phones right now, as a matter of fact, starting with Rashawn in Baltimore. What's going on, Rashawn?
Hey, what's going on, Vinny and Nolan?
Doing great, man.
What's up?
I'm not much. I'm not going to spend too much time on the Hendricks and Green stuff because I know all the callers can be talking about that all day. But I definitely agree with you, Vinny. I definitely, would expect 20 sacks between both of them, this season. So, or even more. But real quick though, Marlon Humphreys, right, in his contract, he's due $23 million this year, right, against the cap. Now, if we bill him after June 1st, we can save $15 million, right? So, you see anybody giving us at least a 4th round pick for him, and at least save $15 million?
I think he's going to stay. I think he took a haircut. I think he's taken a haircut, took a haircut, whatever. But they normally don't announce guys, taking cuts. I think Marlon has already taken a cut, Rashawn.
Really?
Yeah, and I think
they don't announce that.
No, they don't announce it.
So this past Sunday, remember we were talking to Brian McFarland last week, and there was a couple players that had that Sunday deadline where their guarantees kick in.
His was $4 million.
Right. So it's just a little bit, but Roquan was in that camp. But if they were going to move on, they would have wanted to do it, whether trade or cut, they would have done it before that.
Yes.
They had to guarantee that $4 million.
So I think he took a big haircut to stay. I think he wanted to stay, and otherwise, who would have traded for him? Maybe Harbs,
Of course, Harbs. He's trying to get all these former players, I see.
He got a lot of them.
He even got hurt. He got Cooper Rush going up there, working him out.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Big quarterback, Jason Dart. So they can have Cooper Rush, man.
Hey, Rashawn, they can have him.
Hey, but speaking of backup quarterbacks, right? I was surprised that they traded Geno Smith to the Jets for a 7th round pick, right? And the Jets is only on the hook for $3.3 million. What you think? What you've been something the Ravens should have looked into, trading the 7th round and having Geno back up Lamar versus Huntley. Like, Huntley is a good game manager and everything, but,
I am guessing that Geno didn't want to come to, he's got a chance to start there. So, and they're going to take care of first 7th round pick, and they got to eat the money anyhow. So basically, you're, probably doing them a where do you want to go?
Mm-hmm. Man, talking about the Jets being attractive to a player, it's an oxymoron. But, it makes sense,
Yeah.
And they were already committed to Huntley. I think it makes sense. He's familiar here. And really, in a lot of ways, he grew a lot last year. We didn't get to see him a ton. The games that he did start, though, or did appear in, there was something there. It was a different Tyler Huntley. That's the best I've ever seen him as a game manager and the ideal backup for Lamar Jackson. Whereas Cooper Rush, you're changing styles. But really, the biggest thing is that Rush just stunk. That was the biggest thing. You could say, it wasn't a good fit style wise, scheme wise, but it just flat out stunk.
Well, when I was I keep saying it, I can't even remember who the practice squad dude was. Who we had.
We still have Leary.
Yeah, it was Leary. So Leary and Rush were on the field, and you couldn't tell the difference between either one.
Leary was the guy who was just go, deep ball. Like, hey, throw something else,
Well, the only way, they were two white guys, and it's like, okay.
What are you saying? We all look alike?
No, I'm saying they did because they were both bad, So it was, you couldn't tell the difference between the two, and you got one guy who's making the minimum, and you got one guy who was getting, $5 million or whatever, and you couldn't tell. I thought Cooper Rush had no arm. I'm like, this guy can't be the guy who was in Dallas because he sucked.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of is that Dallas had a pretty good defense those years you go back to the games that he started.
Yeah.
The defense was holding the opponent to, under 20, 21 points. It was a pretty low point total to clear.
Like when he was out there in training camp and stuff, I didn't even watch. It was like, who cares? If the backup comes in, they're in trouble. And what happened? Backup had to come in, and they were in trouble. I think the backup quarterback is extremely, extremely important position. And I think they're totally comfortable. Huntley won games for him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with Huntley being the backup quarterback.
Big games, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, must.
And the biggest thing is the players have confidence in him.
Yes. Yeah, it makes too much sense. And, there was a case to be made that he might have been attractive enough, not in a Malik Willis sense, but kind of similar, where a guy's thrust in to start some big games, that this could be his shot to get paid, but happy to have him stick around, for sure. We got Jim Smith, athletic director of University of Maryland, coming up in the next segment, but let's get another call real quick before we break. Zach is in Parkville. What's up, Zach?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Doing awesome.
So, first and foremost, I am a Steelers fan. I grew up in Pennsylvania, moved down to Maryland, back and forth across state line. My biggest question is going to be, let's be honest, other than the Super Bowl and the playoffs, Ravens Steelers are the two biggest games to watch all season.
Mm-hmm.
With that, what do you think Pittsburgh or even any other teams in the AFC are going to have to do to tighten up their lines? Are they going to have to just make the tight end just be block pass rush focused, or are we just going to have everybody going to have to pick up another lineman?
Yeah, thanks for the call. Well, look, the Steelers have had to deal with Hendrickson for a while now. They're built,
and Garrett.
Yeah. So I think now maybe you could say, well, I'll say this about the Browns. The Browns overhauled their offensive line completely.
Probably 4 new dudes.
I think they brought one guy back, but yeah, they had
Matinho, I think.
Everyone was coming up on free agency at the same time. Performance-wise, it was not good. All I remember from the past couple seasons is whenever we do a film segment with Vinny and we're talking about the Browns matchup, it was just, man, this O-line is terrible. They can be had. And then the Ravens, go figure, wouldn't get anything going against them. So typical. All right, coming up next, Jim Smith, University of Maryland. Not a good season for the men's basketball team. We'll put a bow on that. But more importantly, the women's basketball team, they are very much a part of the tournament. We'll talk about their matchup against UNC, and spring football will be here before you know it as well. Stay tuned for that next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. Be sure to visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all your favorite foods from the original Costas Inn. And when you do, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Guys, remember when 2 p.m. didn't feel like midnight? When your get up and go actually got up and went? If your energy's crashed harder than your New Year's resolution, low testosterone might be the culprit. LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone therapy that gets you back in the game. More energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the guy you used to be, minus the questionable haircut. Stop napping through life. Call LifeMed Institute 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com for your TRT-free consultation. LifeMed clinics are in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing. Just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Bray & Scarf's Upgrade and Save Laundry event is happening now. It's the best time to upgrade to the latest technology thanks to extra bonus savings and next-day delivery on their best-selling Whirlpool and Maytag washers and dryers. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live in Falston. We're super excited for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary on April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities and special guests for an afternoon of fun, food, and drinks. Your ticket gets you light fare and 2 drink tickets for beer, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Play Know Your Show, win tickets to upcoming concerts, and check out all the cool upgrades at Barrel House Live. Get your tickets now before it sells out at odyssey.com/1057 The Fan.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
The Fan's Ed Norris.
I loved football as a kid, and one of my idols was a hard-nosed safety on the Baltimore Colts. So I wore number 40 from Pee Wee football to college football whenever it was available. It was Bruce Laird. We're close friends to this day. No other career would have made that happen. It's been a great ride.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles re-signed Albert Suarez to a minor league deal back in December. Suarez had some struggles to start spring training, but looked as good as we've seen him in yesterday's outing against the Blue Jays. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits and struck out 5 in 4 innings of work. Manager Craig Albernaz liked what he saw from the veteran.
Yeah, started through the ball great. The fastball had a little extra life hit today. Off-speed offerings were there. Slide breaking ball was sharp. Did a good job controlling the strike zone. But yeah, it was a solid day for Suarez.
With Andrew Kittredge likely to start the year on the IL, Suarez is a candidate to make the opening day roster in the bullpen. In other MLB news, Blue Jays starter Jose Barrios was diagnosed with a stress fracture in his right elbow and will miss the start of the season. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the high 40s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has expected showers and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Conrad's. Game day is better at Conrad's with plenty of high tops, bar seating, and brand new large screen TVs. Plus, enjoy slam dunk food and drink specials. Conrad's in Perry Hall and Abingdon. I'm Ben Hall. Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right.
Vinny and Haynie here on a Tournament Tuesday. Welcome back. A special guest joining us here in a second. We're going to talk to Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith. Of course, the Ask the AD segment every week, sponsored by the Green Turtle, featuring the Turtle Trio. 3 favorites for $15.99 plus $2 off personal pitchers. So we welcome him back after a 1-week hiatus. Jim, how you doing today, man?
Hey, guys. Good. How about you?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Great, Jim.
It's that special time of year where the tournaments are in full swing, just a couple hours away from the men's tournament getting underway here. But we'll start with the women's side of things because Maryland very prominently featured here. I misspoke before the break. I said Maryland taking on UNC. They're playing at UNC, playing at Chapel Hill, taking on Murray State. So Maryland earns the 5 seed this year. Another solid season for Brenda with more postseason aspirations on the horizon.
Well, hey, Nolan, I think you may be foreshadowing what will happen. We will be playing UNC likely after we win tomorrow. So maybe you were just getting ahead of yourself.
That's fine. Yeah, go for it. But Brenda's team this year, there was a little up and down. They ran the gauntlet at one point with all those, ranked opponents earlier in the year. But to end up here as a 5 seed, they're always in it. Brenda's always got them as perennial contenders. But, a chance to make a deep run this year. What do you see?
17th consecutive season in the postseason, which is really an incredible testament to how she builds her program and how competitive we've been in women's basketball for a long time. And we've had a number of injuries in our women's basketball and then kind of just persevered all the way through. And we've been really good on the road. We've got big wins on the road at Ohio State, at Minnesota. So we're accustomed to going and having to play on the road and play hard, and we're going to go do that at UNC.
Hey, Jim, what was your opinion of when all those, former coaches, ADs, commissioners went to the White House to, with the president to talk about how to fix college athletics?
I felt left out. No, I look. There's got to be dialogue with the White House and with Congress in order to, keep moving us along to getting a system that's sustainable long term. I think everybody in this collegiate industry realizes that what we have now is just not a long term sustainable solution. And so, how do we get to something that can work for everyone? And having good dialogue that can take place is important. And it was, I think, a good next step. I think I think we're all anticipating the president issuing some executive order, and we'll see what comes out in that and how we all can react to that and see if that actually puts us on a pathway to some form of sustainability.
Hey, Jim, the thing that bothers me is like the thing that I always used to preach. And like when I was at Lou's funeral Monday, I mean, that was what all the former players, 4 for 40. You give me 4, I'll give you 40 years down the road, after you graduate. Now the loyalty to a school and having a degree from that place means nothing. That's the thing that bothers me.
Well, I think the degree still means something, but I do agree with you on the loyalty side. I think the piece about there's nobody in that sits in my role that loves the fact that everyone can transfer every year, and that I think we've talked about this. Imagine the NFL being every player being a free agent every year. Yeah. What would you have then? You'd have it would be very, very hard to exist if you can't build some continuity. So if we can get some eligibility rules and that will be a step in the right direction. It'll also help us from not just like you said from the loyalty standpoint. It'll also help make sure we keep these student athletes on pace to have a degree. Mm-hmm. And I think that's we can't ever forget the fact that a lot of these guys are getting degrees at the end of their college career. They're not all going to play in the professional level. And that degree matters, but you're right about the loyalty piece. We hosted a great basketball alumni reunion this year after the Washington game, and they loved being there. They loved it, and you can sense the loyalty that. And Maryland's got some Maryland basketball history, but you can sense the passion that they all had for our university. And that's what we do want to try to create, but it is very hard in the system we're in.
Speaking of that loyalty stuff, and you mentioned basketball there, I mean, men's season came to a close in the conference tournament last week. I mean, it's a little old news at this point, but as we look to the future, much of the talk has been about the recruiting class coming in next year, and that's exciting. But from your perspective, the importance of some of these young guys who flashed this year sticking around and being there for a little continuity under Buzz, guys like Darius Adams and Andre Mills.
You hit the right point, Nolan, in that you want to, and we talked about this in the football season, right? You want to retain the best talent that will make us competitive going forward. You need to recruit new talent in, and then you have to go to the portal to complement what you have to make sure you can be successful next year. And I think that's exactly what we're doing. And I know Buzz and his staff are reviewing the roster and having conversations with the guys and getting an idea of who wants to be here and who doesn't want to be here. And then how do we make a really good roster going forward?
Hey, Jim, let me ask you, from your position being an athletic director, the basketball season ends, how soon do you sit down with the head coach, and what are you guys talking about when you do sit down after the season, after the season ends?
Well, Vinny, I don't think it's the same in football. We're not waiting till after the season to have the conversations of what next year look like. They start towards the end of the season. The portal comes really fast. You have to determine, where you want to invest your resources, what the resources look like to invest, and, how we're going to get better quickly. So those conversations have been ongoing. Buzz, just like Locks, they both have been very open to, feedback. And, we talk about what we need to improve on as quick as possible and how we can get there.
We've been talking with University of Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith here on the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. Before we let you run here, Jim, spring football starts up here before we know it. Next week, the action gets rolling there for Locks and Company.
So I can't wait to see all the guys and our new coaches get out there with our team and see what we have. I know it'll only be day one, but I can't wait for day one of spring ball. And they've been working out, and it's the formal time where we get to really start to get ready for next year. I think you're going to see a different approach on the offensive side of the ball. We really like what we have on the defensive side of the ball. So really excited to get football going.
Hey, Jim, you know what shocked me? And I guess I shouldn't be shocked with the way things are. I was talking to one of the Notre Dame coaches Monday or Sunday night, I think I was talking to him. He said they have 8 defensive starters, all make over $1 million a year. I mean, I was like, what? I guess that's college football today, I guess.
Vinny, don't say that out loud. Jeez, you're just driving the price up for everybody else at that point. That is nuts. But, that is the reality at some programs, for sure.
He's Jim Smith, University of Maryland Athletic Director, joins us throughout the year on Thursdays. Jim, we really appreciate the time, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
All right, guys. Have a good rest of the week.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep, there he goes. So coming up next, we'll get more from you. 410-583-1057 if you want to talk about the Ravens, their defense, the way that they're constructed, expectations for Trey Hendrickson, Mike Green, the defense as a whole. We'd love to hear it. 410-583-1057.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Lakers have now won 7 straight games, and I think the credit goes to the third option on the team, LeBron James. LeBron has really taken this role behind Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, and he's playing tremendous basketball. 30 points last night in the win over the Rockets. I still don't think the Lakers can compete with the Thunder in the Western Conference, but we have to take them more seriously now with LeBron's new role. I'm Nick Custers.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Beautiful Thursday here. It's actually going to get warm again this afternoon.
50.
I know.
This weekend's supposed to be nice again.
Love it. Love it. Baseball's around the corner. We can't have a situation. I didn't even look ahead to the weather for next Thursday. I'm kind of scared to. Because if there's any sort of rain in the forecast, it'd just be a damper on the mood. We've had a little...
Oh, it's 66 and cloudy.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Hold on. It was 1 week away. That's all we need. Nothing worse than snow or rain on opening day. There was that one opening day they had snow. It was crazy. But rain for sure, that'll put a damper on things. So,
Well, Wednesday, Nolan, there's no rain. Monday's the only day it rains. Otherwise, we got sun on Tuesday and 50. Wednesday's 53. Thursday, like I said, 66. Friday, 62. Saturday, sunny and 53.
Sounds perfect to me.
So good. It'll be a good time.
We've been talking Ravens here in the first hour, and the pass rush in particular. Trey Hendrickson, both Vinny and I are pretty high on what he can do individually, and then in turn, what his presence could do to help boost Mike Green. And, of course, what new defensive coordinator, new defensive-minded coach could do for Mike Green. Let's hear more from the people about the Ravens defense, starting with Kevin in Ellicott City.
What's good, Vinny and Nolan?
Hey, what's up,
happening?
man?
Chilling, man. Looking forward to the weekend, getting excited for the Orioles opening day like you guys. But yeah, man, I think we had 2 years of just not, this is no slight on Coach Orr, right? It just wasn't working out well there. I think we kind of got acclimated to the defense not being to the standard that we expect here. I'm with you, though, guys. I think this changes the perspective for a guy like Mike Green. I'm sure he was frustrated last year, Ben. I mean, he came out of college red hot, right? Like he was ready. I think we'll have, that aggressive defense of the past, but I think we got to get, be open that schemes are going to change. And I think Jesse Minter is going to do that dang thing, fellas. I really do. And
I'm 100% a believer with Jesse Minter. And for the same reasons you're saying, and the biggest thing is we saw it with Mike McDonald. And then basically he's been on the same path and has had the same success, and now he's here.
Yeah, man, it's going to work out just fine on defense, fellas. I think we're going to be like, man, we've been waiting, and I think it's going to come to roost. And you guys are spot on, man. It's going to work out. But great segment. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thanks.
Nolan, I'm still more concerned about the offense than I am the defense.
I think most people are. I mean, it just, coaching aside, just look at the depth chart for both sides. Like, I think I said it the other day, it wouldn't be ideal, but the defense could suit up as is right now and get by, or maybe even have success.
Oh, yeah.
Offense cannot. You don't even have O-linemen. So a lot of work to do on that side of the ball.
A lot of backups in the O-line right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, big time. Big time. If Pinter's their starting center, I'm going to have major gripes. I'll just say that.
I'll bet if I'm a betting man, Corey Bullock beats those guys out.
I would hope. Yeah, but I mean, a big if, because we never really got a clear indication of how Harbaugh and his staff viewed Bullock.
Yeah.
You know, you ask a question and you get the typical coach speak. He's coming along. He's good. We like him. We value him. The backup, blah, blah,
center,
blah.
yeah.
But in a season where you had such glaring O-line needs, the fact that he never got a shot was just so puzzling. And I wanted to say that maybe I'm bailing out Harbaugh here, but like there's something we don't know. Right? We just didn't see this guy throughout the prep where he maybe looked good in training camp and something was different in the season.
Well, the thing that bothered me a little bit was the O-line was so freaking bad. You know, the guards.
Yes.
And kept running the same dudes out there.
Right.
You know, that was just give somebody, it can't get any worse.
Right, and then Emory Jones gets in there when he's healthy.
He was bad, yeah.
Yeah.
He had no anchor, he was playing high. And I mean, Emory Jones hadn't taken a snap since last year,
right.
so it was really not
thrown
fair.
Into the deep end.
Yeah. That was not going to be, and Vincent, he was 2 years away. He's, and I don't even know if he can't anchor this year, if he didn't get stronger in the lower and stuff, he's going to be, still a question mark.
Get another call here. Sean's in Minnesota. What's going on, Sean?
What's up, Vin, Nolan?
We're doing great, man.
How's God's country up there?
Oh, man. Well, we just had a blizzard, 3-4 days ago.
Spring ball, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and hey, let me just say this. Always during the state hockey tournament, there was always a blizzard.
Oh, I tell you what, the wonderful thing about Minnesota is that, just when you think you're out of the woods, Minnesota says, hold my beer. Then, speaking of which, we ain't seen you up here since the Penn State game over at the Gophers. Yeah, we ain't seen you here since then. How you been?
Good. I've been good. Yeah. So, it's all good. What questions you got?
So about this pass rush situation, I really, defensively and pass rush, we're going to be great already. I'm going to tell you about someone no one's been talking about, and low key, to me, was the biggest surprise, and the guy I rooted for most last year was Teddy Boucher.
Yeah.
Teddy Buchanan, man, that guy right there, I think he's going to be the one to take that step before Mike Green does. I'm not saying Mike Green don't come along and it doesn't become a force one day, but I think the future of this organization is going to be right there in that.
The big thing with Teddy is when's he going to be healthy?
Right.
That's going to be the thing.
A torn ACL.
Torn ACL. That's probably 9 months.
Yeah, but he's young, man. He's a kid. He'll heal up nice and quick. I tell you what, he's going to be like Jared Johnson. I think he's going to be like I-95 the way he is playing. So I think they're going to be great. And then to furthermore, Weave. You got Weave in the building. You got who's doing special teams now again?
Anthony Levine.
Levine. You got Levine in the building. You got Weave in the building. So you got guys as far as coaching who were literally they were putting building blocks into this organization some 20 odd years ago. So I think, and then Minter, it's a return home. And everyone likes to talk about Mike McDonald's defense, but the truth of the matter is that out there in Michigan, that wasn't McDonald's defense. That was McDonald's Minter defense.
Well, it was Minter that won the national championship.
Yeah. It was, with the same scheme. It was all the same thing.
I think Jesse was undefeated against Ohio State, if I may recall.
You recall correctly.
All right,
thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Sean. On Buchanan, not only a torn ACL, but that happened in December at the end of the season. It was week 15. So you go 9 months out on that. That comes to September. You're right up against it at the start of the season. So, is training camp a wash for him? And if that's the case, then I don't know if it's fair to expect a leap or let alone, similar results to what he showed last year. I think if that's going to happen, it wouldn't be until the second half of the season.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Nolan. So Simpson, and we'll see. Jesse's got to work his magic on Simpson, so we'll see about that and the draft. Maybe they find another Buchanan. I remember because I remember when I did Buchanan, because he transferred from somewhere to Cal, and he had those short little arms. And I remember asking Harbs, are you concerned about his short arms? He said, I just put on the film, and all he does is make every tackle. You know?
And that ended up coming to fruition.
Yeah,
He's a
no
tackling
doubt.
machine, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
One of the few guys on the defense last year that was not a concern wrapping up. When we come back, Jerry Coleman's going to join us. Keep the Ravens talk going with him.
This is the worst segment of this.
Come on now. You know? Well, I'd say that it cannot be worse than last week, where we get the live call stuck in the Hertz rental car line.
Yeah.
So we'll do a little better than that this week. We'll get Jerry's expectations for Hendrickson and this defense. A little bit later in the 11 o'clock hour, Vinny's going to give us his first draft profile of the day. And we'll finally, right before the madness starts around noon, we'll give you some of our NCAA tournament predictions. We're not doing every game, and we could sit here and pretend like we know what we're talking about, but we'll just do our Final Four picks, maybe a few upsets if we had our eye on any. And if you have any of your own, feel free to get in here because we have limited time left to make any changes before they are locked in. Stay tuned. Vinny and Haynie continues on The Fan.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fan's team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Talent Appliances celebrating their 47th anniversary right now, and that means big savings on select appliances for your home. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Professional, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just upgrading, now's the time. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop their beautiful showroom or online. And when you stop in, ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop today at townappliance.com.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold.
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Going to be honest with you, everybody's tired. Everybody's got an opinion about what you should be doing, how you should be living, who you should be trying to be. I'm not here for all that. Sometimes you just need one simple thing, something that actually feels good, not impressive, not complicated, just good. That's why I like Lion's Den. No judging, no weird vibes, just real stuff that works. However you live, whoever you are, you don't got to explain it. Just got to do it. Feel something good. Lion's Den. Visit Lion's Den in Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, and Pasadena, or online at lionsden.com.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code BALT and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Vinny and Haynie on Tuesday, March 24th at Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes in Abingdon as they broadcast live. Every hour while on site, they'll be giving away a pair of tickets to 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening April 4th.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles were 3-2 winners over the Blue Jays yesterday thanks to some timely offense. Ryan Mountcastle and Blaze Alexander got things started in the first with a pair of RBI singles, while Jeremiah Jackson went yard for the first time this spring in the fourth. At-bats have been hard to come by for the 25-year-old utility player after he made a strong impression as a rookie in 2025. But based on the way Craig Albernaz spoke after yesterday's game, he's not off the radar by any means.
Been throwing a lot at him, kind of continuing from last year with a bunch of different positions, trying that out. You know, he's getting comfortable at second base, and bat quality has been solid all camp. But to see go leave Oppo like that is really impressive.
The O's will play a pair of games today in split squad action, starting with a battle against the Yankees at 1:05. Later on this evening, they'll face the Pirates, with Trevor Rogers set to make one more spring outing before he gets the ball a week from now on opening day. First pitch in that one is scheduled for 6:05. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
All right. It's Total Request Thursday here on Vinny and Haynie. Send in any song suggestions you want to the Plaza 4 text line, 410-583-1057. We'll play them for you throughout the rest of the show. Joining us now to keep the Ravens conversation rolling, he is Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast, but a little more of a baseball focus coming up, and he'll tell you about that in a second. But Jerry, good morning. How you feeling, man?
A lot better than last week, guys.
You finally got the car.
Kerfuffle that was. Yeah, I mean, I was in the middle of waiting in line to get a rental car. I told the agent that I was about to go on the radio and just go ahead and process the car. So the car was ready once I got off the phone, but she was giving me hand signals in the middle of the interview. Do you want insurance? Do you want a full tank? And I'm just like giving her, Vinny, I'm giving her the cutthroat signal on everything. No, right. No.
Hey, Jared, the big question is what size car did you get?
Oh, I got the compact. That's all. They try to sell you like a big SUV. I'm like one person. I'm going from Fort Lauderdale to Miami. That's it.
That's fair. I fell into that trap too. I drove all the way up to Vermont in a compact. That was quite the scene. But it was just me, so we made it work. Anyway, Ravens-related stuff today. We've been talking about the defense, and Vinny and I are pretty high on what this new coaching staff is going to be able to get out of the carryover players, but also what the flashy new piece in Trey Hendrickson brings to the table. And I almost said the sky's the limit here. After recording 17 and a half sacks in 23 and 24, is this a guy that you think could maybe even make Ravens history and break the single-season franchise sack record that Elvis Dumervil had back in 2014?
I guess there's that potential, but he has to stay healthy. And again, I mean, he knows this division very well, having played in it with the Bengals. I think he is going to be the main guy. I still haven't ruled out Nnamdi Madubuike just yet. Neither have the Ravens. I don't know how much you guys are talking about him. I was talking about him with Mike Preston the other day. Yeah, I mean, he's still around with the team. There's videos out there. He was at the playoff games, never said anything about his retirement. Vinny, you remember how reluctant the Ravens were to talk about it. So I'm not completely ruling him out. And to have him healthy, along with guys like Mike Green and, of course, the addition of Hendrickson, that would improve the pass rush so much more than it was last year. I mean, I think I heard you say they need at least 20 sacks between Mike Green and the addition of Hendrickson. I don't know if Mike Green's going to be able to get to double digits just yet. He had 3.5 sacks last year. Maybe he can double that.
Yeah, well, yeah. What I'm thinking is like 13 from Hendrickson, and maybe like a 7, kind of from Mike Green. But Jared, what did you think when you saw Lamar Jackson doing his boxing and everything? And when's he coming up? And is he coming up? Is he donating his $750,000 again this year?
It's going to be very telling. I didn't think much of the boxing, Vinny. I mean, it's a new way to train, and I understand it helps with your endurance. And Lamar's very chiseled. I don't know how it helps your passing accuracy or anything like that, or maybe it helps with your footwork. But he's going into a new system with a new offensive coordinator, so I think it's imperative that he be up here. Even though he's a veteran and he's been around for a while, you got to learn this new system starting as early as possible if you're all dialed in. And we will find out once these camps open. I know they're voluntary, but it's pretty much mandatory that he show up for at least a few sessions and not just a courtesy drop by.
He's Jerry Coleman joining us here every Thursday on Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. And weapons-wise, at Lamar's disposal, a lot of mock drafts here so far as we get closer and closer to draft weekend. Have the Ravens taking a wide receiver in the first round with that 14th overall pick. Where do you stand on that? Because this entire time, I just keep shaking my head. Like, there's so many other more pressing needs that I would rather see them target than wide receiver in the first round. But do you lean towards the side of that actually being more of a need than a luxury?
That's a luxury. I side with you. Offensive line has to be the top choice, I would think. That needs major repair. You need to fix the tight end room. Need to find a blocking tight end because you just got one old guy in there right now in Mark Andrews. You're not going with the fullback. You still need another running back to replace Keaton Mitchell. So there's a few weapons that Lamar has lost here in the offseason. So I think those are more imperative than a wide receiver. This is a run-first team. I don't think it's going to change. It's still going to be a run-first offense, in my opinion. So that's where they need the focus to be, is protecting the run game.
Hey, Jared, what are the World Baseball Classic? What did you think of DeRosa's some of the decisions that he made? I can see, I guess, starting Bregman, but soon as a righty came in, what the hell? Put him in. So
I agree, Vinny. Yeah, I'm with you. Bregman's numbers were outstanding against Rodriguez, but once he left the game, why wasn't Gunnar inserted? I didn't understand that. It seemed like DeRosa was playing the veterans or his best friends. I wonder if Gunnar threw out his silver medal. That would be my first question to him. But I thought it was a pretty good event for an underplayed event. I mean, there wasn't a lot of hype coming into it, but it caught my attention. Moving it to the midseason or another time is a bad move because you never want to go up against the NFL, Vinny. This was the perfect window to hold this event.
Well, they do it in July, Jer's way it sounds. Maybe play like the championship game in July, something like that.
But here's the problem. You push back the major league season and you get into the colder months. You're playing games later and you're competing more with the NFL where they get slaughtered. No one's virtually watching the World Series these days. If there's a random NFL game up against the World Series gets destroyed by that game.
So it sounds like you're out on the Olympics being considered too. I mean, all the players, Bryce Harper at the forefront, wants to see MLB players in the Olympics. I mean, we got a couple more years until then, but we had a guest on earlier in the week saying that he felt like it was inevitable, mainly because it's going to be in L.A.
Yeah.
Well, that's a possibility, but that's why they created the WBC, is because the Olympics had no use for baseball. They decided to get rid of it as a sport. Maybe they'll bring it back for Los Angeles. It seemed like a foregone conclusion when I asked about it during spring training, and then I hear it's not a foregone conclusion. So we'll see. There was a lot of excitement generated about it, no doubt about that.
Hey.
But Aaron Judge Aaron Judge is not a clutch player for any Yankees fans out there. You should be worried about that. This guy has failed at the World Series level and now at the WBC.
Hey, Jer, when you watched, down there at the O's when you were down there and stuff, is Mayo a good enough defender just to make the routine plays for them if he's starting at third?
Vinny, that has me very concerned. I mean, they're missing half of their starting infield, and the defense really has me worried. I mean, he's a capable replacement, yes, but he's not a natural-born third baseman. I know he played there in the past, but he just doesn't have the hands, and that's what concerns me. And, he's going to have to do right now. I mean, we'll see who plays second base, whether it be a Blaze Alexander or Jeremiah Jackson to fill in for Jackson Holiday. But that's the troubling part is they're going to be with missing half their infield to start the season for at least a week, maybe a little bit longer.
He's Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast, which is a good time right now to let the people know about the Be More Sports podcast because we are in full baseball mode. You and Bordy, right?
Yep, we debut next Wednesday, our first of 30 episodes as we get ready to partner with the Baltimore Sun, the Be More Baseball podcast. You can find it, follow it, subscribe. Found a lot of people down in Florida. Even on the boat, I convinced some people to subscribe at Be More Sports Pod.
Very good. Well, I'd say we catch up with you next week, but I don't know what we're doing with all the opening day festivities.
You'll probably be down there, won't you, Jer?
Yeah.
I will definitely be down there. I heard you guys reveal the weather forecast, so that's suitable. I want to let everyone know a couple of things. Nobody cares about your NCAA brackets, just like your fantasy football team, even though I have put together the perfect bracket. So once the tournament's over, I'll reveal that perfect bracket because it happens so frequently.
Right. Well, I was going to get your thoughts on Vanderbilt versus McNeese, but we don't really have time on that today. But, maybe...
Yeah, I think that ends... That will not end in a tie. That's my prediction.
Thank you. Very bold of you. He's Jerry Coleman, folks. Yeah. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Jer.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to it.
Yep.
Oh, man. I mean, I was reminded this week of the Mike Francesa. He had this infamous moment, plenty of infamous moments on air, but he was talking about a tournament matchup. It was Maryland and Florida State, or Maryland and somebody. Clearly didn't know anything about either team. And he gets caught in a thing where he started talking about it, and he can't stop, and he's got to finish the take, but he's struggling. He's like, Maryland, they're up and down. Had some injuries this year. We'll see. Come together at the right time, but that's a lot of the talk today. We'll attempt to do that a little bit later in the hour, but coming up next, it is the whip around. More from the first four action last night. Miami of Ohio, they shut me up, and a lot of other people out there. We'll talk about that and more next here on The Fan.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Andy Dalton is on the move as the Eagles are acquiring the veteran quarterback from the Panthers in exchange for a 7th-round pick, pending a physical. This according to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. The 38-year-old Dalton will be suiting up for his 6th team in 2026. Tom is also reporting the Browns are signing defensive end A.J. Epinesa to a 1-year deal. Epinesa joins Cleveland after playing 6 seasons with the Bills. Wide receiver Greg Dortch is reuniting with new Lions offensive coordinator Drew Petzing as Dortch is signing a 1-year deal with Detroit. Dortch will replace Khalif Raymond as the Lions kick returner. And several players announced their retirements from the NFL. Wide receiver T.Y. Hilton, running back Boston Scott, and linebacker Logan Wilson all officially calling it a career on Wednesday. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The tournament is here, and Total Wine & More is your slam dunk headquarters.
Whether you're cheering courtside from your couch with crisp craft beers, smooth bourbons, or refreshing seltzers, we've got the perfect lineup to keep your watch party winning. And just like your bracket, we've got a lineup full of contenders. Whether you're picking favorites or going for bold upsets, our friendly guides will help you find amazing drinks for every matchup. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's the Slam Dunk Sales Event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson gas and hybrid. Or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026. See our great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, we're going to go around the world of sports here today as things are getting busy with the NCAA tournament arriving. Last night, though, Miami of Ohio, heavily discussed all year long, undefeated in the regular season, but they lost early in their conference tournament, which put them on that bubble territory. Were they going to make it in? The committee put them in the play-in, the 11-seed play-in there in the Midwest. Took on SMU last night. A little discrepancy around benching of a key player there for SMU, but it doesn't take anything away from what the Red Hawks did. Nice win for them, 89-79, and now they advance to the field of 64. They'll play tomorrow, so I got to eat crow. I was beating up on them. I said that they, not that they didn't deserve to be there, but I wasn't really stumping for it or, upset if they didn't make it. But they certainly earned it last night. And hearing what their coach had to say, I kind of bought in a little bit more. The way he presented it, it was less about them specifically. And he was saying, I hope this win says something for all mid-majors out there, that we can't be ignored any longer.
Go beat Tennessee.
Yeah.
And then... then they'll really be given notice, which you know what? That's what this time of the year, because Tennessee, in my opinion, according to my rank, and I don't know that much about, these teams. I don't have Tennessee going far. Would I like to see Miami of Ohio win? Yes.
I think a lot of people would. I mean, at this point, why not just keep the story going? And look, they can shoot. last night in the first half, there really wasn't a lot of free throw attempts. It was run and gun. Both teams were putting up a lot of shots. Pretty efficient, too. But then, obviously, in the end, Miami of Ohio pulled away. We'll see what happens there. We'll talk a little more tournament later in the hour. In hockey news, the Caps did play last night. We can talk about that in a second. But this story coming out of fallout from the Olympics. Of course, the United States, huge win there in Milan. Jack Hughes with the game-winning goal. But he does not have the puck in his possession. That went right to the Hockey Hall of Fame. Now, he says he wants to get it back. They're saying you can't have it. And I'm reading this headline. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? And they're playing keep away. I mean, the comments here from the commissioner or whoever's in charge of the Hockey Hall of Fame really kind of blunt, not really sympathetic at all. It basically said, like, yeah, Jack's not entitled to have the puck. It's ours. Like, come on, man.
And Nolan, not only Jack, but the girl from the U.S. women's team that scored the golden goal, too.
Right.
Hers is sitting next to Jack, up at the Hall of Fame.
And he vouched for her, too. He said if she wants it, she should have it, just like I want it, But and he did say, it's not for him personally. He wants to give it to his dad, which is a nice story. But to me, I said it to you during the break. Even if he wanted to sell it, it's his right. That's his puck. Like, he put the country on his back in the biggest moment and scored the game-winning goal.
Well, it's kind of like, who do you think got Ovi's puck when he got the puck to break the record?
Ovi.
No doubt. Right.
Yeah, well, so I think the discrepancy here is the Hall of Fame is saying that NHL games
are different than international federation games.
But I think it's common sense here.
Well, reading the article, Nolan, it sounded like the IHF people got the puck before the people from the bench got the puck.
Right.
And then it went, tape on it, name on it, boom, gone.
And I guess it's better than them just flipping it into the stands like, hey, here you go. We've seen that with some record-setting touchdown balls over the years where they got to go back to the crowd and be like, hey, can you give that back? We'll trade you for it. Anyway, and the Caps last night, a little recap of them. I didn't catch this one, but what happened here last night? They
won 4-1 last night. 4-1. They beat Ottawa, which Ottawa is right in front of them. They're in front of them. And the Caps are still a long ways out. They're sitting at 76 points, and Detroit's at 82. Boston's at 82. The Islanders are at 83. But they've got Columbus, Ottawa, Philly in front of them still. So it's a long road to hoe. The best thing that came out of that game last night, Nolan, was Cole Hudson, who was a second-round draft pick 2 years ago, I think. He plays for BU. And we played against him last year in the Final Four. He's a very good player, defenseman, little. And he had his first game last night because BU, they lost, boom, and he signed, and he's playing for the Caps. He looked very good last night. He got an empty netter at the end, which was pretty cool. But I thought he was very impressive last night. And for the Caps, I think they're very happy, with the way that he played.
Yeah, roughly, 13, 14, somewhere in their games left to play. So it's looking a little dicey. But I see here Ovechkin and Wilson both scored last night. Yeah. They're tied for the team lead in goals. I'm actually going to get to that during buy or sell today. Ovechkin's streak is in danger. He's been the leading scorer for the Caps every year since his rookie season. It's in danger of being broken this year. We'll see what happens down the stretch.
And Ovi's goal, he was going towards the net. It hit his skate and goes off a stick, a defender's stick, and then goes up deflects up high into the net. And he didn't even hit it in with his. It just went off his skate. And you know what? Goal scorers, you get those kind of goals.
Well, that's whenever he's done. I'd love to see a breakdown of the total goal. How many of them were empty net? How many of them were just something like that, a freak play where it bounces off you versus him,
or power play.
Stuff like that. Shorthanded goals, too. I mean,
that's none.
None? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's never.
No, he done.
Crazy.
Maybe in his early days, I can't recall. Maybe he has one or two. But now, Nolan, he's out there to hold 2 minutes on a power play.
Yes.
And anything where it calls for defensive players, no, he is not on the ice.
Right. It was fun last year. And now this year,
awesome.
It's like, what are you even chasing at this point? You're the guy.
Yeah.
And nobody. Well, real quick, is that even something I guess nobody thought that Alex Ovechkin would come along and be there to break Gretzky. But is that something that there's no shot somebody else comes along, at least soon?
Everybody said that Gretzky's record was impossible to get. You know, the Celebrini kid from San Jose, you know, if he can. The biggest thing is with Ovi's, he's a monster. You know, he's like 230 pounds. So health-wise,
yes,
you know, is the key. And that was the key to him, you know, is just health, that he stayed healthy for all those years. So can somebody do it? Nobody thought Gretzky's record, a lot of Gretzky's records probably won't be broken.
Sure.
You know, but that one was, and we'll see. I mean, someday it probably will be, Nolan. Let's just say that. Now,
Never say never.
Ovi only had basically 13 minutes, but 3 of his 13 minutes were power play.
There you go. Well, you know what? If they're going to be out of it, why not? I guess. 410-583-1057 if you want to get in, talk about the Ravens, Orioles, NCAA tournament predictions ahead of the 12:15 tip-off here between Ohio State and TCU. We'd love to hear from you, but coming up next, Vinny's going to give us our first draft profile of the day. We'll talk about that. One coming up in the 12 o'clock hour as well. News from the Nest at the top of the hour. There is a former Raven that is still available that I find very humorous that no one else is very interested in this guy.
Initials DF?
Yes. That's a little hint for you there. Harbaugh, big fan of this guy. Didn't want to bring him to New York, but we'll talk about it in a little bit. Stay tuned here. Vinny and Haynie continues.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge.
with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Get ready to succeed again with our affordable online programs. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Fallston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25. On sale now at 1057thefan.com. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have made it a point to move players around quite a bit this spring and get them some reps at different positions. The newly acquired Blaze Alexander will likely end up holding down an infield spot to begin the season due to injuries at second and third base, although yesterday he got the start in center field. That's a spot he's played sparingly in his MLB career, but Craig Albernaz says he wants as many options as possible for the long season ahead.
For me, Blaze has been as advertised, if not better. The athleticism and the tools really stand out. It doesn't happen by accident. What he can bring to the table versatility-wise with those ingredients, his ability to play all 3 spots on the dirt and then go kick out and play center field is going to be huge for us.
And the list of Ravens free agent departures continued to grow yesterday when it was revealed Tylan Wallace will be heading to Cleveland on a 1-year deal, reuniting him with his former Baltimore OC, Todd Monken. He totaled 305 yards across 5 seasons with the Ravens after being selected in the 4th round of the 2021 draft. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 1057 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 1057 The Fan.
Total Request Thursday here on Vinny and Haynie, 1057 The Fan. Some good suggestions so far. Keep sending them in, 410-583-1057. We'll play them throughout the rest of the show. It's time for our first draft profile of the day, which takes us out to Clemson to get a closer look at a defensive tackle, Peter Woods.
All right, Parker Woods. Clemson, 6'2.5", 298, ran 4.86, jersey 11, junior. 31 1/4 arm length, which is short. 9 1/8 hand, 33 vert, which is very good. He's from Alabama. Now, Clemson gets a lot of Alabama kids because the coach at Clemson, Debo, he's from Alabama, played at Alabama, so he recruits Dabo Swinney. And lately they've been Dabo. Now,
Bozo.
Yeah, they won. Now, Parker, he won 4 state championships in Alabama. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they won the state championship. He had 260 tackles, 72 tackles for loss, 29.5 sacks. He was a 5-star. He was the number 1 defensive lineman in the state. I'll bet you that cost Clemson a bunch. Now, in 2023, he had 307 defensive snaps, 10 quarterback pressures, 26 tackles. 2024, he started 10 games, 32 tackles, 8.5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, 391 defensive snaps. 2025, he started 12 games, 30 tackles, 2 sacks. Strengths, he's got a thick, powerful lower. He can punch, lock out, quick off the snap, strong at the point, really nice first step. Shows fluid hips, quick feet, quick hands, good on stunts and twists, slides well. Down the line of scrimmage. He keeps his feet moving in pass, good hand strength, good punch, lockout into the O-line. He's got really powerful punch, knockback punch. Reads pull well, has good instincts, finds the ball, will chase downfield, very strong, good solid base, good flexibility. He can align at 0 to a 5 technique. All right, what does that mean? Basically, he can play over the center, over the guard, over the outside shoulder of the tackle. As a pass rusher on the outside, no. He benches 490, squats 700, verticals 33. Weakness, short arms. It shows up in his tackling. He lunges to tackle. Must keep pad level low. He will need more pass rush moves. Will gamble and lose gap control. 5 career sacks. 2025 film, not as good as 20. In 24, he was dominant. In 25, was also asked to 2 gap. All right. And the thing is with Parker like fits like a 3 technique, or like with Cleveland, where they want to get up the field, because he's not the biggest guy in the world, and he's got a great first step. So if he's on the edge, he can shoot the gap. Now, what they asked him to do this past year was 2 gap, which is play head up over the guard, which is not great for him, and which it proved out. And we're going to talk about another Clemson guy tomorrow who kind of regressed in 25 also. And so did the team. Now, in summary, I said this is a talented kid that has a 3 technique is what you want to see, especially with that first step. It's quick, it's powerful, he's got explosive, both run and pass, a guy that'll chase. The thing is, why the step back in 25? 24 was a bad, the scheme didn't fit him. Changed in 25. Hurt the short arms, hurt him in tackling some. Because like he would lunge for a tackle and he would just miss it by an inch or something. So the short arms, it did show up in his tackling. Take this kid if he fits your scheme, and he has potential that needs to be unlocked. So he can play the run. If you want to use him to get upfield and do all those kind of things, yes. But he's got to fit the scheme that you want. He's a scheme fit. And I think Parker is probably going in the 20s, late first round, maybe early second. But if you go back and watch 24, you'll be really impressed. And if that's how you want to use him, you'll like him. If your defense calls you for you to 2 gap, you won't like him, because that's not his game, because he can punch, he can lock out, he's got good feet, he's got good flexibility, but he's got those short arms, and he is not going to be a guy that's just going to stack over it. You're wasting him if you're doing that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Ravens-wise, what's the fit look like there? Because he will be available in the late first round.
Yeah. Like if he would slide to the second, Nolan, I mean, it would be a guy like, he would be similar size probably like Matabike. That's what he would be. He's not like Travis Jones, that kind of size. He would be more like Matabike. And when Matabike came out, he didn't have a lot of sack production at A&M, but they're asked to stop the run a lot. Now, this kid had sack production in 24. He had 3 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss. But I think, more technique and stuff. If you're going to play, you got to play him on the edge. You got to play him on the edge. And if you want to do that, I think if they got him at 45, I think they'd be doing cartwheels. He's not going to be there because D linemen are going to go. They would have to trade up, because if he doesn't go in the late 20s, he's going to be like that next day off the board, because people want bigs, especially if you didn't get your big, in the first 5 picks, then you'll take this kid.
Yeah, looking like a lot of picks in the 20s here from different mocks. The earliest I'm seeing would be the Cowboys at 20. It's actually Nate Davis, our friend, predicted that. Most common fits, Bears at 25, Texans at 28, maybe the Chargers at 22. Got a one-off Steelers here at 21.
So, Steelers need some youth over there. But sure. He's a good football player, but he didn't have a good, and I don't know. I mean, schematically, your new D coordinator comes in, and that's what he wants to play. And your 2 best players, 2 guys that are possible first-round picks in the NFL, you do things that hurt their game. I mean, how dumb is that? No wonder why they had a crap season.
Right. And, Ravens-wise, it all hinges on Matabike, as we know. But if we get to the draft next month and there's still nothing publicly being said about Matabike's health or his situation, are we going to read into what they end up doing on that weekend to maybe be an indicator of what's actually going on? Because if they take a D lineman early, first round, second round, whatever, to me that would say, okay, the Matabike thing is very much a cloudy mystery. Now, if they wait until the mid-rounds to take one, which would just simply be a depth piece, maybe a replacement for Broderick Washington, who seems like a natural cap cut, that would be different. Where do you stand on that?
I think that the way they draft, I don't think it matters. I don't think that's going to tell us everything because, if you're sitting there at 45 and a D tackle, and let's just say they feel like Madubuike is coming back and a D tackle is the best player on the board, they're going to take the D tackle because you never have enough. I mean, all you got is Madubuike and Travis Jones. So, I still think they will take a guy, Nolan, because you don't know how long Madubuike is going to last.
Yeah.
And then you got Jenkins, who's 36, and you got Washington, who sucked last year.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It's Travis Jones is the only, we hope, a sure thing.
Yeah.
The closest thing to it right now. A little bit later in the show, our next draft profile will take us to Florida. Take a look at Caleb Banks, another defensive tackle, coming up a little bit later. But next, it's time. The madness is almost here. 12:15. The first game tips off today. But Vinny and I will give you what we think our Final Four is going to look like. A couple upset picks. I don't have a ton this year. I'm just going to be honest. It's probably a foolish choice on my part because there's always upsets galore. But I had a tough time picking some this year. Let us know what you think. 410-583-1057.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, I think, has the least chance of making the Final Four, the reigning defending national champion, Florida Gators. Florida has issues with its backcourt. We saw that last week, got blown out by Vanderbilt in the SEC tournament. Florida might have to see Vandy in the Sweet 16, and even if Florida wins that game, awaiting them in the Elite Eight would be Illinois or Houston. I think Florida gets bounced before Indianapolis. I'm Nick Costos.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. FanDuel is offering an early win on your pre-live moneyline bets for college basketball when your team goes up 10 points and it stays a win no matter how the game ends. Did you get that? Win or lose, if your team takes a lead of 10 or more points, then it's a win for you. And don't forget, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. So just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Bet the bracelet with FanDuel now. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business.
so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw in for Bob Haney this week. Got Vinny Serrato here, of course. And we're talking about the NCAA tournament. Everyone's a genius today. This is the day where everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone's a college basketball expert. Never picked a game wrong in your life. And then it tips off at 12:15, and we probably all get that first game wrong. So Ohio State and TCU kicks it off here, but we'll be a little more brief with our predictions. We'll start Final Four teams. And for me, I went mostly chalk. I have all top three seeds. I can hear the collective groaning out there like, Nolan, have you not learned your lesson? There's bound to be at least one oddball team out there, even if it's a 4 or 5 seed that breaks through. And I hear you. But when I look at the field this year, it really feels a little more top heavy than the average year, in my opinion. So that's why I have, big shocker, Duke coming out of the East, Houston coming out of the South. So maybe that's a surprise for some people to not have Florida, but I like Houston a lot. I like what Sampson's done there. I have Gonzaga in the West, 3 seed. That's probably my most bold prediction. And Michigan's my champ. They're coming out of the Midwest. I've seen plenty of them in the Big Ten this year. They are legit. They are scary. I think they win it all this year.
All right, I'm with Nolan. I got Duke. I got Illinois beating Florida. You know, Illinois to me is a team that they can win 3 or 4 in a row. You know, and so I've got Illinois there. I got Arizona beating Purdue in the West to make it to the Final Four. Then I got Iowa State, my alma mater, beating Michigan in the Midwest and being in the Final Four. And then I've got Iowa State, Duke in the championship, and I got Duke winning it.
No loyalty. What?
I got them to the finals.
I know, but once you make it that far, you might as well, you know.
Well, let me just say this. If Iowa State makes it that far, there's a good chance they may win because they'd be rocking and rolling and, you know, they can make threes. And let me and it's in Indianapolis. Iowa State fans travel. So, like, they played the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, you know, and I was watching on TV, Nolan, and they said, this is basically a home game for Iowa State because Iowa State people, because Kansas City to Ames is like 3 hours, so it's not far. So I don't, you know, where's the Midwest region at?
Midwest, I do not know. I believe the South was in Houston, which was also a tip to Houston making it out of there, in my opinion. But they're talented enough overall. As far as upsets, had a tough time this year. You always start with the 12-5 matchup because that's a guarantee. There's going to be at least one 12 that beats a 5. So you start looking around, well, who do I like here? Who do we think? Couldn't take Northern Iowa over St. John's. Didn't feel comfortable with that. McNeese, no way I'm picking them over Vanderbilt. Not like I'm an expert in either team, but McNeese has that boombox kid. I can't stand him. Just graduate. Leave college. He's like 25 years old. He's following the team around. Get a life, kid. Come on. High Point, Wisconsin. I like Wisconsin too much to do that. So I settled on Akron over Texas Tech. Maybe it's de facto, but I went with them. And it's interesting here because that's matched up that little quadrant. You have Alabama and Hofstra as the 4 and 13. I like Hofstra there. Alabama, of course, we heard the story earlier this week.
Out, right?
Right. Their junior guard, best 3-point shooter on the team, got arrested. And the coach came out. He had great timing. Had his coaches show that night where it's, he's expecting to be talking about, first round matchup and the excitement from the fan base. Instead, he's talking about one of his players getting arrested. He flat out said, yeah, he's away from the team. We're not even entertaining this. We support him. We're there for him, but he's not playing. And Hofstra shoots the 3 well. So Alabama as a team, pretty good 3-point shooting, but you lose your best piece. He's not going to be there. I think that's a pretty significant impact. And maybe they're a little clouded by that, losing one of their better players. The guys, it's a little bit of a whirlwind this week. They should still be favored, obviously, and maybe significantly so. But give me Hofstra there.
Yeah. You know what, Nolan? Probably one of my – I guess I got a couple big upsets. I got BYU beating Gonzaga.
That would be, yeah.
And,
best player in the country for BYU. Yeah. They're attractive.
And then I have Wisconsin beating Arkansas.
Well, that's 5. Yeah. Call that an upset. Arkansas gets Hawaii. It's been damn near a decade since Hawaii's been there. Maybe it might have been the last time they were in was when Maryland beat them all the way back in 2015, 2016. Other upsets here, I had a tough time unless you count 10s over 7s.
Did you have Nebraska going far? Because they were struggling at the end. I had Vandy beating them.
I like Nebraska this year. Maybe I bought in too much to the early going stuff, and it being a good story. But yeah, I think I had them getting up to face Florida and then getting bounced by them.
Okay.
What else did I? The other quadrant of interest here, if you go over to the East, this, not a prediction. I'm just speaking as what I hope happens here. You've got UCLA and UCF as your 7-10. UConn and Furman as the 2 and 15. Pretty strong shot that UConn makes it out. If UCLA can get past UCF, which also they are the 7, they're probably favored, what a matchup that would be in the second round from coaching standpoint. 2 hotheads, Mick Cronin for UCLA and Hurley there for UConn. That would be fireworks. And there's going to be a loser. So you're guaranteed to have some sort of explosive guy popping off, probably in game 2. If we're allowed to bet on technical fouls being assessed in that matchup, I'd love to see the over-under on that. And I would love to bet on the over for sure. But yeah, this year, tough to pick upsets for me this year, man. I'll be honest, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm some college basketball expert. Even this year compared to years past, I was a little more checked out. I just think when Maryland's not in it, I have a hard time getting as invested. And even the Big Ten in general, I'm more familiar with the Big Ten than what's going on in the rest of the country. But this year with Maryland being so down, it was just I can't buy in like I once did.
All right, Nolan, the Midwest Regional's in Chicago.
Okay.
So Michigan, that'll be a huge. So if Michigan plays Iowa State, in the final there in Chicago, that place is going to be rocking. The East Region's DC.
Okay.
So they're like Duke, UConn, I think.
Well,
Well,
that's the other thing with the East, where everyone's saying, "Oh my God, look at how stacked the East is." Of course, your top overall team in Duke. I mentioned what's going on there with UConn at the bottom, but they always do this. They always do the Michigan State and Duke in the same region. They want that matchup. And I know it's not Coach K anymore, but Izzo's still there. So many great epic battles over the years. Maybe I'm just a fool here. And Michigan State is the 3 seed, to be fair. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, they're on a crash course. they're going to meet in the Elite Eight.
How about the coaches in the East, Nolan?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you got Patino, Self,
yeah,
Izzo, Cronin, Hurley.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you got personalities that are going to be throughout the East.
Yeah, and even like a St. John's Duke matchup would be very entertaining.
I got
that.
Did I had St. John's beating Kansas?
I can't remember what I did. I might have had Kansas,
Now,
but
maybe-
either way, it's a great.
Well, Kansas,
great matchup.
the kid who's supposed to be the first pick of the draft for Kansas, about time for him to shine in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and same, we mentioned BYU with Tabansa. I mean, he's a bit of a one-man gang there. You know, they end up getting the 6th seed. This is his. I mean, he's going to the draft no matter what. But if they get to the Sweet 16, I think that's pretty much a lock that he goes number 1 overall. And then the debacle with the Florida kid this year was just ridiculous. You know, injured, not injured, holding himself out.
Yeah.
You just bit of a mess to say the least. When we come back, get you some news from the nest here, some Ravens notes. Former Ravens receiver said that he was interested in coming back, but I don't know if the Ravens were actually interested in having him. And, of course, we mentioned Daniel Falele a little bit earlier. He's still looking for a home. Something tells me he might not get one. Stay tuned here. Vinny and Haynie continues. 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Town Appliances 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Game
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The madness has finally arrived. The NCAA tournament is underway after the final spots in the field of 64 were determined last night. Miami of Ohio's unique season will continue after they took down SMU 89-79. Their inclusion was debated heavily after they ripped through the regular season with an undefeated record, only to come up short in the conference tournament. Head coach Travis Steele has a deeper run on his mind, but hopes last night will serve as a strong message on behalf of all mid-major schools.
I think it just shows there's a lot of good teams out there. I mean, we had to basically be perfect in the whole regular season to get an at-large. The reason people love March Madness is they love to see quote-unquote upsets. This wasn't an upset tonight, but people are going to say that it was.
And the NFL has announced that only 2 rule change proposals were submitted by teams ahead of the owners' meetings later this month. The Browns want to shake up the restrictions surrounding trades by allowing draft picks as far as 5 years down the road to be dealt. The current league rules only allow for picks to be traded up to 3 years in the future. According to NFL executive Troy Vincent, there were no proposals involving the controversial tush-push play. Next week, the league's competition committee will announce their own rule change suggestions to be voted on. 24 of the league's 32 owners must approve for a change to occur. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 1057 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 1057 The Fan. Sponsored by Window Nation. Keep your home comfortable all year long, no matter the weather, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com to schedule a free inspection and consultation today.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here on 1057 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato. We got some news from the Nest for you here today. Anything Ravens related that we need to talk about. Let's start with wide receiver departure. Tylan Wallace. Not really a guy I think anybody's losing any sleep over. Was more of a special teams contributor than an offensive piece, but a former fourth round selection rather. Played 5 years here, and look, even in limited reps, you could say had 2 of the more memorable moments in recent Ravens history. The crazy punt return in that rainy Rams game a couple years ago, and then the little screen pass touchdown against the Bengals in a hectic game that was. So good contributor, great locker room guy, but he now follows Monken to the Browns.
Yeah, and I think, he'll be 5th or 6th receiver for Todd. He'll dress on Sundays because, like you said, of the special teams. And, if you got to put him in, he's going to catch the ball. And another thing that you just said, he can make big plays in big moments, and he's done that. So it's a guy, I'm guessing, that Todd trusts. And that's why, and he probably didn't cost a lot.
Now over to a former Ravens wide receiver, Keith Brown here. Of course, he ultimately landed with the Eagles earlier this week on a 1-year deal. But he was on a podcast, the Speakeasy podcast, talking about landing with the Eagles, but dropped this other little tidbit where he said, quote, "I was really considering going back to Baltimore. Got a good relationship there. Really let my agent handle it until it got down to what it got down to. This is my second time in free agency, so I kind of don't want the small talk. I let him deal with it. When it got down to who really wants me, who thinks is really showing interest, then I want to talk and get involved. Well, maybe his agent is hiding something from him here, because something tells me the Ravens either didn't pick up the phone or picked up the phone and said, yeah, no thanks.
Been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, that's who Lamar would drive with after the game. So a guy that liked to complain a lot, Marquise. So I don't need that with my quarterback.
Right. I mean, his whole reason for requesting the trade to get out of here, it wasn't like the Ravens just let him walk for financial reasons or whatever. No, he said, trade me. Yeah. I can do better. I can get more targets elsewhere, even though it was just him and Andrews as the two-man gang for for Lamar for quite a while there.
Yep.
And as we know, he didn't do better. Right. And maybe that was situational. Arizona. He also was injured when he got the chance to go play with Mahomes. So that was, you could say, better quarterback there. But even when he was healthy this past season, stats didn't really follow. The Chiefs had a desperate need at wide receiver too. So I think that's pretty telling. But now he goes to the Eagles, where he's praising Jalen Hurts. I've heard in that same interview that, Jalen Hurts, one of the best deep ball throwers in the league. I'm like, I don't know about that, but, hype up your own guy. I don't see him necessarily feasting in that offense either, because A.J. Brown, if he's going to stay, he's the top dog. Devontae Smith, in my opinion, could be a number one wide receiver on a lot of other teams out there. So if Hollywood thinks that he's going to be a focal point, I would hope by this point in his career he's moved beyond the I'm the top guy narrative.
Well, I don't know how he's going to. I mean, fan base wise in Philly, they're not going to want a guy that when he catches it, he's going to run out of bounds or he falls straight to the ground. To me, that's not Philly. That's not Baltimore. That's not those types of cities. So for being a little guy, what does he bring? He's fast. He's got no yak ability. Like with Zay, what makes Zay so special is yak ability, where, Marquise has none because he don't want to get hit.
Right. And I've said this forever when Brown was here after he left. And it was really puzzling to me because they took him in the first round. They placed such a high value on him in a really loaded wide receiver class that year in 2019. And the most glaring thing to me stood out. It's like, how do you not see this on tape as a red flag? Always try to catch it and pin it against his body. He's never I'm going to reach out and grab it and haul it in. It was always he try to catch it against his body, get his chest in front of it, and try to trap it. I'm like, that's not what I want out of an NFL wide receiver. And that proved to be every time Lamar hit him, it was the same thing. He's like, trap it. And then that would lead to the bobbling and the issues with the catches.
Yeah, and in 2019, with G-Ro being the coordinator, taking a receiver, I'm sure G-Ro was probably pulling his hair out. He's probably like, why? Mm-hmm.
Well, at the time, they really, because the year prior when you abruptly moved from Flacco to Lamar, the wide receiver core was built for Flacco, but even then you could argue it wasn't great. I think, Crabtree was still there, John Brown. Willie Snead was nice, but he's the number 3.
Yeah, and then you bring in, for Lamar, and you're going to be running the ball quite a bit. You bring a midget that don't block. Mm-hmm. It really didn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, from what I remember, we know him and Lamar were
boys. Yeah.
Right. But that was a Lamar suggestion, or that was his at the time. If we're taking a wide receiver, who do you want? And he was all in on Marquise, which, to be fair, he did deal on the ball. It's not like he said, hey, go get Marquise, and then he never threw him the ball. So he made it work. They tried to make it work. One more thing here quickly. This is from Bill Barnwell. Trying to play matchmaker a little bit for remaining contender needs. Obviously, he points out here for the Ravens, center is your biggest glaring need after letting Linderbaum walk. And he's even reading this, not so sure how you go about replacing him. He acknowledges that the best center on the market right now might be former Browns lineman Ethan Posich.
Eesh.
Not very attractive to us, but that speaks to just the lack of talent that's available in free agency. On the other side of that, if you're going to go the draft route, your top guy in the center position is not going until late second round, and he'll be the only center going there. Maybe 2 guys go in the third. I'm not quite sure. But when you start talking about that, I get it, positional value compared to other positions in each draft. It changes year to year. But still, second round is not a guarantee to be plug and play. And then third round, very much a mystery. So if we have a pressing need here where a guy really has to come in and be that starter week 1, I don't know if a draft pick can be that.
Well, yeah, it all the thing is, you know, a lot of people say the kid from Iowa is the top center. Iowa offensive linemen usually transition pretty good. Kurt Ferentz, the head coach, you know, coached O-line in the NFL. They've always had, you know, good linemen, like I said, in Iowa. Linderbaum was a Hawkeye. So if I'm a betting man in any place where you're getting from, you know, that school, guy from Iowa's got a good chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, safe bet for sure. When we come back, we're going to play a little buy or sell here on the Fan. Vinny will give us a check-in on the stock market today,
Yeesh.
And then I'll present him.
Why today, Nolan?
Well, we don't have to linger on it long. We got to be honest. We got to keep it real here on Vinny and Haynie. And then we got some sports questions that I'll hit Vinny with. Later in the 12 o'clock hour, another draft profile. We'll get to Caleb Banks out of Florida, and then Steve Molesky going to join us to talk a little Orioles baseball here as we are a week away from opening day.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just give 20 to 30% of your retirement money to Uncle Sam. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast, weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
All right, it's time to play a little buy or sell. But before we get into the yes or no questions, Vinny's got a stock market report for us.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not pretty. It's all red. Now, we like Christmas. We would have liked St. Patty's Day. Would it be green? Yeah, we got Christmas. It's red. The Dow is down 359. The S&P is down 41. The NASDAQ is down 170. DraftKings down 65 cents. Under Armour's down 9 cents or 10 cents now. So, yeah, it's...
across the board.
Well, it's... You know what? If you're into it, good time to start to, look to buy.
Yeah, buy low.
Buy low.
Buy low, sell high.
Yeah, it'll be back once we demolish Iran.
Wow. That's we're doing news talk radio here or sports talk radio. I think we handle ourselves much better in sports talk.
Oh, well, I know nothing about the other.
Right. Let's start here in the NFL. The early wave of free agency saw a flurry of moves. So many you could really barely keep up. Many of them had one thing in common: the length of the deal. For years, the traditional length of these free agency contracts, or extensions for that matter, 4 or 5 years, right?
Yep.
That's when you were making all the deals, that's what it was. But this year, a ton of 3-year deals, which of course the players want, allows them to re-enter free agency a little bit younger. The other side of it, the teams want not just the control, but there's financial flexibility that comes with the 4th and 5th year. You're able to push the money, but of course that it goes both ways. And you more often than not leaves players vulnerable, that they get cut, right? They get cut early. They don't stay the 4 or 5 years often, but they're not entering free agency when they would prefer it. Buy or sell, shorter 3-year deals will become the new norm in the NFL.
Well, I'll in free agency, Nolan, if you've got leverage, if you've got multiple teams that want you, you're going to want a 3-year deal. And if you want to get the player and somebody's offering a 3-year deal and you won't go to a 3, you're not getting the guy. So that's what it's about. I'll guarantee you the guys that got 3 years, Nolan, had a lot of competition.
Right.
That's the key. For the same reason. Why? If you've got the leverage and you're a player, you're doing a shorter term deal.
The one that stands out is Linderbaum, obviously, which everyone made the fuss over the total value, the 81/3. But again, that leaves them with no flexibility. I'm looking at the 3 cap hits here. It's 14 for this year, 34 in 2027, and 25 in the final year. Now, if he lives up to the hype, then they're talking about, okay, by the time you get past 27, we're talking about extending and just
4 or 5 year deal after that. But the thing about it is they got a rookie quarterback. And they had $100 million in cap, so they got the space. And that's what they had, because what the Ravens were offering, what, Nolan? They're more sensible cap wise. They're more conscious of their cap. Is they were offering 4. And Vegas was 3 with a ton of money and a ton of guarantees. He would have been stupid not to take that deal financially.
I'm glad you said the guarantees. That's the key part of this. Less about the cap hits and the flexibility. But it's set up here where the
whole thing's guaranteed.
Yeah, by structure. On surface, only 60 of the 81, but the qualifier here is that the $21 million salary for 2028 becomes fully guaranteed right at the start of the new league year in 27. Yeah. So, if he plays like he is this year, he's still on the team, so they're locked in. I mean, I'm with you. They had the need, but to go to this point, man, they put themselves in a bind if this doesn't work out for whatever reason.
But I mean, if you just look at, at worst case, he plays like he's been playing for the Ravens. I mean, he's played this way every year, and he trains, he works, and all. So, I mean, if there was a guy in free agency that you say, what you see is what you get, I'm going to say it's Linderbaum.
Talk a little hockey here. I mentioned this earlier with the Caps last night. Both Alex Ovechkin and Tom Wilson both scored last night, which means they remain tied for the team lead in goals. I believe it's 25. Since his debut season, and there was a 05-06, Alex Ovechkin has led the Caps in scoring every single year. He did tie with Oshie one year. That was 16-17. They both had 33, but that still counts. He led the team. So far this season, I mentioned 25 right there with Tom Wilson. With 13 left to play, the streak is in jeopardy. We've heard you speak about Ovi this year. We mentioned it earlier, but buy or sell, Wilson will end the streak, finish with more goals than Ovi.
I'm going to sell it. I think Willie's been struggling since the Olympics anyhow, and Ovi is always out there, Nolan, whenever it's an empty net. So, and Ovi plays all the power play minutes. So I'll say that Ovi, and I don't think either, over the 13 games, if they scored, whoever gets to 5 will be the highest scorer.
Interesting offseason move in the NFL that didn't really get talked about much here or nationally for that matter was the Titans moving on from L'Jarius Sneed, the highly touted corner just a couple of years ago with the Chiefs. Well, they didn't see fit to pay him, and maybe they were right, traded him to the Titans. And just 2 years later, the Titans said, we can't make this work. He missed too much time. Financially, it doesn't work for us. So they cut bait, becomes a free agent at the age of 29. Now, to tell you how bad the tenure was there in Tennessee, mostly injury related, suffered a quad injury in October of 2024, only to eventually be shut down. This past spring, had a knee procedure that resulted in him being on PUP to begin the season. Just 12 total games across 2 seasons with the Titans. Now, we know corner is a position that a lot of teams always need, depth especially. Put the Ravens in that category, which leads me to this. Buy or sell, the Ravens should take a 1-year flyer on the former Chiefs standout.
Well, they got a Wouzier, so they already got kind of a veteran guy. You got, Marlon, who's kind of an older guy. I'm going to the draft first, and then after the draft, if I need a veteran guy, then, I may look then.
One more here, Ravens related. Our friend Jeffrey Chadia picked out a handful of, as he calls it, overlooked free agency moves that have gone down so far. Few former Ravens on the list here, including Patrick Ricard, one of many that's followed John Harbaugh to New York. On paper, it's an enticing fit, not just because of the coaching connection, but really the idea of Ricard paving the way for a Cam Scatterbu, or even if they were to take Jeremiah Love. We talked about that earlier this week. Yep. That would be a very enticing fit. At the very least, you'd say that's if it's Scatterbu and Pat Ricard. If I'm an opposing linebacker, I want no parts of that. I'm D lineman, you got to get the job done because I'm not coming up to battle those guys. But as Chadia puts it here, makes the point, the Giants were top 5 in rushing production last season. And that's with Scatterbu missing significant time with the injury and them playing from behind. You would think they'd just be throw. Uncharted territory for the Giants. Even in the Saquon Barkley era, only finished top 10 in team rushing once during his tenure. Buy or sell, with Harbaugh at the helm, Ricard on the roster, the Giants will finish top 5 in rushing again this season.
I'll buy it. With Giro being the run game coordinator, yeah, I will definitely buy that 100% because they know they're going to have a good defense, and they're going to look at Seattle and say, all right, Jackson, just don't turn it over, and we can run the heck out of the ball and play good defense. We got a chance to win some games, and I think that's how Harb's going to win early on.
Well, Isaiah Likely, he's got something to say about that.
They say he's going to be heavily in, but they got 2 good tight ends, young.
And Neighbors will be back at some point.
Yeah.
But maybe second half for him. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Steve Molesky here about the Orioles just a week away from opening day. We already have our opening day starters, Trevor Rogers, And as a matter of fact, he pitches later tonight. Probably be his last spring outing before they come back up north. We'll get Steve's thoughts on him, where he stands, really the rotation in general. All that and more coming up next.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Everybody's tired of being told what to do. Sometimes you just want to feel something good. No judging, no weird vibe, just real stuff that works. Feel something good at Lion's Den. Visit them at Catonsville, Severn, Cockeysville, Pasadena, or check them out online at lionsden.com.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here for Blue Chew. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes, and that means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Handle the business you need to get handled and make the action parts as actionable as they possibly can with Blue Chew Gold. Go to BlueChew.com and get all the information you need.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles were 3-2 winners over the Blue Jays yesterday thanks to some timely offense. Ryan Mountcastle and Blaze Alexander got things started in the first with a pair of RBI singles, while Jeremiah Jackson went yard for the first time this spring in the fourth. At-bats have been hard to come by for the 25-year-old utility player after he made a strong impression as a rookie in 2025. But based on the way Craig Albernaz spoke after yesterday's game, he's not off the radar by any means.
Been throwing a lot at him, kind of continuing from last year with a bunch of different positions, trying that out. You know, he's getting comfortable at second base, and yeah, bat quality has been solid all camp. But yeah, to see go leave Oppo like that is really impressive.
The O's will play a pair of games today in split squad action, starting with a battle against the Yankees at 1:05. Later on this evening, they'll face the Pirates, with Trevor Rogers set to make one more spring outing before he gets the ball a week from now on opening day. First pitch in that one is scheduled for 6:05. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
To have a girl like her.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie here. Total Request Thursday. All of your suggestions are welcome. 410-583-1057 on the text line. Send whatever you want. We'll play it before the day is done. Joining us now is Steve Molesky from Steve on Baseball. He'll tell us about that in just a little bit, but we are a week from opening day. And Steve, how you feeling, my friend?
Feeling good.
All right, we got him back on.
All right, Steve.
Let me try again here.
What are you having for lunch today, Steve?
How about now? There we go.
There he is. There he is.
All right, we got him. All right, we're good to go. A week from opening day. And the big talking point here is, how is this rotation going to come together? Trevor Rogers getting us started as the opening day guy next week, but how the rest of the five fills out from there remains to be seen. And I'm wondering who has that fifth spot, Dean Kramer or Zach Eflin? Does it seem like Dean Kramer pitching a little more frequently or having more innings under his belt this spring might suggest that he's, at least to start the year, the better option to round out the rotation?
Well, I mean, it feels like they could possibly kick the can down the road on that decision and have Eflin start on the IL, although he's pitched some innings too. He seems pretty close to ready. So it's a good problem to have. They're keeping their fingers crossed that a week from today they can say they're as healthy as they are today there, and they have 6 for 5. And as I've said repeatedly this March, I'm really excited about the depth that'll be behind them at AAA. I think some of their best pitching prospects are going to be there. I think Luis De Leon later this year will move from AA to AAA. And so really exciting about, it's more than 6 that they have. And over the course of the year, we're going to look back and say they started 8 or 10 or 12 guys in the rotation because of various situations. So that depth is vital. And, I mean, even in the second half, if they're contending and some of these AAA kids are lighting it up, they could get some bullpen roles. I mean, teams that can win do that down the stretch. Or even they call up a guy like Savage was called up for the Blue Jays at the very end, and then he winds up pitching some of the biggest games of the year, and you've hardly seen him all year. So I like the depth, Nolan, that's a long-winded answer of saying that.
Now, Steve, if you're one of the Orioles pitchers, how are you feeling about the defense that's going to be out there for you?
Well, we got to see how it's going to go, man. I think that's a question mark in the bullpen. The offense I like, the rotation I like. The other two, to me, have to prove it, show me. So we're going to see how that works out and who's playing where. I mean, Craig Albertaz has not tipped his hand very much at all over the last few weeks as to how he'll use this roster once we get past opening day. They haven't even announced publicly yet. Is Mayo the third baseman? Looks like it. Is Albertaz the second? Looks like it. Is Mountie on this team? Looks like it. Who's the utility? So a lot of questions have gone unanswered, but that's happens every spring pretty much.
You mentioned some of the prospects there, De Leon, the pitcher, and I did a list yesterday of 5 prospects that could have an impact on the major league team this season. He was featured, a lot of pitchers featured. Trey Gibson, who you mentioned, Nestor Herman, Levi Wells, and De Leon, of course. Is De Leon and Gibson, are they truly the top guys in your opinion? Where are you at with Herman and Wells? I mean, how many of that 4 have a shot to be here by September?
They are going to have to pitch their way into it. So all 3 of the guys who are there now, who got to AAA late last year, had some bumps in the road initially, but I don't think they're going to over the long haul. So, I mean, it's going to come down to need. Do they need a left or right? And who's pitching the best? And how soon they want to move them, if we were to count Gibson, Herman, and Wells and De Leon combined, they have about 30 innings of AAA. So they all got to get seasoning, and it's going to be a while. I don't see a call in April or May unless the guy's just really lighting it up. But they all have chances in the second half. I think would be safe to say.
Steve, how confident are you in Cowser in center field, and how confident are you in his bat that he's not going to have so many swings and misses?
Got to show us again. He's just got to show us. The thing that I like with the adding of the veterans on the offense is there hasn't been the hot spotlight on the younger guys like there was late last year. And I think that's good for them. I think it takes some pressure off. But Cowser, we know, look at his last 2 years, second for the Rookie of the Year and a very disappointing year. We know it's in there. I don't think the Orioles are asking him to do something he's not capable of. And his metrics on defense were good after they moved him to center and they traded Mullins, at the deadline last year. His throwing, for me, is inconsistent. If he can straighten up his throwing, eliminate some of the swing and miss, we know how hard that guy can hit the ball when he makes contact.
More on the prospect side of things, you got that spring breakout game tomorrow against the Red Sox, which I love. This is a great tradition that they're rolling out in spring training now, a chance to showcase these guys. And, from the Orioles side of things, Ike Irish, he's gotten a little run here as of late. He'll be featured prominently. Trey Gibson, who we mentioned earlier. Is there any other prospects that we're missing here that you've got your eye on?
I mean, I'm always loving the international guys, and I broke out my international top 20 this week on my Substack, and tomorrow I'll release numbers 11 through 20, and I've done this 5 years. And so that, for me, is a nice showcase for them. I mean, Jordan Sanchez is a young outfielder from Cuba who I have heard has had a great backfields. He's out of limelight. He's been really swinging it, and we saw him actually walk off hit in an Oriole game at the end of February when he and Estrada won the game, 2 international guys. Estrada doubled, Sanchez singled, and they walked off. I think it was the Tigers. So that would be, I always like to see that, the international guys mixing in with the domestic draft guys, and the Orioles can now have 11 of their top 30. Baseball America is international. That's what you want, because 30% of major league clubhouses are international, and we just only have to look at baseball this week to see how good international is. United States beat the Dominican but didn't beat Venezuela. So putting out, the best WBC roster they've ever put out to this point. So you got to have it. You have to have it. And it's a marketplace the Orioles were not playing in anywhere near the extent they are now. Now they're spending money. They have $10 million players. 10 have been signed by the Orioles since Elias and Kobe Perez have been running international.
Now, Steve, who's going to be your leadoff guy?
Here's a flippant answer. I don't care. I think they'll figure it out. I think, again, long term for me, it's still Jackson Holliday. Okay. And I know a lot of people won't agree with me because he hasn't hit to his potential yet. But if you look at Holliday at the end of last year, look at how much he was walking late in the year. He did something around August 1 to change his approach, and his walk rate went up dramatically. And then the guy's got 17 homers. So that was a fair amount. He can hit with pop. He can hit with average. He's got a good eye, and he's got speed. To me, he's the future leadoff guy. For now, whether they put Gunnar, whether they do Ward, somebody will hold the fort here for a couple of weeks while Holiday's out. But I like Gunnar third and Alonso fourth. I say set it and forget it. That's what I like, having the two power guys in the two power spots. You could put Ward behind them to protect them both. When Westberg gets in there, I like him hitting up there somewhere high up in the lineup because of his productivity. So this lineup on paper and according to projections could be great. That's the projection saying that, not Steve, but I'm not going to disagree that the vast potential is not there. It is.
He's Steve Molesky from SteveOnBaseball.com, and you mentioned the Substack there and what's coming this week. Steve, let the people know where they could find you.
Well, thanks, Nolan. SteveOnBaseball.substack.com. We've got a podcast. We release videos. We release almost daily articles. And so the International Top 20 Series is a 4-part series. I have parts 3 and 4 coming up here the next few days. So I'm excited to wrap that up. And then that rolls right into a couple days to go before this is baseball for real. I'll be at the ballpark Sunday to cover the Orioles exhibition game. And then we'll start getting access in person to these guys because I haven't been down in Florida this spring. And so real excited for that. And of course, fans on my Substack know there's going to be extensive minor league and player development coverage once the minors start. So a lot coming up.
Covers the minors better than anyone else on the beat, in my humble opinion. He's Steve Molesky, also joins us on the Fan here. He's a part of our extensive Orioles coverage. We'll be talking to him all season long. Steve, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Steve.
Hey, looking forward to it, guys. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Coming up next, we got a draft profile, second one of the day. We're heading out to Florida. Take a look at Caleb Banks, another defensive tackle. Vinny will give you the inside scoop on him. NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll take a trip around the league, see what's going on there. An interesting rule change proposal from the Browns. I want to get Vinny's thoughts on that as a former GM. And then another Orioles list today. Might trim this one down from 5 down to 3 because we're doing bold predictions here today. So to keep it somewhat realistic, I don't know if 5 bold predictions could actually come true, but maybe 3 will. I'll let you know what I'm thinking a little bit later on.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
On your ride to work in the morning, how many of those cash offers for your home billboards do you pass? How many emails have you gotten about them in the past week? I get phone calls all the time. I got texts today. They're everywhere. And most are for way less money than the homes are worth. I know they should be tempting, but don't take one of those low-ball, unsolicited offers before you call my buddy Lee Tessier. Now, there's a good chance that he's going to beat it. And Lee's cash offer comes with the same convenience, but he's going to pay you fair market value for your home. And you're going to be able to sell it as is. Now, there won't be any need for expensive repairs or open houses, and you're going to be able to sell your home for way more than you'd be able to with one of those unsolicited offers. So call the only agent I'd call if I had to sell my home, and that man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. And his number is 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And it's simple when you call Lee. Start packing.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Give me Arizona to win the NCAA tournament. Out of all 4 1 seeds, Duke, Michigan, Florida, and Arizona, Arizona's the most unimpeachable 1 seed. Arizona won the Big 12 regular season. Arizona won the Big 12 conference tournament, and Arizona comes into the NCAA tournament healthy. Duke was going to be my pick, but Duke dealing with injuries to its point guard and its big man. Give me Arizona to cut down the nets and win it all. I'm Nick Costos.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Oh, yeah. Nothing beats their award-winning hand-breaded fried chicken made fresh all day.
And don't forget the Western fries. Those Idaho potatoes are the real deal.
Plus, that Royal Farms coffee, brewed fresh 1 cup at a time. It's my morning routine.
Same. And if you like freebies, grab the Royal Farms app. You earn royalty points for free food, drinks, and lots more.
Easy, too. Just text ROFO to 43751 and you're in.
Royal Farms.
Real fresh, real fast.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings, 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It just takes some time, little girl in a little house.
All right, welcome back. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you here on a Total Request Thursday. Keep those song suggestions rolling in. We will play them throughout this final hour of the show coming up. But before then, Vinny's got another draft profile here. We're talking about another defensive tackle. Peter Woods was our guy earlier. We got Caleb Banks here out of Florida.
Yeah, Caleb Banks, Florida, 6'6", 327 pounds, ran a 5.04, 176 in the 10, jersey 88, fifth-year senior, 35-inch arms. Couldn't draw it up any better. 10 7/8 hand, ditto. 32 vertical jump, excellent. 9.6 broad jump, excellent. He's from the state of Michigan. He was a 3-star recruit. Went to Louisville. He redshirted in 2021 at Louisville. Played in 6 games in 22 at Louisville. 23 transferred to Florida. 11 starts, 19 tackles, 1 sack. 2024, 21 tackles, 4.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 29 quarterback pressures. 2025, hurt his foot in training camp. Played 3 games, fought through it, 6 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Surgery in September. Now the Senior Bowl, that's what I watched. The senior, he played well in the Senior Bowl. All right, so he's got good size. He's got excellent arm length. He keeps working and pass. He has power in the bull rush. He's got quick hands, good swim, good rip move, good movement in the pocket, good athlete, powerful club, strong hands. He's powerful. He can stack at the point. He can punch, lock out, shed. He's got a good takeoff. He's got some nifty feet for 6'6". Good short area quicks, has heavy hands to shock blockers. He's got a burst to the quarterback, versatile. He's lined up at every position in the defensive line. He'll chase, has very good Senior Bowl week in the games and the drills. Weakness, he must finish. Lunges and misses a lot of tackles. Awareness for trap. He can get high and driven, must shed quicker. Hands get sloppy at times, slow to shed. Gets tired in the game as the game goes. And he'll raise his pads when he starts to tire. He needs more pass rush moves, more counters, poor tackling angles, and I kind of questioned his instincts a little bit. In summary, I said this kid looks apart. I mean, he looks like you want it to look getting off the bus. He's got size, length, athletic ability, missed most of 2025, had foot surgery in September. He has talent, and it showed at the Senior Bowl. He'll need work to get in great shape. Has all the physical traits that some team will fall in love with. But to me, something's missing. He should be much more productive than he is. I mean, a guy 6'6", 327 that runs that, got 35-inch arms, and all you have is 21 tackles. So to me, he should have more production. And I questioned a lot, Nolan, the instincts, because I saw like a pulling block, and all of a sudden, like, he didn't even know it was coming. And he gets chipped and knocked down one time because he didn't see it. So I question, his football instincts a lot. But some teams are going to fall in love. But he did it, and at the Senior Bowl, pro coaching got better every week. So teams are going to say, he just needs some pro coaching. He was really good at the Senior Bowl. So somebody's going to fall in love with the arm length, the size. You're going to put him at a 5 technique and or 3 technique and play him. But I would have to check I would have to talk to coaches and stuff and find out instinctually, does he have good football instincts? Does he, because, when we had Parker, Woods before, he was a real instinctive, he could find the ball, and Caleb misses a lot of plays. And Parker missed a lot because he lunged and he had 31-inch arms. This guy's got 35-inch arms and he misses. So there is just something missing, but the Senior Bowl helped his draft stock a bunch.
Yeah, a little bit of mocks all over the place here. Similar to Woods, we talked about earlier, though, some common themes here in the D-tackle conversation. Cowboys at 20, Bears at 25. So those are the same. Steelers at 21. We had that prediction for Woods as well. As early as 16 with the Jets, does that feel like a reach to you?
Yeah, it feels like a huge. Nolan, I'd be scared crapless, because basically you're taking a guy that didn't play in 25, and you're betting on what you saw at the Senior Bowl, and he's still got a lot of work to do, man. I would be nervous I'd have to have my D-line. I'd have to have everybody go work them out, to see what they felt like. And I would have to study all the films from 24, and that instinct thing, it would have to be cleared up for me. Just because if you don't have instincts and you have a hard time finding the ball and seeing blockers, you're going to get killed in the NFL, even though you look beautiful. He may look like Tarzan, but then, does he play like Jane?
410-583-1057. We got NFL lunch coming up next. If you've got thoughts on what the Ravens should do in the draft, any players that you have your eye on. We'd love to hear from you. We'll also talk about some of the proposed rule changes that are going to be voted on later this month at the owners' meetings. An interesting one from the Browns that involves trading draft picks. 1:15, I've got my Orioles list for the day. 3 bold predictions as we sit a week from opening day. And as always, 1:30 on Thursdays, that's Mike Harmon time. Mike Harmon from Fox Sports Radio, of course. He'll join us to talk all things sports, NCAA tournament, NFL, baseball, you name it. He covers it all.
The Fan's Bob Haynie.
Maryland winning the national championship in 2002 was awesome. After so many years of great teams and All-American players and draft picks that went on to long NBA careers, to finally get over the hump against a storied program like Indiana was an incredible thing to see, with a Baltimore guy, Juan Dixon, leading the way, giving Gary Williams the national championship that he had longed for and deserved.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books. Special One Sports. Won the double-digit seed Pound of Flesh. 11-seed VCU takes on 6-seed North Carolina, and the Tar Heels have struggled without their best player, Caleb Wilson. Likely a top 10 pick in the NBA draft. He's done for the season with a broken thumb. Carolina struggles to defend the 3, and VCU shoots it well. Also, the Tar Heels are one of the worst free throw shooting teams in the tournament. That spells danger in March. The VCU Rams are a small dog. I like them to advance. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Game day is better at Conrad's. With plenty of high tops, bar seating, and brand new large screen TVs, there's no better place to watch your favorite teams. Plus, enjoy slam dunk food and drink specials. Check out Conrad's in Perry Hall and Abingdon.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat, unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable, regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to learn more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis?
which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have made it a point to move players around quite a bit this spring and get them some reps at different positions. The newly acquired Blaze Alexander will likely end up holding down an infield spot to begin the season due to injuries at second and third base, although yesterday he got the start in center field. That's a spot he's played sparingly in his MLB career, but Craig Albernaz says he wants as many options as possible for the long season ahead.
For me, Blaze has been as advertised, if not better. The athleticism and the tools really stand out. It doesn't happen by accident. What he can bring to the table versatility-wise with those ingredients, his ability to play all three spots on the dirt and then go kick out and play center field is going to be huge for us.
And the list of Ravens free agent departures continued to grow yesterday when it was revealed Tylan Wallace will be heading to Cleveland on a one-year deal, reuniting him with his former Baltimore OC, Todd Monken. He totaled 305 yards across 5 seasons with the Ravens after being selected in the 4th round of the 2021 draft. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Valor Roofing. Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call Valor Roofing right now and get 50% off materials, plus pay no interest until 2027, saving you big. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
All right, we'll feed you as much football as we can here in the next 10 to 12 minutes or so, starting with a proposed rule change here. The deadline to get these in was earlier this week, and only 2 teams, it sounds like, submitted a rule change, which feels a little light compared to other recent years. What was not proposed was anything related to the tush push. So we can, at least we don't have to deal with that narrative or that debate discussion this year. Although the competition committee, they themselves come up with their own rule change proposals. That'll come out next week. And all of this gets voted on at the owners' meetings at the end of the month. But the big one here comes from the Browns, who are proposing that a rule that would allow NFL teams to trade draft picks 5 years into the future instead of the current restriction, which is only 3 years down the road. Now, this would more similarly model the NBA, where you can trade up to 7 years down the road, and that's where we get all the craziness with, they got other stuff with pick swaps and protected stuff. The NBA is a mess, but that's why you always see the star player get dealt, and then, it's a 2032 draft pick. Like, what could he be? Where are you even going to be picking by the time that rolls around? As exciting as this is, because everyone loves the trades, and there has been an uptick this year, it gets everyone buzzing. But the other side of it for me is that GM tenures in football,
exactly,
very short. Yep. And if you're a desperate GM that's trying to just save your job, do something, might be more inclined to make these trades and just deal something like, well, I'm not going to have to deal with this down the road. I'm probably out of here anyway. So that's going to be the next guy's problem, which then creates this whole can of worms where, GM hires, where do you want to go? You're already trying to be convinced that this is going to be a good owner-GM relationship. That's first and foremost. You're looking at the pre-existing roster. What do I have at my disposal? Now you're going to be looking at draft capital. We're saying, well, no way in hell I'm going to, I don't know, the Jets, because they would strike me as a team, or the Browns, if they're suggesting it. That would tell me that they want to do it. Why would I go there when I've got an empty cupboard to work with?
Nolan, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that was the same thing I was thinking. I mean, if I'm a GM coming in there and I'm like, damn, I don't have a draft pick but this year. And same with coaches coming in, trying to hire coaches.
Right.
To me, I don't see the real benefit of it.
It says the league announced Wednesday that the only two teams submitted proposal that'll be considered by the owners at the league meetings later this month. The other coming from the Pittsburgh Steelers about contacting players during the free agent negotiating period. Don't see many other details here, but I'm assuming that has to do with the legal tampering period, which has always been a little messy. But I think this year, with the Crosby thing and the timing, even though that was a trade, it did kind of have a trickle-down effect on free agency because the Ravens pivoted to get Hendrickson. It would be, I think, nice if there was just a little more clarity. Like, all right, we know you're going to be getting ahead of the game here. We know you're talking to agents. Try to hide it, I guess, has been the thought process here recently. But yeah, it just does end up being the thing like where, all right, the league year starts on Wednesday, but everything's already done by Tuesday.
Yeah, by Monday. The thing about it is, legal tampering basically starts at the combine. That's when it starts, because that's when everybody's face-to-face. That's when you're cutting. That's why guys are able to sign at 12:01 on that Monday, So in reality, you could start it, the day after the combine, because that's all the communication and everything is done at that time.
Let's see here. Maybe some more details on what the Steelers have. So the NFL allowed teams this year on a trial basis to conduct up to 5 phone or video calls directly with players on other teams during the 2-day negotiating period. Teams previously had been able to contact only agents during that time. Okay. So, yeah, that is a little more messy.
So they want to be able to talk to players.
Right. And they did this year. That was allowed. So the Steelers are asking for that rule to be permanent, as well as allowing teams to make travel arrangements before the start of the league year with players who have agreed to terms. Right. So I get them in for the physical a little bit faster.
I agree.
That would make sense.
And I agree with that. And I agree with talking to the player, because all you're doing is talking to the player through the agent is what you're doing. So you might as well just have direct contact with them. If you're signing them at 12:01, you want to talk to them a little bit and get a feel for them. And are you interested in coming here? No, I don't want to come. So I agree. I like Pittsburgh's rules. I hate Cleveland's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, now that jogs my memory here, because I think it was Cordell and Ben asked DaCosta last week about, sure, okay, you had the physical scheduled for Wednesday. By that point, of course, all the free agency moves had been done. Thank God Hendrickson was still available. And depending on who you believe, they were talking to him, blah, blah, blah. But I think it was Ben's question basically saying, well, why couldn't we get this physical done, sooner? Mm-hmm. So I think that would have been something that could have smoothed things out and maybe made the optics of all this look a little bit better on the Ravens' part, instead of that hard pivot of failed physical, a couple hours later, it's done, Hendrickson's in the building, or Hendrickson signed.
I know, but with a trade, why weren't they able to just fly him in on Saturday?
He made it sound like they had to wait till the start of the new league year.
But he was in on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
He was in before the new league year started, wasn't he? No, he was after. Because it wasn't at the...
No, it was Tuesday. Remember, we read yesterday, he flew Monday.
Right. Yeah, it was Tuesday. Yeah,
flew
because
Monday,
they
did it Tuesday.
Signed Hendrickson. So, I mean, I don't get why they...
Yeah, that's weird.
Have him come in, or come in... Well, when you're pro team like that, you're doing physical Saturday. Everybody's on call for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you could get, if you needed an MRI, you know, or even if you had to wait till Monday morning, you know, Nolan, because nothing started till noon, you could have gotten his MRI at 6 a.m. or whatever, and you'd have known that by, you know, before noon started.
Well, I did say earlier in the show that we got to move on from the Crosby stuff, but it just keeps
coming.
It's relevant. I mean, it's what we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks. We'll drop it at some point, I promise you. We'll move on, maybe 3 years from now. Let's get a quick call. Mike's in Parkville, wants to talk about the Ravens. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing today?
Doing awesome, man.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Hey, just listening to you all, I think, I'm two things here. One, I think there might have been a little smoke there from Vegas. You know, if DeCosta's calling Spatek, you know, and saying, hey, how's Crosby? You know, he played on that knee for a while last year, so I think we needed to get in there and look at it.
Time out 1 second. Time out 1 second. He's not asking Spybeck how the knee is. He's asking Spybeck, can we talk to the doctors and your trainers? That's what he's asking Spybeck. And then he's talking to the trainers and the doctors.
You think he kind of let him over to us? I think a little light, though. I mean, I think DeCosta's a stand-up guy. I think there's a little bit more to that there. I think he could have let out a little dirty laundry. But two,
it doesn't matter because you're going to have him come in and your guys are going to check him anyhow.
I think the goal going in was getting both of them. I think, DeCosta's a straight guy. That would have been incredible if we have Hendrickson and Crosby come off both edges. But my second thing I wanted to say is, what a haul do you think we're going to get next year with comp picks? I mean, you're talking about Linderbaum. That could be a third.
Yeah.
Likely, depending on the year he has, that could be another 3. What about a Pro Bowl punter? He goes to the Pro Bowl next year. How do we not lock him up is my question as well. How do we?
I agree with that one.
And you can't match $4 million for Jordan Stout. He's a Pro Bowl punter. He's putting guys in, beyond the 20 consistently. I think it's Tyler Loop who we need to take a look at, not because of the missed kick, but a lot of his kickoffs weren't going in the zone. I'm not sure how many he didn't get in the zone last year. It was between 8 and 15. I can't remember, but puts us in a precarious position when you bring the ball up like that. Gives teams a better shot, shorter fields. But I don't know what the comp picks look like. But I was just thinking out loud. Just wanted to hear what you had to say because, you got Dre'Mont Jones, depending on what year he has, Stout, Linderbaum, likely.
They're going to get the max. They're going to get the max. Whatever the max is, they're getting.
Is that 6 or 7?
I don't even know, but they'll get the max. I think the most this year was 5.
Right. Yeah, well, there's talk about DeCosta. Loves those comp picks. Loves it more than his own family sometimes, it seems.
Well, the thing, what Eric does is he bases it on numbers. If I want to hit 60% on draft picks, it's a lot easier to hit 60%, if I have 10 to 15 draft picks.
Max of 4. That's it, between rounds 3 and 7. So, I mean, I think the only definite to me is Linderbaum's the third round comp pick. Beyond that, it's wait and see with an Isaiah Likely. It's wait and see with some others. Real quick on the Jordan Stout thing, he mentioned you couldn't go and match the $4 million or the $4.1 million it took to get him. I don't know this for certain, but I said as soon as it went down, I don't think they really made him an offer. I think they just let him walk because, again, it wasn't like it was a gross overpay by the Giants to go get him based on the previous top earning punter in the league. I think something tells me, Randy Brown's hung around. He's the only holdover from the special team side of things. That they said, we're going to let him walk, and we want Randy to identify another punter in the draft.
Well, before I did that, I would say, Randy, what are the punters like in the draft? I've got to know what the talent pool is. If there's nobody that you like, then no, I'm not doing that. So, yeah, that's an interesting one because the guy was spectacular. He averaged 50.1 and his net was 44.9, and I think he had 17 punts inside the 20. He was phenomenal, and he can kick off.
Yeah.
And he did a good job holding. In a place, like going to New York gets windy, so he'll be fine up there too.
Coming up next, got our Orioles list for the day. I've got 3 bold predictions for the upcoming season, and they range from mild to scorching hot. If you have your own, feel free to get in, 410-583-1057. We'll take your calls in general. Mike Harmon coming up at 1:30, and then we'll turn things over to Inside Access starting at 2.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Now it's the Slam Dunk Sales Event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. You go see Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid, or drive a new Elantra with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till June 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Plus, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get you Jones for a lifetime, which is one of my favorite things. They're free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million, used to be 1 million, now we've got 2 million likes and reviews. So you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. And I've been in every department there, sales, service, parts, collision center. You know, the service department, Mike over there, he takes good care of me all the time with my oil changes and everything else. And let me just say, Ed Zimmerman in the collision center just took care of my daughter's car. He's awesome. He's the best. He's 10 out of 10. Slam dunk savings at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807.
Life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything's fine. The next, an accident changes everything. Suddenly you're dealing with pain, bills, and insurance companies that don't have your back. That's when experience matters. For over 50 years, Science & Kirk has fought to protect people just like you, standing up to the insurance companies and making sure you get every dollar you deserve. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with you for a little more, a few more segments here. Coming up on 2 o'clock when Tim Barbalace, Cordell Woodland take over as part of Inside Access. Just to clean something up there, we were talking comp picks before the break. Way out of my depth when I'm talking about that. I'm looking at it here, an explanation, and I still don't quite frankly understand it, but it does appear that by signing Trey Hendrickson, the Ravens have negated the Tyler Linderbaum departure, so that would take them out of comp pick consideration. Again, way out of my depth here in knowledge, but other players that it looks like could still warrant them a comp pick, as the caller mentioned, Isaiah Likely, Draymond Jones, Charlie Kohler, Patrick Ricard. But among that group, Isaiah Likely, probably your best shot. Draymond Jones, maybe, but that would be like a 5th round, 6th round comp pick we're talking there. So nothing as juicy or enticing as the third that potentially could have come back in Linderbaum. But all that said, yeah, we're happy to have Hendrickson. Give me Hendrickson over the comp pick. I'm sorry. I know you love him, EDC, but more pressing need for sure.
Yeah.
Switching topics here to the Orioles. We've been doing lists all week long. We did a little bit earlier in the week. Prospects to watch. We did, God, I already forgot what I did my other one on. But today I got bold predictions, and I got 3 for you here. Try to keep it somewhat realistic. And we'll start with one that I think is the most likely and get to one that probably a long shot, but I'm starting to get excited. It's a week from opening day, so we'll get to that in a second. Number 3. I have 3 players this year that'll steal at least 20 bases. Now, this has been something we've been talking about for years. You go back to the Hyde tenure, every spring, like clockwork. We're going to be active on the base pass. We're going to run more. We're going to play small ball. We're going to do all this stuff. We're not just going to simply be a home run or bust team. And it never actually came to fruition. You could have argued that, well, they just never really had the talent outside of 1 or 2 guys. Jorge Mateo, certainly their most capable base stealer for multiple years there, but he couldn't get on base. Cedric Mullins was pretty flashy with the speed, but again, towards the end of his Orioles tenure, had trouble getting on base. And it just ended up being a situation where Gunnar Henderson's your only reliable guy there to get to at least 30. And if we're talking expectations for him, of this group this year, I think he leads the way. He'll lead the team in stolen bases this year. 30's got to be the floor for him. He played roughly 155, 154 games last year. So if he can play somewhere around that, even pushing a full 162, 30 stolen bases, it's got to be the minimum for him. And I mean, I'd say push it to 35, push it closer to 40. And when you combine it with that power, you start fantasizing about what this statistical season could look like for him. Other candidates here, so we'll call him a lock for 20 at least. I say 30, but other guys who could steal 20, I'm saying Colton Cowser here. Now, again, trouble with the guy getting on base. He's got to hold up that end of the bargain. But lost in his abysmal 2025, he did go 14 of 14 on his attempts. So, you know, he at least was savvy enough to know when to take off, when not to take off. Whereas compared to another guy here who could be a big swing piece, Jackson Holliday, well, he took off quite a bit last year. He stole 17 bags, but he got caught 11 times. So you got to clean that up quite a bit. That's one where I think they encouraged him to run because they felt like he had the tools, but still a young player, still learning. Maybe that's another area of his game where just a little more time can be on his side. I think at the very least, though, him taking off that much tells me that he could reach 20. I mean, heck, he could have got 20 last year and failed 15 times, but, you know, he still would have got to 20. The wild card, of course, is the guy that we talked about yesterday, the prospect-wise, Enrique Bradfield Jr. He's got the capability. He's got those Jorge Mateo-esque wheels. But the question is, when's his call-up going to happen? And if that doesn't come until September when the rosters expand, well, I don't think he's going to get 20 in a month. But if he's up here a little bit sooner, maybe halfway through the year out of necessity, maybe he could get 20. And he's a guy that could bunt his way on. We saw him do that in spring. Maybe a little early Cedric Mullins strategy out of him before he developed into more of a natural hitter, 30-30 guy. But we'll see what we get out of Enrique for now. At least keep an eye on him in the minors because he'll be taking off down there. Second bold prediction deals with your closer, Ryan Helsley. I'm going to say this. Leads the American League in saves this summer. When I look at the top closers from a year ago, there were quite a bit in the American League. Estevez from the Royals, Munoz from Seattle. Hoffman had a great year with Toronto. Chapman, great year in Boston. But Chapman feels like a regression year for him. Hoffman, maybe I'm blinded by personal bias, don't like him, but I think he might be rattled by what happened in Game 7. 33 might be a bit high for him. Seattle and the Kansas City guys should be fine. But it seems to me, though, that a lot of the heavy lifters in the closer world will reside in the National League. When you start looking at, what's his name? It went from Mason Miller there with the Padres, Edwin Diaz going from the Mets to the Dodgers. I think there'll be a lot of firepower over there. And Helsley, to his credit, I mean, just a couple years ago, had the fantastic season where he's had 49 saves. So am I expecting that again? If that's what it takes, then sure. But maybe, 35 is enough to lead the American League. And I think he'll have that bounce back. He says it was all about tipping pitches in the second half of last year, and that's why he struggled. I got to see it, but they believe in him. He's here for 2 years. I think he has a big bounce back this year and will be up there, American League saves. And my last bold prediction here, this is scorching hot, maybe wishful thinking, but the Orioles will surpass 240 home runs as a collective for the first time since 2016. The team record, for that matter, those curious, 1996, 257. And I believe it was 253 in 2016. A couple years ago, they got up to, I just had it here. The 2024 team had quite a few home runs. They had 235. Anthony Santander doing a lot of the heavy lifting with 44 that year. Gunnar Henderson had 37, and then more of a drop-off. But when I look at the lineup this year, Pete Alonso, Gunnar Henderson right out the gate, both of them are capable of getting to 40. 35 for sure. And then beyond that, Taylor Ward, I think, is in consideration for 30 at least, pushing 35. Sam Basayo is a big wild card here. Is his power is as advertised over a full season. I think that's 20 to 25 minimum. And then really, this is where it gets iffy, where you're going to have to see more out of Adley Rutschman, out of a Colton Cowser. If they can get it together, and they could potentially be 20 homer guys again, that could go a long way. But I think they've cultivated just more natural power on this roster. Maybe, again, 240 is wishful thinking, but I think at its peak, they have the talent in-house right now to get that done. We will come back in a second, talk to Mike Harmon from Fox Sports Radio. Plenty going on in the sports world. We'll get his opinions on all of it. We'll wrap things up with a funhouse trip at the end of the show. So if you've got a text that you want to get in before the buzzer today, send it to us, 410-583-1057.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Swatter, and I got to tell you, Town Appliance, it's officially my new go-to spot for appliance. And why do I say it's my go-to place? Because I got my new refrigerator yesterday. That's why it's my go-to spot. I got a GE, nice refrigerator, put it down in the basement. They delivered. This was great because they delivered, came in the back doors, right through, took the old one, took the stuff out of the fridge, put it in the new one, unhooked everything, hooked everything back up. Old fridge is gone, new refrigerator's there. Looks great. Easy as pie. And that's why Town Appliance is my new go-to spot. So right now, perfect time to shop because Town Appliance celebrating their 47th anniversary. That means up to 50% savings on select appliances. Not only that, but Town Appliance is having a giveaway that you don't want to miss out on. So go to their website for more details. Now, with decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. Just ask for Mayor and Mayor. They're the two guys there. Both of them named Mayor. You might think, what's Mayor and Mayor? No, it's two guys, and their first names are both Mayor and Mayor. So ask for either Mayor or Mayor. And celebrate 47 years with Town Appliance. Visit the showroom like I did in Owings Mills. So call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
It's taco night at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 large Hass avocados for $3 with Prime through March 24th. Make a Mexican-inspired dish topped with fresh and creamy avocados. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Baltimore sports fans, it's time to celebrate you. Join 105.7 The Fan for our massive Faniversary celebration. We're taking over Barrel House Live in Falston on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities, talk shop, and enjoy the best atmosphere in Maryland. It's an all-ages event, so bring the whole crew for a day of prizes, sports talk, and pure Baltimore pride. Tickets are moving fast. Head over to 1057thefan.com/events right now to grab yours.
Tune in this Tuesday, March 24th, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Sophia Holloway. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
Every day, complete coverage of Orioles spring training with Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and the entire Fan lineup as we gear up for opening day, March 26th, live from Pickles Pub against the Minnesota Twins. Baseball is back, and it's on 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The madness has finally arrived. The NCAA tournament is underway after the final spots in the field of 64 were determined last night. Miami of Ohio's unique season will continue after they took down SMU 89-79. Their inclusion was debated heavily after they ripped through the regular season with an undefeated record, only to come up short in the conference tournament. Head coach Travis Steele has a deeper run on his mind, but hopes last night will serve as a strong message on behalf of all mid-major schools.
I think this shows there's a lot of good teams out there. I mean, we had to basically be perfect in the whole regular season to get an at-large. The reason people love March Madness is they love to see quote-unquote upsets. This wasn't an upset tonight, but people are going to say that it was.
And the NFL has announced that only 2 rule change proposals were submitted by teams ahead of the owners' meetings later this month. The Browns want to shake up the restrictions surrounding trades by allowing draft picks as far as 5 years down the road to be dealt. The current league rules only allow for picks to be traded up to 3 years in the future. According to NFL executive Troy Vincent, there were no proposals involving the controversial tush-push play. Next week, the league's competition committee will announce their own rule change suggestions to be voted on. 24 of the league's 32 owners must approve for a change to occur. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
All right, I need to know who suggested this. This is going to be a problem. It's going to be a major problem here. Baja Men. No Baja Men here on the Vinny and Haynie Show. Excluded from Featured Artist Friday voting, by the way, because we'd just be playing that Who Let the Dogs Out over and over and over again. But hey, you know what? Maybe for like an April Fool's Day down the road, keep that in mind. We start here. Let's see. We got Mike Harmon. We got Mike Harmon, of course. It's 1:30 on a Thursday. That means we are always joined by Fox Sports Radio, Mike Harmon. Mike, how you doing today, man?
Trying to recover from that musical interlude, but we pivot, we move on. We got basketball, a full slate of NBA. The Lakers are back, is what everybody tells me. So lots going on. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, well, I do want to start in the NBA. And, you mentioned the Lakers there. Luka Doncic on fire as of late, reinserting himself in that MVP conversation. If you're voting today, is he getting the award? Because it's been a very strange season in terms of guys not being able to hit that necessary games threshold. Take Jokic out of it, take SGA out of it. Really left the field wide open this year.
Yeah, I mean, if SGA were to fall below the threshold, then the door is open. But the last I looked, he was minus 1,000 favorite. But Luka's been absolutely amazing all year long. And the big thing now is you're winning games against good teams, something they did not do for most of the season. And I know, insert your NBA joke of how many good teams are there really? But it's, you beat who's on the schedule in prime time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of juice to his odds. We saw that a couple of weeks ago with Jaylen Brown before Jason Tatum came back. But this latest Cade Cunningham news, it looked like for a minute he might win it by default with Jokic being on the precipice of missing too many games and when SGA was hurt. But, for now, even though folks can decry however he plays the game, look, you don't have to like it. You just have to accept the results. SGA is your guy, but Luka certainly making himself some noise here down the stretch.
Hey, Mike, I told Nolan the other day the best place to be for St. Patty's Day is Chicago.
Hands down. I mean, unless you're going to Dublin or, some outskirts of, towns in Ireland. Yeah, Chicago's as good as it gets. I mean, you talk about the parade downtown, talk about all the bars, the pubs, all the places that, embrace the heritage, outside of, Dublin itself. I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find more Irish folks somewhere else. If I was drinking, I guess I could have been a problem. But, we're trying to do a little bit of dry 26 to start things. I got to get in shape and get prettier, to hold off and keep my dog moving,
Wait till you hear what Vinny's doing with his wine the other night. He's putting green food coloring in there.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
That's normal, right, Mike?
Look, you're trying to give yourself some benefit. You're trying to see if there's a new food angle that maybe can make you a multimillionaire. I can't hate it. I mean, there's really not a lot of taste to it. So if it's just going for the aesthetic, why not?
Yeah. Hey, Mike, let me ask you, what'd you think of the World Baseball Classic and DeRosa's coaching, or managing, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, it left some stuff to be desired. And I understand across the event, I mean, there's still some things that need to be ironed out in terms of participation and team's interest versus the nation's team's interest, et cetera. But, a couple of questionable lineup decisions, the lack of pitching in the back end, and some of that. But, if Schwarber and Judge are going to combine to basically stand there with the bat on their shoulders when it counts, I mean, what do you expect? But it was good to see some juice to baseball to get things going as we get ready to start a new season in a week's time. So post Super Bowl and ahead of March Madness, it found its nice little space. You took a look at TV ratings were good. The juice that each nation brought, right, and how much it meant to the different participants, including obviously the champion Venezuela, given all the givens. I mean, just it was great. DeRosa, go back to TV.
They covered for him.
Yeah.
The MLB Network better have him back because they did all the PR.
They tried to scrub there's a song from Brad Paisley from many years ago called "The Internet Is Forever." And it talks about all the bad idea things you can do. And just remember, if it's caught on video, it ain't going away. DeRosa trying to claim he knew everything after the fact. And and there'll be network trying to scrub videos or whatever. It's like, no. Once that's out on somebody else's hard drive, it's like keeping a secret. As soon as that third person knows something, you're screwed.
Back to the NBA real quick. This has been a topic for years now when you talk about the load management and everything and the game maybe being boring in terms of regular season. Well, Steve Kerr comes along, strong opinions always, but he's saying that, we need to shorten the season. 10 games, cut 10 games off was his suggestion. And he said that he thinks it would help everything. With the modern game, talking about pacing, spacing, he just thinks it would make more sense and lead to a more competitive league. I don't think he said anything about, resting players and, load management or anything like that. But do you think that decreasing the length of the season would actually result in star players playing more often?
Nope, it just changes what that goal line is, right? And changes what the parameters are for your awards. It changes. Everybody takes less money, which we know ain't gonna happen, right? So the premise in and of itself fails. It's like I used to do these meetings when I worked at Yahoo many years ago, and someone would get up and they'd be 2 slides in and you could already see the 15 ways it was wrong and couldn't be implemented. I was the bad guy that would be like, I got other work to do. This fails here, and here. And they told me I was a bad teammate. I'd say that for Steve Kerr. I'd also say for Steve Kerr, you know how to improve your product? Learn how to coach young players. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Mike, you got any major upsets here today or tomorrow? And who do you got in the Final Four?
I don't know. I filled out the bracket yesterday. That's a long time ago. And then I took a day off to hang with my kids. So it's a chalky kind of feel.
That's what Nolan said. Nolan said the same thing.
Well, we're both experts,
Well, but I think the biggest thing is that you're seeing the divide. Like I saw some metrics of how much better in a lot of the key statistics the top 4 team were to the number 2 seeds. And then you talk about the gap going all the way through. It doesn't mean you won't have something wonky. You got a bunch of the top teams that do have an injured player or two that they're trying to get through and see if they can't buy them the weekend before getting back. But that's a whole other thing. But I think as far as I mean, St. John's, I gave them a run at a 5 seed. I mean, Iowa State's only a 2. Michigan's got a bracket that looks like it should be theirs for the taking, and then Arizona's been great. But you'll have your 11-6 and 10-12-5s like normal. But it's awful hard in the current construction to think that you're going to get a true, quote unquote Cinderella to make a big, deep run. It's just, I think the talent divide, if we want to talk about it from an NBA perspective, right? How many teams go beyond 7 deep in the NBA? College basketball is kind of doing the same thing as we have the mercenary move year to year. So the divide between teams that have those 2 or 3 top players and, everybody else is immense. I mean, I think the most curious case for this year, though, is to watch what happens with Duke. I mean, you couldn't win with Knipple and Cooper Flagg. Yet here you are again with Shire's squad. Can he get him over the top? Because if not, everybody's going to start pointing fingers at him.
He's Mike Harmon from Fox Sports Radio. And real quick before we let you go here, talking tournament, I don't know if we asked you in the past about the whole Miami of Ohio story this year and where you fell on that. But last night, they earned their spot in. Impressive win over SMU. Silencing any doubters left. I was one of them. But where did you stand?
Yeah, I think it comes down to you got 37 at-large bids. You got a team that loses a game in their conference tournament. And while you can point to a bunch of the Ken Palm ratings and everything else and say, well, they're the 90th team or whatever the number fell out after all of that, it'd still be you were able to navigate a full schedule. And there was a Freedom of Information Act that showed that they really tried to schedule a ton of other teams and nobody wanted any part of them. It's like, so they tried to do their part and then they go out and run a full slate. If nothing else, with 37 at-large bids in a field of 68, we can't find room for them. Like, if they've been left out, it's like, what are we doing? Isn't that the whole point of this thing, to try to see if a team can step up in class and make their noise? Because if they went out and got their ass kicked yesterday, guess what, guys? we don't have to ask the question again. There's another data point for, all right, it's a softball schedule, forget about them. But they go and win. Now, is it a massive upset? No, but it at least, gives proof positive of sometimes you just need to give squad a shot to make a run, like all of us in our lives. Damn it. What about the little guy?
It's Mike Harmon from Fox Sports Radio. Bad locker room guy by all accounts, questioning leadership. Not a Baja Men fan either, but you know what? He joins us every Thursday, and we love him for it. He'll join us next Thursday, as a matter of fact, or maybe not. I don't know. It's opening day, so we might give you the week off, Mike. But we'll talk soon.
You never can tell. Sometimes I'll just start calling in for all your requests Fridays or whatever, and see if I can't get some of my bands in. Baja Men excluded, of course.
We'll throw one in because we're taking votes for Featured Artist Friday tomorrow.
Oh, there you go. So there you go. The Afghan Wigs new song just came up. There you go.
All right, you heard it. He's Mike Harmon. Thanks, Mike.
Be good, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, we got one more segment left here today. We're going to take a trip through the Funhouse. So yeah, if you want to get a last-second submission for Featured Artist Friday tomorrow, we'd love to hear it. 410-583-1057. Send that to the text line. Or any other thoughts, Ravens, Orioles, NCAA tournament related. We'll read them and turn things over to Inside Access at 2.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We are a week away from opening day. What constitutes as a successful Orioles season? We'll tell you our thoughts. Also, the madness is here, and Jimmy Patsos will be coming in studio at 4 to break down the bracket.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Olympic drama in March. Jack Hughes, who scored the overtime goal to bring home gold versus Canada in February, is now speaking out about not being able to keep the puck, which is in the Hall of Fame. A representative came out saying, hey, it was never his to keep. And this isn't new. Every sports Hall of Fame has memorabilia from important championships because it was the team's goal. This is the right move by the Hall of Fame. I'm Maddie Bates.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to Explorers and Expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ever notice how your floors still look dirty, even after you mop?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Swiffer Power Mop gives you a deeper clean you can actually see.
I'm listening.
Unlike string mops, Swiffer Power Mop absorbs more dirt and locks it away, even in those hard-to-reach spots.
Like behind the toilet?
Exactly. The new micro scrubbers deliver thousands of tiny deep cleaning actions, so your floors look, smell, and feel clean.
Bye-bye, dirty floors. Hello, Swiffer Power Mop.
Try the Swiffer Power Mop. Love it or your money back.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by seven-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Only a few moments left in today's show. Appreciate you joining us. A lot of great guests today. We'll be back same time tomorrow, round out the week, filling in for Bob Haynie, and then maybe back to normal next week. But we'll have plenty to get into tomorrow. Jonas Schaefer going to join us, of course. We'll also get Tony Pauline in here. He makes his return to preview all things draft-related with us and much, much more. More tournament talk, as that'll be in full swing again, watching closely what happens tonight. But before that, we'll give you... Oh, we need our featured artist. Let's see. Any late submissions to the text line here? Let's roll with Sublime. Someone wants Sublime. We'll do them tomorrow. It's been a while since we've done them. And we've got a few minutes here. Let's go through the Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start things here with the Ravens. Stan in Sykesville says, can we call out the lack of touchdown production by Zay Flowers? Smaller dude, no end zone threat as far as Stan here sees it, but people keep kissing his buttocks. His words, not mine. Thinks that he's more of a number two, not a true number one wide receiver.
Well, for the Ravens, he's a number one, but like the goal line stuff, play a lot of man coverage down in the goal line, and there's not a lot of area, and things happen so much quicker down there, like his change of direction and do all that stuff doesn't help as much as it does in open field. That's why big-bodied guys, because most of the, the fades and all that, they're all contested catches. Mm-hmm. And what do you got to be? You got to have length, or you got to be physical, So who catches all the touchdowns for the Ravens? It's been Mark Andrews or Likely, the bigger guy, because Likely can reach up, snatch, and even Charlie Kolar, who's 6'7", size, right. And that is not Zay. The only way Zay scores is like on a quick screen, he's going to make somebody miss.
Yeah. And we've seen him do that, even if he doesn't get the end zone.
Sweep,
I mean, he'd pick up the big gains.
Yep.
You know, I was a little down on Zay Flowers yesterday, where I was doubting the Ravens' either interest or ability to re-sign him long term, because he will be a free agent next year. They have the franchise tag at their disposal. But to his credit, this past year, where we were getting on his case for the fumbling, and it wasn't a great season. It started hot, but all things considered, in the end, finished 7th in the league in yardage. Mm-hmm. And then when you consider the fact that was only on 86 receptions, when all these other people in the top 10 are 120, pushing 130 in terms of receptions, your Puka Nakuas and your JSNs, yeah, it is pretty impressive, the yak ability then.
Oh,
so,
yep.
And I think what you said, ultimately, he's a 1 for the Ravens. That's probably the biggest point.
No doubt.
Real quick before we wrap, Gene in Annapolis says, I'm extremely concerned about Colton Cowser and the strikeouts. Tired of hearing that the ball goes a long way when he hits it. Well, you got to make contact in order for that to happen. Been watching the televised spring training games this spring, and it seems like the strikeouts still aren't going anywhere. Almost one every day. Well, he had the one yesterday. I know we were talking about that. We were joking that he didn't go down looking, that he actually did take the bat off his shoulder. But yeah, that's the big thing for him. He's got to figure it out. And there is a lot riding on him. They've got a lot riding on him defensively, making the transition from left field to center field. That's going to come with some challenges. But first and foremost, it's offense. And I think I said it yesterday. Outside of that really incredible hot start he had after his call-up, where he was just mashing left and right, had a great month, it's really been pretty mediocre ever since, or flat out bad. So for a guy as highly touted as he was, got to get it together. And if he does, though, to his credit, could go a long way for this team this year. That's going to do it for us. Cordell and Tim are waiting in the wings, ready to get in here. They'll take you all the way up to 6. A lot of NCAA tournament talk going on. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
NFL Draft happens next month.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
But we've got it covered now with insights and analysis from the fans. Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. But he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. Experience the middle jewel of the Triple Crown outside of Pimlico for the first time in more than 100 years for the most intimate viewing experience in Preakness history. Seating is extremely limited for this once-in-a-lifetime showcase of the best horses and jockeys in thoroughbred racing. Purchase your tickets today at Preakness.com.
Fellas, if your idea of beast mode is successfully staying awake through an entire movie, we need to talk. Low testosterone can turn you from lion to house cat real quick. Less energy, brain fog, motivation gone. But here's the good news. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT, designed to get you feeling like yourself again. More energy, better performance, and actual drive. New year, new testosterone levels. Call LifeMed Institute 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. Contact LifeMed Institute because your couch misses you less than you think. LifeMed clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances celebrating 47 years in business, and they're marking the occasion with great savings on select appliances. Discover over 70 brands, including Bosch and more. So if you've been thinking about upgrading your kitchen or laundry, this is your moment. With nationwide delivery and a beautiful showroom off Reisterstown Road, they make the entire process simple. Be sure to ask for Mayor & Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop in, call, text, or shop online today at townappliance.com. Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Tickets are on sale now for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary, happening Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Falston from 1 to 4 p.m. Enjoy light fare and 2 free non-alcoholic drinks or beer or glasses of wine. A cash bar will also be available. All your favorite fan personalities will be on hand, answering your questions and hosting Know Your Show, giving you a chance to win concert tickets. Visit 1057thefan.com for more details and to purchase tickets to this all-ages event.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have made it a point to move players around quite a bit this spring and get them some reps at different positions. The newly acquired Blaze Alexander will likely end up holding down an infield spot to begin the season due to injuries at second and third base, although yesterday he got the start in center field. That's a spot he's played sparingly in his MLB career, but Craig Albernaz says he wants as many options as possible for the long season ahead.
For me, Blaze has been as advertised, if not better. The athleticism and the tools really stand out. It doesn't happen by accident. What he can bring to the table versatility-wise with those ingredients, his ability to play all 3 spots on the dirt and then go kick out and play center field is going to be huge for us.
And the list of Ravens free agent departures continued to grow yesterday when it was revealed Tylan Wallace will be heading to Cleveland on a 1-year deal, reuniting him with his former Baltimore OC, Todd Monken. He totaled 305 yards across 5 seasons with the Ravens after being selected in the 4th round of the 2021 draft. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I love versatility. It makes everything easier as far as making lineups, in-game moves. So, the more guys can play different positions, the better. And that's including our outfielders just going to different spots is going to be big. Every team coming in the spring training, their goal, all 30 teams, should be to win the World Series. Us as competitors, that's what we thrive in and what we want to achieve. In this division, it's a gauntlet of the division.
That's Orioles manager Craig Albernaz when talking about the expectations that he has for his squad in the 2026 season. It's Inside Access on the Fan. We are a week away from opening day. Orioles set to take on the Twins at Camden Yards. Cordell Woodland filling in for Ken Wyman the rest of the week. So now is a good time to gauge expectations. Grapefruit League season, it's pretty much done. We don't have the official 26-man roster, but we have a good idea of who they are. And injuries have happened for this club already with Jackson Holiday and Jordan Westberg going down at the beginning of spring training. But the Orioles still have high expectations. Orioles have the 5th best odds to make the playoffs in the American League, according to FanDuel, at -115. Their over-under win total, 84.5 wins, following a season in which they finished 75-87. So we're asking the question today, Cordell, what constitutes a successful season for the Orioles in your eyes?
So it's a multitude of things. I think the easy answer is, they make the playoffs, They get a playoff win for the first time in forever, and just avoid getting swept. I don't know if I'm ready to go as far as to say a series win constitutes a successful season for me yet. I still think they got to crawl before they walk. That said, there are other layers that I think would go into making this a successful season. I think that the Orioles having at least 2 All-Stars this year would be great. When you look at this rotation, you look at the top, immediately I'm looking at guys like Bradish and Rogers. One of those guys should be an All-Star for this team, assuming they've been healthy in the first part of the season. I'm also looking at Gunnar being kind of the lock to be an All-Star for this team this year. That's the baseline in my mind. Give me 2 All-Stars, right? Give me 85 to 90 wins, playoff appearance, a playoff win. I think I'm good. There. It's all about the wins here. We could talk about individually and certain guys having better years. And the reality is last year was such a down year for this club as a whole. You're looking at pretty much everybody on this team to be better this year. I mean, Jackson Holliday was probably the one guy last year that you looked at and said, and Trevor Rogers, obviously, sure. That's just like, okay, they had a better year than what we expected coming into this year. This year, it's got to be across the board, especially with some of the additions that they've had. But give me a playoff win. Give me 85 to 90 wins, 2 All-Stars at least. I think that's a successful year.
I'm going to go a step further in terms of the postseason. And I understand what you're saying. You got to crawl before you walk. The Orioles haven't won a playoff game since October 5th, 2014. They beat the Tigers 2-1 to sweep them in the ALDS. Bud Norris was the starting pitcher for the Orioles. I had just turned 19 years old. I am 30 now. Yeah. So this feels like a very pivotal season for this team where if things go south, how do you move going forward? If things succeed, how do you build on top of that to get over the top? I'm not in World Series or bust. I'm not in ALCS or bust mode for this club. I think you have to have realistic expectations with a first-time manager in Craig Albernaz. But the O's are coming off a year in which they fired their manager prior to Memorial Day. And I've continued to look at Mike Elias and Eric DeCosta in similar lights in terms of manager got fired, head coach got fired. Both of them had bad off seasons the prior year and played a big role in their respective teams underachieving. So how are they going to act differently? And we've already seen it with Eric DeCosta at the beginning of the year. We saw it with Mike Elias in the moves that he was making. So if they did underachieve and they don't make the playoffs, could some of this young core get continued to blow up? We saw Mike trade Grayson Rodriguez this offseason. Like, would a Jordan Westberg get dealt? Do you look at this thing differently, especially with a lockout looming? Gunnar only has 2 more years of arbitration eligibility. Adley, last year of arbitration eligibility. For me, it's make the playoffs and win a series. Because if they do that, I think the fans would at least feel like they're back on track. They're at least back to moving in the right direction.
No doubt. I mean, that'd be great. That'd be great. I just have trouble putting the winning a playoff series on, whether or not if that's the line that's drawn in the sand. Right. We're talking about it being a successful year. They have to win a playoff series for us to deem it a successful year. That's the hurdle that, like you just said, it's been 11 years. That's the hurdle that they've been looking to get over for a while now. And coming off of last year where it was just the bottom gave out, everything went to hell. Your players are regressing. You fire your manager before Memorial Day. Elias this is a pivotal year for him. Pivotal year for him. They have to show signs of life. I don't know. Maybe by the time we get to May, I'll feel better about that. But I just don't know if that's where I'm ready to go yet.
I think this is also important to keep in mind as well. Expectations change throughout the season.
Oh, yeah.
Like in any sport where 2023 is the perfect example for the Orioles. No one thought they were winning 100 games. No one. But they're on this magic carpet ride. They have all of these come from behind wins where I think fans, you want to get a little greedy there.
Yeah.
Of course, getting swept was a disappointment. Would I call the 2023 season a failure? No, because at that point they were ahead of schedule. But expectations changed where at the trade deadline, Mike going out and getting Fujinami and the Tigers pitcher, slipping up Flaherty. That wasn't good enough. Where that's the interesting part. If they get off to that hot start that we were mentioning yesterday with the soft schedule, then I think fans are going to be even more.
Without a doubt. I mean, and look, if assuming that they do reach the potential of being one of the best lineups in baseball, being one of the hotter offensive teams in the league, the home run numbers start skyrocketing. Their team ERA, especially when you talk about the rotation, their ERA is, let's say top 6 in the American League. All right. Everything is trending in that direction. But I just feel like the last 2 years, obviously last year not making the playoffs, the year before that, and really the year before that, they get swept back-to-back years. I just want to see them get back to the playoffs as of now and even win a playoff game. I think that's something that they have to accomplish before they start wanting to eat the whole cake. You know what I'm saying? And winning a series, that's something that really should have happened 2 years ago. I mean, Burns pitching 8
innings,
fantastic.
1 run ball.
That's something that should have already happened. But I just wonder if the regression from last year, how big of a toll did that take? If they can get back to the playoffs and actually win a game, and maybe that'll catapult them to winning a series, but I got to actually see them win a game in October before I give them enough leeway to win a series.
We're going to hear from the fans, 410-583-1057 later on in the show about that very question. We'll ask Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, part of our Baltimore Baseball Tonight coverage, that question at 3. We got 3 games on our TVs in the palatial 105.7 The Fan Studios right now. It is a great time. March is here, people. And Jimmy Patsos is going to be joining us in studio at 4. And at 5, Jeffrey Chadia of NFL.com will come on.
Yeah, a lot to get into today. We are officially a week away from opening day. Looks like the weather should be pretty good next week as well. Knock on wood for sure. We'll talk, obviously, Jimmy coming in. It's basketball heaven today. I mean, next to Christmas, today is a big time day in my life always. So I love the start of the tournament. I'm always in a great mood. And it's never a bad time to talk NFL with Jeffrey.
We're going to get into the Ravens at the bottom of the hour. It's clear the messaging that's been out there, going back to Jesse Minter's introductory press conference. They need to close out games. They need to be at their best when their best is needed. Can they change it that quick in one offseason? That's at 2:30. But coming up next, it's been the biggest question. We have talked about it constantly. The bullpen. Has spring training done anything to calm our concerns about the pen? We'll get into it next.
The Fan's Ed Norris.
I loved football as a kid, and one of my idols was a hard-nosed safety in the Baltimore Colts. So I wore number 40 from Pee Wee football to college football whenever it's available. It was Bruce Laird. We're close friends to this day. No other career would have made that happen. It's been a great ride.
Join the Fan along with special guests at Faniversary, Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston. Tickets and info at 1057thefan.com.
In this AI-driven, fast-paced world, it's hard to know who you can trust, except when it comes to fences, decks, and pavers, because Long Fence has been a trusted name for decades, and financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled filed tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807. 800-494-7807.
Hey, sports fans. When the game ends, keep the fun going in Harford County. Explore miles of trails and waterfront hiking, biking, kayaking, and fishing. Grab a tasty bite at our Main Street districts. Visit farm creameries and breweries and check out our spring festivals. With outdoor adventure and small-town charm, Harford County is the perfect escape by day and into the night. Planning your trip is easy at HelloHarford.com. See you soon. Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hungry?
Always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Oh, yeah. Nothing beats their award-winning hand-breaded fried chicken made fresh all day.
And don't forget the Western fries. Those Idaho potatoes are the real deal.
Plus, that Royal Farms coffee, brewed fresh 1 cup at a time. It's my morning routine.
Same. And if you like freebies, grab the Royal Farms app. You earn royalty points for free food, drinks, and lots more.
Easy, too. Just text ROFO to 43751 and you're in. Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Spring is almost here, and with it comes our notorious spring rain that can wreak havoc on an old, worn-out roof. Don't let your home fall victim to leaks, mold, and water damage. Honor, respect, and trust your roof with Valor. Call 833-83-VALOR. Tell them I sent you, and Valor will honor 50% off all materials, no interest or payments until 2027.
Honor, respect, trust your home to Valor.
Supporting our veterans.
833-83-VALOR.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Objectively, the Orioles have a much better lineup year over year. They have a way better starting rotation year over year. I don't know if I can say the bullpen's better. Opening day bullpen for the Birds in 2025. Felix Bautista, Keegan Aiken, Yanier Cano, Sir Anthony Dominguez, Cionel Perez, Gregory Soto, Albert Suarez, and Brian Baker. And I remember even going into last year with that bullpen, I was like, I don't know. And it ended up being a mess. And obviously at the trade deadline, it was completely gutted. And there were multiple instances last year where position players had to mop up games, which inflated the numbers. But regardless, they were horrible. 25th in ERA, 28th in WHIP. President of Baseball Ops, Mike Elias, joined you and Ben on the Fresh Take. This was towards the beginning of spring training, and you guys asked him about the possibility of bringing in bullpen help.
Well, we're always having conversations to add, and, you know, at this point in time, it's the free agents are pretty much cleared out of the bullpen. So it would be trades, you know, and spring trades, you know, they're a little bit rare. And maybe it'll be toward the end of camp if it's going to happen. But I do think this is a good group. You know, you mentioned Helsley anchoring the back. I think he's going to have a huge bounce back year. He's looked good so far. He just seems like a great cultural fit with us and the team, and he's got that huge arm. Cano's looked really sharp. The end of your Cano. We got Kittredge back on the team. He had a great year last year. We've got 2 established lefties with Keegan Aiken and Dietrich Enns. And then there's a lot of really talented guys that are kind of making their way. They were in AAA, mixture of the AAA and majors last year, have their minor league options, and they're looking good too. So I think it is a good group. It's something that we'll kind of continue to look at and perfect.
I do need to push back on one thing Mike said. Dietrich Enns is not established. He has all of 35 games pitching in the majors. But Enns you could probably put in the lock category because they did give him a contract in excess of $2 million. But Enns has not been all that sharp. No. In 6 innings, he's given up 10 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 home runs, 5 walks. Not pretty, but we expect him to be on the club. Helsley, Wells, Aiken, those are other locks as well. Wolfram has been awesome during spring training. I would guess that he is going to be on the club as well. Rico Garcia, he pitched solid for them after the trade deadline last year. 4 scoreless appearances this spring training. He was pitching in the WBC. So that's 6 guys right there that I've named. And in part, we don't know if they're going to go with the 6-man rotation. If they do, they're only keeping 7 in the pen, 5-man, 8 in the pen. He brought up a Yennier Cano, and we know it was ugly for him, Cordell, last year to the point where he got sent down. He's been up and down this spring. We had Andy Koska on the show yesterday, Albert Suarez, and he reported yesterday he has an opt-out at the end of spring training. Coming off his best outing, only run given up was Addison Barger hitting a homer that was 4 feet above his head, seemingly. So where are you on the bullpen now as spring training is starting to wind down? Has anything that has happened during Grapefruit League season eased your concern?
To be honest, not really. Not really. I feel like, we still have some of the same questions about the bullpen that we had at the start of spring training. And that's even with Wells transitioning to the bullpen. That's even with Wolfram, who's having a good spring. Like, he's going to be a part. Those are some of the locks. I think they have a handful of locks. It's on the back end. And like you said, what happens with Eflin plays a huge role into how many guys are even going to be on the pen. Suarez, a couple of weeks ago, I felt like he would be a lock just because of the different ways you can use him. He's a guy that they know. He's flexible. Like you said, he had his best outing yesterday so far in spring. And even that was, it was fine. But I'm not over the moon about Suarez anymore. I said this at the start of spring training. I feel like they've gotten all that they can possibly get out of Suarez. The injuries have started to pile up over the last year or so. The production isn't where it was 2 years ago. They kind of struck gold even with how he played 2 years ago and all the roles that he was able to fill for them. I'm not so sure that they're going to be able to get that same type of magic from him again this year. And maybe they'll give him the opportunity to play himself off of this team. Maybe they do give him the runway to start the year. And if it's not going right the first couple of weeks into the season, maybe he's gone eventually.
I'm so torn what they do with Suarez because initially at the beginning of spring training, I was thinking, okay, he's in. But then the more I thought about it, well, part of what concerns me about this bullpen is there aren't a lot of optionable guys. Yennier Cano is one of them. So that's valuable to have because if a starter gets shelled and you have to cycle through Norfolk shuttle. But I was thinking with Suarez, if he would have been on the 40-man roster, he doesn't have options. Right. So maybe he would start the year in Norfolk, and then when you need him, let him gain some confidence, then you feel good. But him having the opt-out, it really changes the calculus for me. Jackson Kowar is definitely another name to keep in mind as well. He was in Seattle last year. He's had a solid spring, but it's those last couple spots, that spot or two, where it really could be anyone's type. It's between Suarez, Kowar, Yennier Cano, Geraldo. But I don't feel great about any of those guys, and that's why I've been an advocate, and knowing that it's playing with fire at times, I'm an advocate for going with the six-man rotation because I don't feel great about 8 guys. Like that guy that you're leaving off the 26-man roster, do you feel better about that guy or Dean Kramer? And you know what you're getting with Dean. He is what he is. I'm an advocate for the 6-man. I think they're going to slow play Eflin simply because he hasn't pitched that many innings during Grapefruit League, and they have 3 off days in the first 2 weeks, so you really don't need it. But I'm guessing he starts the year on the IL, comes up mid-April, and I think they'll go 6-man.
Yeah, the 6-man makes a lot of sense, and Eflin, he's pitching tomorrow, so we'll see what they decide to do with him after that outing. But look, even in the cut that you played from Mike, he talks about potentially, trades on the back end of spring training. So, I'm sure they're having these same types of conversations. How good could they really feel about some of these bubble guys in the bullpen? Are there options out there that maybe you can move and get somebody else for, not a whole lot of trade capital? I think that's something that they should explore right now. But this is why adding to the rotation at the start of camp was so important, because now you have the flexibility to where some of these rotational arms can be the thing that kind of saves your bullpen a little bit.
We have one game that is final so far today in March Madness. TCU knocked off Ohio State 66-64. Other games in action. Nebraska all over Troy 70-45. 5 minutes to go on that one. Wisconsin and High Point, interesting game there, 37-35. The Badgers are up with 3:21 remaining in the first half. And this game's at half. Louisville leads South Florida 37-27. We'll get more into the tournament as the show progresses. But we're going to switch gears, get into the Ravens on the other side. The Ravens, unfortunately, their calling card is they come up small when the lights shine the brightest. Can they change their stripes in just one season with a rookie head coach? We'll get into it next on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Find premium protein options for Mexican-style meals at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off 8 to 12 count responsibly farmed colossal easy peel white shrimp with Prime through March 24th. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Guys, let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. We're introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. You want to be ready for the game when it's time to perform, and Blue Chew Gold takes it to another level. Go to BlueChew.com, get all the information you need, and be a star.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up, and it's good!
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The madness has finally arrived. The NCAA tournament is underway after the final spots in the field of 64 were determined last night. Miami of Ohio's unique season will continue after they took down SMU 89-79. Their inclusion was debated heavily after they ripped through the regular season with an undefeated record, only to come up short in the conference tournament. Head coach Travis Steele has a deeper run on his mind, but hopes last night will serve as a strong message on behalf of all mid-major schools.
I think it just shows there's a lot of good teams out there. I mean, we had to basically be perfect in the whole regular season to get an at-large. The reason people love March Madness is they love to see quote-unquote upsets. This wasn't an upset tonight, but people are going to say that it was.
And the NFL has announced that only 2 rule change proposals were submitted by teams ahead of the owners' meetings later this month. The Browns want to shake up the restrictions surrounding trades by allowing draft picks as far as 5 years down the road to be dealt. The current league rules only allow for picks to be traded up to 3 years in the future. According to NFL executive Troy Vincent, there were no proposals involving the controversial tush-push play. Next week, the league's competition committee will announce their own rule change suggestions to be voted on. 24 of the league's 32 owners must approve for a change to occur. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, some afternoon sun with temps warming up to the low 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The responsibility to the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland is not lost on me. It's one I look forward to. I look forward to going to work to prove the decision of these men up here right. And to our players, I really can't wait to get to work with you guys. We will build a true team built on toughness, fundamentals, team that plays together, and we will work to be the best team in the National Football League. And we will be at our best when our best is needed. I think that's really important.
That was Ravens head coach Jesse Minter at his introductory press conference. That was his opening statement, part of it. And it was scripted. And that quote is something that I go back to a lot, Cordell, because I think that was very calculated. I think that was, that's what they're trying to build. Mm-hmm. Being at their best when their best is needed. Because fair or unfair, the Ravens, they are not known for that. John Harbaugh, 18 double-digit second-half leads blown. That's the most by any coach since at least 1991. He had 9 double-digit fourth-quarter leads blown in the fourth quarter of the last 10 seasons. And Jesse Minter, during his opening statement for Trey Hendrickson, brought up, since 2021, Trey Hendrickson is second in the NFL in fourth-quarter sacks, brought up the closer mentality dominates in the fourth quarter. Ravens in that span have lost 12 games when leading by 7 or more points in the fourth quarter since 2021. That is the most in NFL history in a 5-year span. So this isn't just a defensive issue. This isn't just an offensive issue. It's not just a coaching issue. This is organization. This is everybody involved. And that's going to be a mantra for them this year, is finishing games, closing games, being at their best when their best is needed. But are you able to change that identity in just 1 year, Cordell?
I mean, you hope so for their sake, because it's been a huge reason as to why they haven't been able to have the success in January that they'd like to have. And you brought up the blown leads after having a 7+ point lead in the fourth quarter, having 12 of those since 2021. Move it up to 9+ points, where it's now a 2-possession game in the fourth quarter. They have 8 blown leads in that time. Yeah. That's inexcusable for a team that has a 2-time MVP at quarterback. You've got one of the best running backs in NFL history on the roster as well. Getting to the quarterback is imperative when you talk about closing out games. They have not been able to do that. They haven't had a guy that you can trust to put pressure on the quarterback on obvious passing situations. Trey Hendrickson brings that without a doubt. I think it goes beyond just that, though, because it's never just one thing. I do think part of it is the players, and look, John played a part in it. He can't play the game for them, but, and I don't even know what exactly, if you want to talk about mentally, checking out of the game. I don't think that they are trying to lose it, but I do think after a while, it is something that sticks with them. And it's been times we've asked players, after a blown lead in the fourth quarter, like after it's happened again, is it something that creeps up in your mind when you get to the fourth quarter? Like, let's make sure we don't lose this, as opposed to making sure you win the game.
Yeah, and I can think of Kyle Hamilton. Like, man, I'm up here. I keep responding to this. We're keep trying to figure it out. And Kyle's always a really good interview. But you mentioned mentally checked out. I'm not going to say that, but I would say it's in their head. Mm-hmm. How could it not be in their head, Cordell? Mm-hmm. Like, how could it not be at this point when a team starts to come back? Here we go again. Oh my, like, can this change in 1 year? I hate to use a Harbsism, if you will, but they're going to have to stack these. Mm-hmm. They're going to have moments next year where it's not just going to be one. It's not going to be when they play the Browns and they're up by 6 and they force a stop to end the game. Like, okay, wash your hands. We're done. We're not, choking games anymore. They're going to have to do it once, twice, 3 times. That way you can build it the other way, where it becomes a mentality where we want this. Mm-hmm. That's what Ravens defense has had in the past. They wanted to be on the field to end the game. I don't know if I can say that about the defense. And offensively, it's picking up those third downs. It's keeping drives alive to not even put your defense in that position. How many fourth quarter fumbles did the Ravens have last year? And that's where I keep going back. It's not just one thing. It's several things.
And then, and hopefully Jesse Minter can help them on the margins, because you got to have a feel for the game. And everything you just said is true. They've lost game. They've collapsed in the fourth quarter due to turning the ball over offensively, not executing on third downs, defensively, not being able to put pressure on the quarterback, not being able to get stops, not being able to get turnovers. But they've also lost due to missed field goals. Yeah. They've also lost due to shank punts at the wrong time, giving teams great field position. They've also lost because their coach didn't have a great feel of the game. You go back to the Buffalo loss in week 1. Why are you putting the defense back out there to win the game? They haven't stopped anything all night. You've got Lamar and Derrick Henry. It's 4th and short. There was a time they go for that without even thinking about it. That's stuff you got to change.
Not having Derrick Henry in the New England game. The last 12 minutes,
you
not touching the field.
You can't beat yourself in those moments.
You can't. Coming up at 3:15, Samuel Basayo has had a fantastic Grapefruit League season. What are fair expectations for Big Sam? We'll get into that then. But coming up at 3, Mike Bordick, what constitutes a successful Orioles season in his mind? That's at the top of the hour. But coming up next, a lot of focus on Lamar Jackson and a possible contract extension there. But Zay Flowers is eligible for a contract extension for the first time. Should Eric DeCosta be aggressive in locking him up long-term? And what could it cost? We'll get into it next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Kahn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Miami of Ohio beat SMU last night, 89-79, to advance out of the first 4 into the field of 64 in the NCAA tournament. The knock on Miami is that people will point to their soft schedule that they played in the regular season. Winning in the first 4 has proven that the Red Hawks belong. Next up, Tennessee in the round of 64 on Friday. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
These days, it seems like everything's automated and happening way too fast, which makes it harder to know who you can trust. But when it comes to improving your outdoor living space, you do know. For over 80 years, Long Fence has been the trusted name for fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
March has arrived in Harford County, and while spring training is already in full swing down in Florida, up here, we're still dealing with the occasional snow flurry. But that doesn't stop us from getting ready for the season ahead. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather in Maryland, just wait a minute. It's 70 degrees and sunny one day and cold with sleet the next. Good thing Ford's drive modes and our all-wheel drive doesn't take the weekends off. That, plus hands-free tailgates, adaptive cruise control, and 360-degree cameras, our Ford F-150s to explorers and expeditions are built for it all. This spring, our Plaza Ford team is ready to help you find the Ford that fits where the season's taking you. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, just minutes from I-95 and right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our new, used, and certified inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 55. Tonight, clear, low around 43. Tomorrow, high near 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm not really focused on that right now. I'm really focused on getting better, getting back. I had a little hand thing, had a little hand issue, so I'm working on that, and I'm just focusing right now. That'll come when it comes. I'm not pressed about it.
That was Zay Flowers responding to a question that I had when he joined Inside Access. Hey, man, you're eligible for a contract extension for the first time in your career. Would you be interested in getting that done this offseason? And then Zay, as you would expect, he was being very political. Hey, I'm worrying about myself, worrying about getting my hand right. Said that he had a little cleanup situation there. But should Eric DeCosta get a contract extension done with Zay Flowers? Something that has been finalized is the value of Zay's fifth-year option. Right now, he's entering year 4, and his cap hit is nothing. It's $4.4 million. But Eric DeCosta has to decide in May if he is going to pick up Zay's $27.3 million fifth-year option. So how is that number that high? Well, I'll tell you, Cordell. If a player makes 2 Pro Bowls in their first 3 seasons, the fifth-year option becomes the value of this year's franchise tag. So George Pickens, he has the $27.3 million number. Zay Flowers will have that in 2027 if Eric DeCosta picks that up. Zay, coming off a great year, man. Like a career high in catches, yards per target, catch percentage, receiving success rate, tied a career high in touchdowns. He also got better with deep balls. He had the 3rd most receiving yards on deep passes of 20-plus air yards, caught 11 of 18 targets there. 2nd most receiving yards on play action, caught 29 of 33 targets. And we know that the Ravens love having Zay in motion. He had the 3rd most receiving yards when in motion. And he finished the year really strong because prior to the end, it was like, dude, where are the touchdowns? Like, he only had one touchdown. But over his final 5 games of the season, Zay had 26 catches for 444 yards and 4 touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown as well. It's going to be costly. Like, Zay, if DeCosta picks up the 5th-year option, Zay and his agent are negotiating off that number. And he probably would sign a contract in excess of $30 million per year.
Yeah, look, first of all, you got to pick up his option because what are your alternatives? You know, you don't have another receiver as dynamic as Zay just waiting in the wings. We'll see what they do in the draft this year. Maybe that has some impact, but Zay is the rapport that he has with Lamar. He's just a nightmare to guard. Teams do have to game plan for Zay. He's a big part of their offense. I'm 100% for them picking up the option. You have to. Where do you go from there? Because paying wide receivers, that's not an easy thing to do, and it's not, and it's becoming similar to the quarterback position to where it's not about who's best,
who's next.
It's about who's next. You talk about Zay eclipsing the $30 million range per year at wide receiver. We're now talking, granted, some of these names, Brandon Ayuk's making $30 million. He's got a whole situation right now with the Niners. Terry McLaurin's making $29. Amon-Ra St. Brown makes $30 million as well. They always like to talk about the comps. And for me, the troubling thing is it's tough to comp Zay because where I think Zay's value isn't necessarily all the way shown in his production. I think the touchdown numbers, he's capable of much more than just 5 touchdowns. The yards, over 1,200 yards receiving, that's great. The catches, career high in catches, that's great. Am I ready to say that Zay should be paid higher than Amon-Ra St. Brown? I'm not. But I understand the dynamic of the situation to where you might have to. After that, we're talking about Garrett Wilson, who's making $32.5 million. I get it. He's in football purgatory out in New York with the Jets, but this dude has shown himself to be quarterback proof. He does have injury. He seems like he gets hurt every year as well, but the production with Garrett Wilson, when he's on, he's on. I just don't know where Zay falls in the pecking order of when you're ranking these wide receivers. It's tough to figure out where he's at. I think he's at worst probably on the back end of the tier 2 receivers, maybe at the top of the tier 3, maybe. But yeah, I just want to see how it goes in these negotiations because it is going to be hard to comp him.
That's the funny thing, and I'm a huge Zay Flowers fan, and this is an ascending player who's gotten better every single year. Finished the season 7th in the league in receiving yards. Like, he had a really good year. But I love having the discussion of, like, number 1 wide receivers. There aren't 32 number 1 wide receivers. I think Zay is a hell of a player. Is he a number 1 in how I see it? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's very fringy. But I think if you're Eric DeCosta, you have to not only pick up the option, you have to pay him. Now, whether it happens this offseason or next, that's to be decided. This organization is known for drafting. Ozzie Newsome was a fantastic GM, Hall of Fame GM, and Eric DeCosta's drafted some all-pro players. There was a hex on this organization in terms of drafting and developing wide receivers. They couldn't do it. They were horrific at it. Zay Flowers broke the mold. Zay was the first and only wide receiver selected to a Pro Bowl in this organization's 30-year history. You can't let that guy walk.
No.
You can't let him walk.
No, I mean, and you can't ignore the rapport that he has with Lamar, the relationship he has with Lamar on and off the field. Zay is loved in that locker room, without a doubt. I just think Zay means too much to what they do offensively, especially now, as we were talking yesterday about, the tight end position and just the pass catchers in general. They need pass catchers all over the place right now, but they need dynamic pass catchers. How many game-breaking players do they have on this offense right now? Lamar is obviously still that. I still look at Derrick Henry as that. Other than that, it's Zay. Zay is that guy in the receiving aspect of it. They cannot afford to lose the playmaking ability that Zay Flowers brings to the offense right now. I think it's a no-brainer that they're going to pay him, but it's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
We're going to get back into the Ravens at 3:30, take a look at their cap situation. How can they create some more space to make some more splashes? But we got Orioles talk coming your way in the next 2 blocks at 3:15. What are fair expectations for Samuel Basallo in his rookie season? But coming up next, it's Oriole Hall of Famer. You know him. You love him. He is Mike Bordick. We told you what we would consider as a successful season for the Orioles. What would Bordy consider as a successful season for the Orioles? He'll tell you next.
Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, and Mike Bordick join the Fans team coverage of spring training in Sarasota. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for daily updates right to your phone.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
There's nothing like a summer night in Birdland, and now you can lock in with an Orioles 20-game partial ticket plan. Plans start at just $350 and include access to opening day and the postseason. Enjoy guaranteed giveaways for every game in your plan, so you don't have to wait in line at the gates. Save big on parking, concessions, and merchandise, and you can even exchange tickets up to 24 hours before any game. Learn more at Orioles.com/Birdland memberships.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Maryland football is building, and 2026 season tickets are on sale now. This fall features one of the strongest home schedules ever.
Very tough to beat here in
including Virginia Tech, Penn State, Wisconsin, UCLA, Illinois, and Rutgers. Plus, a young, exciting core led by record-setting quarterback Malik Washington. If you want to be there this season, now is the time. Get your Maryland football season tickets now at umterps.com/Terpsville26.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Vinny and Haynie on Tuesday, March 24th at Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes in Abingdon as they broadcast live. Every hour while on site, they'll be giving away a pair of tickets to 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary happening April 4th.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. 2 games already final. TCU knocked off Ohio State 66-64. Nebraska won over Troy 76-47. To games in action, Wisconsin leads High Point 45-43, 17 minutes to go in that one. And Louisville is up 20 points, 57-37 over South Florida with 13.5 to go. Duke leading Siena 4-0. That game just tipped off. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. The Caps scored in the last minute of the third period. Get a free 6-piece McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app today at participating McDonald's. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Great things that come with opening day, with baseball returning. Maybe up there will be seeing Mike Bordy.
Oh, of course.
Doing Baltimore baseball tonight with Bordy. Bordy in the bone. Bordy, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's going on, Tim? How are you? Cordell, I heard you back there, man. How are you?
What's up, Mike?
Bordy, we opened the show with this. We're 1 week away from the party at Pickles ahead of Orioles Twins. It was a really disappointing 2025 season, but hope springs eternal. What would you consider as a successful season for the Orioles this year?
Well, to start things off, I highly recommend the double cheese bacon cheeseburger at Pickles when you go down there. I know the drinks will be flowing, but enjoy that double bacon cheeseburger.
That's great.
You know what? I really think I think getting guys like Ward and Pete Alonso will help the younger players relax a little bit. They've had so much pressure on them the last few years to really take this team over, and they've just shown great inconsistency, which is expected of young guys. And I just think there was just too much weight put on them. And hopefully with the arrival of some of these veteran guys, it helps them relax because Adley's got to have a good year. Colton Cowser's got to have a good year. You know, I mean, if Mayo starts at third base, oh my gosh, he's got to play well over there. So, you know, some of these young guys hopefully will just relax coming in. But I love the fact that they got some veteran offensive minded guys that will hopefully help these guys settle in a little bit better, because just the fact that, you know, they have a good month, bad month shows that they're just not ready to be consistent everyday guys unless there's a better voice around. And I think those older players are going to be that better voice for sure. So offensively, I expect them to compete pretty well. There's still some concerns about the pitching, that's for sure. And I don't know how this defense is going to stack up either.
Well, Mike, that's my biggest concern is the defense right now. I mean, especially considering you're starting the year without your starting second baseman and without your starting third baseman as well. I just don't feel great about it. Where are you on the defense? And do you feel like maybe it could end up being better than maybe we think as of right now?
I'm not sure about that, Cordell, because if you go to the outfield, I mean, Beavers isn't a great outfielder. Colton Cowser has shown he's not a great outfielder. O'Neill is almost in Hursted's category. So, you know, there are a lot of question marks out there in the outfield, that's for sure. And when you go around the infield, you know, if you ask me, I mean, Gunnar made huge strides. So I'm excited to see Gunnar at shortstop. I think Westberg's the next best defender out there. I just think he's really solid and consistent, but the guy never stays healthy. And all of a sudden to give Mayo third base, I don't know. I think that's a little bit risky. And even Jackson Holliday at second. Yeah, he's come a long way, I think, defensively. The game was just so fast for him early. And he kind of stabilized a little bit, but there's still some question marks there. And Pete Alonso's he's borderline average defender at first base. So there are some question marks, and I think all these guys have to kind of step up a little bit and understand the importance of defense and not giving the opposing teams too many extra opportunities. And that's a concern, but I hope they're aware of it. And I know they're continuing to work hard, you know, at their crafts, but it just seems like, you know, offense has been the ticket for these guys to make it up there because they all dominated offensively in the minor leagues, but there was nothing talked about on the defensive end. And that said, what about the backstop? I mean, Adley, yeah, okay, is he going to catch 162? Basayo's only caught like 60-something games in his whole life in professional baseball. And so you're going to rely on him to be a stalwart back there as a backup catcher. I just don't know, man. So there are a lot of question marks. I think there's huge upsides to all these guys. I mean, they all have incredible potential, but as a matter of laying it down for 162, obviously yet to be seen, and they haven't shown, you know, a lot in the past in that regard.
Mike, real quick, you had brought up Westberg being, you know, one of the best defenders on this team, and now they go to Mayo simply out of necessity over at third base. And I get it. Third basemen don't just fall off trees, especially starting ones. Teams aren't just giving these guys away. But are you surprised, considering how early the Westberg stuff happened, that they didn't look for alternative options at third base?
Well, a little bit. Yeah, I guess a little bit. But, you know, they went out and they got some players that could slide in there. I mean, some pretty darn good defenders. I know they're not frontline guys, but guys that can definitely catch the ball, and they're young players, too. I know Ramos is pretty solid over at the third base. Weston Wilson, he seems like a great pro, too. And maybe if they can hold down the fort, I mean, I don't expect them to go out and get another premier, you know, third baseman because Westberg went down. I think all organizations, their depth gets challenged. So they may have to utilize one of those guys. And unless, you know, Mayo's made that much of an improvement this spring over at third base. I know he's swinging the heck out of it, and maybe that kind of confidence will carry over. But when the lights go on, we've all seen, you know, spring training's one thing, but when lights come on after opening day, it's a completely different ball game. Everything really matters, and sometimes guys get a little bit tighter out there. But let's hope it doesn't work that way, you know, for Mayo over at third base. I think he's got incredible skills, but there's a reason why he didn't play third base, you know, last year with the Orioles.
We're speaking to Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. It's Inside Access. Cordell Woodland filling in for Ken Wyman on the Fan. Bordy, a player that the Orioles acquired, Blaze Alexander, and he was supposed to be that super utility guy, and then Jackson got hurt, and then Jordan Westberg got hurt. And even when Westberg comes back, it's not a sure thing that he's going to play in the field right away with the elbow injury. Just what are your expectations for Blaze Alexander? Because it looks like he's going to have a big, big role on this team.
Yeah, and well, good for him. Once again, pretty good opportunities for a lot of guys, and he's a nice pickup. I think he's a better probably defender than an offensive-minded type player, but he has incredible versatility. And you'll see him at second, you see him at third. I know he's even been playing some center field. So, he knows how to be an athlete out in the field and make plays and understands the importance of outs. Is he going to be able to contribute, offensively? He's shown flashes, I guess, when he was with Arizona of some pretty good offense, but there are question marks there too. So how long can you go if a bat isn't quite working for you? I guess you can hide him in the bottom of the lineup and utilize him potentially from some situational stuff. But I'm excited that he's going to get opportunities to play, and I think he's probably going to play a lot considering the injuries that the Orioles have had already or here in the early going. But when I think about some of these players, I mean, there may be platoon options all over the place. So Mayo had his good month where he hit some lefties pretty good. So who knows? Maybe there's a platoon there. Maybe there's a platoon out in center field because with Cowser, so much is just a little bit of a mystery. And I think we're just counting on these guys to all have these bounce back years. And I know I already, we talked about the older guys hoping that these younger guys. Will just kind of settle in because they've got such a veteran presence. But it's just a little bit of a mystery yet, right? Because nobody's shown this ultimate consistency yet. So how it all plays out, I think Blaze Alexander is going to be a big part of it, though. One way or another, I think he's just a good energy guy for this team, and he's going to help a lot of guys around him.
Baseball's back. That means Bordy's back. That means we're back at Pickles Pub starting on opening day a week from today. That means the burgers are back, Bordy. We're looking forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Mike. Bordy. See you.
All right.
At 3:45, we're going to finally take a look at the bracket. Cordell held out strong. He said, hey, man, I don't fill out my bracket until the first four is done. Well, hope he got his bracket done at 12:15. Otherwise, it locked and you'd be SOL. Yeah. But at 3:30, we'll get back into the Ravens, take a look at their cap situation. How could they create more space for more potential moves? But coming up next, we're keeping the Orioles talk rolling. Samuel Basallo. He has had an awesome Grapefruit League season. 946 OPS in 11 games. But what are fair expectations for the 21-year-old catcher, first baseman, DH? We'll tell you on the other side.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Kahn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold.
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem, and I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational, and that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
It's the comeback you've been waiting for. 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary is back. Join your favorite host and special guest on Saturday, April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. at Barrel House Live in Falston. $28.52 gets you in the door with light fare and 2 drink tickets. Come hungry because we're talking sports uncensored. Get your toughest questions ready for the hosts. Or play You Know Your Show to win concert tickets. This is an all-ages event, but space is limited. Get tickets at 1057thefan.com/events.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I can speak on last year. I wasn't here, but what Sammy's doing right now, he's been down here for a while, and he's impressive. The tools jump out at you, and he's an absolute unit. Like, I didn't realize he was that big in person. He dwarfs me. That's not saying much, but he has all the tools and the ingredients, and for him, it's just like anyone. Like, they want to go out, they want to be the best versions of themselves and get better each day. But more importantly, with Sammy, he wants to build that relationship with that pitchers, and he's already laid that groundwork being here early.
That was manager Craig Albernaz at the beginning of spring training, asked about his star rookie catcher. He's consensus top 10 prospect, every single list you can find. And Basayo, of course, got his feet wet at the major league level at the end of last year. Just 31 games, so a very small sample. And for people that didn't watch him, not Orioles fans watching day in and day out, you see, oh man, 165 average, 559 on OPS. But he had some big moments. You can think of the game in Boston, just him putting the bat in on the ball, got it in play. He had 4 homers, including a walk-off. Like, the talent is there. The power, the raw power is there. He had a 966 OPS in 76 games as a 20-year-old in AAA last year. So He's carried it over into Grapefruit League season, 9 for 29, 4 doubles, and a homer that still has not landed. 7 RBIs, 946 OPS in 11 games. Orioles in a split squad today, and Basayo is playing in the second game. He is batting third and behind the dish. But the question that I have, Cordell, is what are fair expectations for Sam? Because you got to remember he's 21 years old, and this is his first full season in the majors. There's going to be growing pains.
And I think it starts with how often is he going to play, right? Assuming health. I think if you can realistically get him into 120 to 130 games, like that's pretty solid. And that's understanding. We just talked to Bordy in the last segment, and he talked about all the platoons. Like he's going to be snake bitten by that. They're not going to want to give him a lot of left on left opportunities. Although I still think that that's something that they should look at, especially like it's got to be an exception for somebody, right? I mean, why not this guy? But it starts with how many games he's going to play in. I looked at Baseball Reference and their projections for Basayo right now. They think he'll get 259 plate appearances, 9 home runs, 20 walks, with a slash line of 231, 301, 406. It's not necessarily like lighting the world on fire right there. And maybe that's what it is. Even when we talked to Andy the other day, Andy raved about the potential of Basayo. He has the hitting tools. His bat can definitely play. But you do have questions about him behind the plate. Where does he truly fit in? We started to think first base, but they go and get Alonso. They still have Mountcastle, who's having a pretty good spring right now. So it is starting to feel like he's going to have to fight for playing time. Even as a DH, he's going to have to fight for some of those opportunities. It'd be great if we're talking about Basayo getting into the 240, low 250 batting average and can get 12 to 15 home runs. Like, I'll take that. But again, I just wonder how much he's going to play, and consistency is still something that he's trying to capture right now.
I don't think anyone is more high on Samuel Basayo than the Zips projections, and it still blew my mind. And this was early. 122 games, so it's pretty much right where you were saying, 238 batting average. But, dude, 25 home runs, 25, 74 RBIs. I think every Orioles fan would sign up for that, and a very definitely respectable 762 OPS. I wonder how much, like you're saying, the consistent run is he going to get? We've seen every single Orioles prospect that's gotten brought up initially, and most of them are lefties, like Sam. He's not going to play against left-hand pitching. He's just not. And with Ryan Mountcastle being here, you're paying him over $7 million. He's going to have to get into the lineup, so there's a right-handed bat to go against the left-handed pitching. How much is Sam going to catch? That's the other aspect of this, because when you look at Adley Rutschman's career splits, he's always hit much better when he DHs as opposed to catches. But the James McCanns, the Torinos when he first got called up, those guys aren't here, where Adley's going to have to shoulder a lot more of the load when it comes to catching. And Sam, we know he's still a work in progress, where Bordy talked about it. And we saw some of that last year with pass balls being an issue, but he's got a cannon for an arm. If he can harness it, I think it's also that. And Sam, a lot of people think highly of him at first base. Pete's not coming off first base.
No.
162 games last year. He played first in 160 of them. He DH'd 2 games. And when we had Buck Showalter on the day they signed him, he was like, dude, you're going to have to fight Pete if you're taking him off first base. So that's not really an option.
I mean, he takes a lot of pride in being there every day. I remember at his introductory press conference, that was something that he was asked about, and you could tell he takes pride in it. I mean, look, it's tough to do. 162 games, to play in 162 games alone is very tough. But we're talking, and I get it, people look at first base as kind of like the day off position. But Man, especially, it may not be that way now, especially with some of these balls that are getting thrown from third base right now. Like, you're going to have to stretch out and make some plays over there.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't think Alonso is a guy that you could count on to not play first base more times than not. And even if he's not, again, we're talking about DH being a log jam right now. Mountcastle, I think they're going to want to give him a little bit of a runway at the start of the year and get him as many at-bats as they can within reason, because realistically, they don't have a lot of guys on this major league roster that has a ton of trade value right now. He could be that expendable piece, but they've got to show something with him.
The other layer with this, Cordell, and this isn't imminent, but when Jordan Westburg comes back, and let's just say May, I don't think he's playing in the field right away. Like, a lot of people, Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's first base. Right. You don't have to worry about the elbow.
Right.
Third base, so if that's the case and Westburg has to DH, then it's just a total mess.
Yeah, it'll be a real mess. But look, that's no excuse for them to not find a way to get this kid on the field. You made the investment in him last year. It's already has that feel of he's different, right? He's different. We already feel like his potential is kind of through the roof. Give this kid opportunities to play. There shouldn't be, and I don't want to hear the excuse weeks into the season. And it's like, well, we're just going to send him back to AAA so that he could get every day at bat. Like that.
Yeah.
That can't be the avenue you take with this guy. Give him a real opportunity.
Before we hit a break, and still very, very early in this game, 10 minutes to go in the first half, Siena has a double-digit lead over Duke, 26-16. At the top of the hour, Jimmy Patsos will be joining us in studio for not one but two segments. We will talk all things March Madness, maybe sprinkle in some NBA as well with the Cade Cunningham injury news, what that means for the Eastern Conference. At 3, coming up next, though, get back into the Ravens, look at their cap situation. They got $28 million in cap space, but how much is it really when you factor in the draft and all of the other costs that come to running a 53-man roster? We'll get into it next on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Bracket season is on at Bob L. Nissan. Drive home a brand new Nissan Rogue for as low as $32,995. Slam dunk savings over $5,000. Fast financing and will be CarMax offers by up to $2,000. Shop BobLNissan.com today. No application refused.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up tonight in the big college basketball tournament, BYU, and perhaps the number one pick in the pro basketball draft, a 2.5-point favorite against Texas. Texas got in with a win the other night against NC State. Total in the game, 157.5. And I love BYU's star player. He's absolutely sensational, but I don't like BYU's defense, and I don't like the team around BYU's star player. Texas's coach has a ton of tournament experience, and I think that's going to pay dividends in tonight's game. So coming up tonight in the big tournament, give me Texas plus 2.5 against BYU. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing. Just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Bray & Scarf's Upgrade and Save Laundry event is happening now. It's the best time to upgrade to the latest technology thanks to extra bonus savings and next-day delivery on their best-selling GE and GE Profile washers and dryers. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more. CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked, with shows from Megan Maroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here for Blue Chew. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes, and that means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Handle the business you need to get handled and make the action parts as actionable as they possibly can with Blue Chew Gold. Go to BlueChew.com and get all the information you need.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Faniversary is back. Saturday, April 4th, starting at 1 p.m. at our new location, Barrel House Live in Fallston. Join the fans, hosts, and special guests along with food and fun. We'll even buy your first 2 beers, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Meet your favorite fan personalities. Ask questions. Get uncensored answers. Know Your Show returns with a chance to win concert tickets. Faniversary. Celebrating 17 years of sports talk in Baltimore. Saturday, April 4th at Barrel House Live in Fallston from 1 till 4. Tickets $25 on sale now at 1057thefan.com. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. TCU knocked off Ohio State 66-64. Nebraska took down Troy 76-47. To games in action right now, Wisconsin leads High Point 70-62. 5.5 minutes to go in that one. Louisville up over South Florida 75-66. Under 5 minutes to go. And Siena up 9 over Duke, 31-22. 7.5 minutes to go in the first half. McNeese leads Vanderbilt 16-5. About 5 minutes into that game. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We've got a lot of work to do. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be looking at some players over the next couple of weeks. We will be, certainly. Probably have some players visit. We'll look at some guys. Are we going to go out and break the bank? Probably not. I think we've broken the bank in some ways over the last week. You know, we have opportunities to get better as a team with the draft. Excited about where we stand. I think we filled some holes in the depth chart.
That was GM Eric DeCosta at the Trey Hendrickson introductory press conference. And the Ravens, since making a flurry of moves, have been pretty quiet. They signed Pinter, the center, as a depth piece as their latest move, but that didn't break the bank, like Eric DeCosta was saying. That was $2 million and change. And Brian McFarland, who knows the Ravens cap inside and out, you can follow him on Twitter at Ravens Salary Cap. He put out this tweet with a screenshot of looking at effective cap space. So right now, the cap space that you see the Ravens have is $28.5 million. And you think, wow, that's a lot of money to play with. But when you look at effective cap space, Brian takes into consideration the money that the Ravens will need for their draft, the practice squad elevations. He has the Ravens wanting to carry in $6 million in cap space into the season because injuries can and will happen. So the effective cap space that the Ravens have in Brian's estimation is $9.5 million. So not a ton of money, but the Ravens can make moves to clear cap space. And surprisingly, it's really only been Lamar Jackson, the contract restructure. That was close to $40 million. Broderick Washington seemed like a guy that could get cut, and maybe that has to do with passing a physical because he suffered an injury at the end of last year. Marlon Humphrey and Roquan Smith, for that matter, both had $4 million roster bonuses go their way recently. I still would be shocked if Marlon ends up making what he was making, and that's $19.25 million in cap space, the Nnamdi Madubuike of it all. We still need to figure that out, but let's start with the Marlon of it all. Heading into the beginning of the league year, Cordell, Marlon was set to make the fifth most cash by any corner in football, and he was coming off a season in which he didn't look anything like the guy that he was in 2024.
Yeah, without a doubt, and really it's kind of trended in the wrong direction for Marlon. I just think physically he's just not able to do some of the things that maybe his mind knows he can do. You know, I think mentally he's still sharp. I think he still has really good instincts. He's good. He has good ball skills. Typically, if there's a turnover, Marlon Humphrey is involved some way, somehow.
Had 4 picks.
Yeah. I mean, he's not a press man corner anymore. Can't really keep up with these guys vertically down the field. Can't jump as high anymore. Like I think physically is a lot of his issues, but without a doubt, he can't make the money that he's expected to make. And like you said, there are a couple of guys that could be restructured to open up space for them, and they haven't explored that yet. Even last year, I feel like there were guys that we were waiting for them to kind of tap into and be able to free up some cap space, and they never really did it, or it took them a while to eventually do it. Marlon, it does. All signs point to him being on this team.
Yeah.
It seems like. I would be absolutely surprised if something doesn't happen with his contract. I think that it wouldn't shock me if they've already discussed that and it just hasn't happened yet, or it hasn't come out to us yet. But without a doubt, Marlon Humphrey is a prime candidate to be a restructure.
It just seems like it's going to be the exact same thing that happened with Ronnie Stanley a couple years ago, where you take the pay cut, you have the incentives in order to make the money back. And Marlon's entering a contract here, and I'm just curious how they're going to use him. Could he play a little bit of safety as well and kind of move around? Is he strictly just in the slot this season? But we heard the cut coming in from Eric where he doesn't know if they're going to break the bank again like they did with Trey Hendrickson. And Ken and I, we bring up a lot that we think Eric loves this time of year with the misinformation, putting something, Liars Luncheon being the peak for Eric. And I remember a few years ago, someone asking him, like, is that an appropriate name? And he was like, yeah, it kind of is. So are you buying what he is selling there? Do you see any more splashes from DeCosta?
It's tough. I don't foresee the Ravens going. I mean, who would this be? You know, who are the candidates for them to go out there and really blow big money on? I don't think that they're, you know, that's never really been their MO to go out in the free agency and start breaking news by breaking the bank. I don't think that's how they want to do things. Now, am I patiently waiting for another maybe big splash trade, I could see that over a splash signing. They've already shown that they're willing to trade this first round pick. Hell, they're willing to trade 2 first round picks. I think that that's still something that they would actively explore. I think that they're going to take that into the first night of the draft. And the draft night, wacky things happen all the time. But it would not shock me if the Ravens were to make another big swing for that pass rusher that they're looking for. Eric kind of talked about it when I forget whether it was when they had us out at the Castle after the Max trade fell through, or if it was when he came on with me and Ben. But he talked about how they didn't think that some of the pass rushers that they were looking at in the draft would be there for them at 14. He's already said that they want to add another pass rusher. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe take another big swing and use that trade capital to still go and get that pass rusher they're looking for.
Someone we've brought up a lot over the past couple of weeks is Jonathan Grenard, who apparently that they're seeking a day 2 pick for Grenard, and he's under contract through 2027. I think it would make a lot of sense. He's only a couple years removed from 12.5 sacks. His pressure rate last year was better than the 2024 season, and he was banged up a bit last year, but I don't think Eric DeCosta can afford to just, all right, we got we got Trey Hendrickson, do your thing, Trey, by yourself. You can't bank on Mike Green taking a massive leap. We expect him to. You hope he does, but you don't want to play the if game.
Yeah.
Get another sure thing, and then if Mike Green ends up popping off, that's a great problem to have.
No, and look, to his credit, whether you believe that he wanted to pair Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson together or not, the fact that he has made it clear that regardless, whether it's just Trey or at the time just Max, they felt like they needed more at the edge rush position. That lets you know that they weren't going to be complacent there. And I think in years past, we would have felt that way. It would have been, they signed Trey Hendrickson. Oh, they're good. They're good. They'll just bank on some of these young guys, maybe add a veteran pass rusher on the back end of camp or something like that. That's what they'll do. But it seems like there is a sense of urgency around getting to the quarterback this year.
Well, and that's part of it, where how is Eric going to change his stripes? And I feel like it's overshadowed because of the disappointment for Max, that trade fund. That was a massive contract that they gave out to Trey Hendrickson. That was, I think, the biggest free agent contract that they've ever given out in franchise history. They haven't paid a pass rusher big money since Terrell Suggs. So that's part of it. Trading away first-round picks, that is different. Them being more active in terms of, they have made 5 signings. I know not all of them are big, but that's different.
Yeah, without a doubt. They're definitely trying to attack some of these weak spots. And I get it. Offensive line is still the big glaring weak spot on this team. They immediately go get John Simpson. Regardless of what you think about John Simpson, for them, they view him as a guy that's a plug-and-play starter at guard that immediately raises the floor compared to what they had last year. Tough to argue that considering how bad the guard play was for them last year. Even going to get Jalen Hawkins, that could be a sneaky signing. And if it wasn't for them going to get Jalen Hawkins, I would really push the idea of Marlon maybe being that third safety. But with Hawkins being there, I am of the mindset of maybe they are. And look, I don't think they're just going to completely take Kyle Hamilton out of the nickel spot. He's too valuable there. He's too valuable everywhere that he plays. But I do get it. I think they've seen enough of Marlon on the outside. I do think Marlon is predominantly going to be inside and probably splitting time with Kyle. But we've seen they love that dime package as well.
We're going to get back into the Orioles at 4:30. Jimmy Patsos is going to be joining us at the top of the hour. But coming up next, this is March, and there's already chaos. There's a couple of teams on serious upset alert. We'll tell you who they are on the other side.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament,
first day action. Also, Jeremy Carn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Lakers beat the Rockets last night 124-116. The Lakers have won 7 in a row, and they are a game and a half up on the Timberwolves for the 3rd seed in the West. Luka Doncic leads the NBA in scoring with 33 points per game. Both Luka and LeBron James are starting to find their groove together, which for the West and the rest of the NBA is a scary thing to see. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to learn more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Tonight, clear low around 43. Tomorrow, high near 66.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tilly, I think, for that reason. Catch by Cutter. Tilly denied. The block by Punch. Punch end to end. Yes. How about that pass? 4 fouls. Edmonds. Tough match here. Step back. Give it up. Thornton fired. Tie game. Yes, sir. How about that? Edmonds for the lead. He's got it. The layup goes with 4.1. Wow. Thornton, 3 seconds. 2 seconds. He's going to have to hoist for the win. It's off. TCU advances. The Horned Frogs get it done.
That was the first game of wall-to-wall action today. First round of the NCAA tournament. Iron Eagle on the call, courtesy of CBS. Bruce Thornton, Xavier Edmonds, going back and forth, back and forth. Edmonds ended up making the game-winning layup with 4 seconds to go in that one. TCU won 66-64, and I started 0-1 in the bracket.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did. I did, for sure. I did. Even my chaos bracket is just blown to smithereens probably already. But, yeah, Ohio State, usually the Big Ten comes out strong in the first round. Ohio State did not get the party started in a good way today. Bruce Thornton just never really got going, only 3 for 9 from the field. If it wasn't for John Mobley hitting some of the threes and some of the shots that he hit, especially at the start of the second half and late first half, is Ohio State was trying to fight themselves back out of that 15-point deficit at halftime. This game would have gotten ugly, but Ohio State, they fought back. They outscored them 40-27 in the second half, but you give up that. It was a tough bucket under the basket, too, that TCU ended up hitting to take the lead, but that's March for you.
Speaking of the Big Ten, it looks like we're about to be final. 1.8 seconds to go. High Point is up 83-82. 1.8 seconds remaining. And how High Point took the lead, Cordell, it was chaos underneath the basket. Nick Boyd had a ball. It was loose, and it ended up being a run out to Chase Johnson. Just a clear lane layup for High Point to take the lead. So 1.8 seconds to go in that game.
Yeah, craziness, man. 5-12. You got to be careful with those 5-12 matchups, man.
You get at least one.
Every year, one of those 12 seeds, they come out and they're just shocking the world, so to speak. And I think Wisconsin, they're a team that it'd be a tough matchup assuming they were to win today and assuming Arkansas won their game today. We're looking at Arkansas, Wisconsin in the second round anyway. That would have been an extremely tough matchup for both of those teams. But now Wisconsin, I mean, they're literally fighting for their lives right now against a High Point team that's been able to score a ton.
Speaking of fighting for their life, the number 1 overall seed Duke Blue Devils trail Siena by 11 points, 43-32. And Siena came out shooting the lights out and still entering half, shooting 17 of 31, 55% from the floor. Duke is having no luck from beyond the arc, 2 for 15.
Yeah, Duke isn't doing anything right in the first half so far. They aren't shooting the ball well. God knows they're not defending anybody right now. Siena, 45% from three-point land right now, 55% from the field. Just a recipe for disaster. And they're out-rebounding Duke right now, 18-13. So Siena, they're looking like the big boys in the first half. Of course, they got Jerry McNamara as their coach right now. He knows all about pressure moments in March. We'll see what Duke looks like in the second half. Boozer hasn't really been able to get going a ton. He's been efficient, but they need a lot more.
McNeese is up over Vanderbilt 28-27. That's another 12 seed over a 5. And game with 5.2 seconds to go. Louisville is up 83-79 over South Florida. I know South Florida was kind of a popular pick after Louisville lost their star freshman guard due to injury.
Yeah, and look, South Florida, they were getting the doors blown off early in this game. I think they were down by as much as 25, maybe 27 points or something like that. And they come storming back, just completely knocked over.
Hey, man, if anyone's watching on YouTube,
yeah. Yeah, I don't even.
This
it
is
might
March,
pop
damn
up. It might pop up, but yeah, got a spill on aisle 5. But yeah, look, South Florida, they fight themselves back into this game still. Will probably end up losing as Louisville's taking free throws to basically ice the game. But yeah, man, this is March. None of these games are over until they're over, but it does look like that Wisconsin game is officially over.
Yeah, Louisville, that game is final as well. 83-79 winners. High Point, official, 83-82 over Wisconsin. And one other game that was final from earlier, Nebraska, all over Troy, 76-47. We'll keep you up to date on everything happening throughout March Madness. But before we hit a break, your bracket, who do you have winning?
So
I have Arizona.
I said Arizona, right? And as I got to doing my bracket today, I couldn't get Arizona past the Elite Eight, definitely not the Final Four. It seems, I think they run into Michigan in each one of my brackets, and I have Michigan beating them. I actually have 2 different ones. One is a chaos one, and I still got the exact same championship game. I have Duke and Michigan in the championship in both of them. My main bracket, I did pick Michigan to win that one. I think Michigan, even though I was talking them down yesterday, and I still think they aren't playing as great as they were in the first half of the season, I just think Michigan, when it's all said and done, their best will be able to beat everybody else. Duke, we'll see if they make it out of this game. But I if they are able to, I mean, Duke they're a well put together team across the board from top to bottom. I think that they're going to be a tough out for anybody, but Siena is taking care of them right now.
I have Arizona knocking off Duke to win it all. Jimmy Patsos is calling me live on air, so I'm going to hit a break. We might have Jimmy, but Jimmy is in some traffic right now, so he texted me. So either Jimmy or Orioles. We'll surprise you.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
After an accident, you need more than advice. You need a team that knows how to win. Science & Kirk has been standing up to insurance companies for over 50 years. Don't go it alone. You have a lawyer. Call Science & Kirk today or visit youhavealawyer.com.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, but only if that new fence, deck, or patio is sturdy and can stand the test of time. You know you can count on Long Fence to provide only the best materials and craftsmanship that guarantees longevity. And it's the perfect time because financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
There's nothing like a summer night in Birdland, and now you can lock in with an Orioles 20-game partial ticket plan. Plans start at just $350 and include access to opening day and the postseason. Enjoy guaranteed giveaways for every game in your plan, so you don't have to wait in line at the gates. Save big on parking, concessions, and merchandise, and you can even exchange tickets up to 24 hours before any game. Learn more at Orioles.com/Birdland memberships.
Look, everybody's got an opinion. How you live, who you're with, what you should be doing. I'm not here for all that. Sometimes you just need something simple, something that feels good. No overthinking, no explaining. That's Lion's Den. No judging, no weird vibes. Just real stuff that works on your terms. You don't owe anybody an explanation. Lion's Den. Feel something good. Visit their stores in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena, or check them out online at lionsden.com. It's a great place. It's just a great place for adults, for a lot of fun, for a lot of reasons.
Hungry?
always. And Royal Farms is calling my name.
Oh, yeah. Nothing beats their award-winning hand-breaded fried chicken made fresh all day.
And don't forget the Western fries. Those Idaho potatoes are the real deal.
Plus, that Royal Farms coffee, brewed fresh 1 cup at a time. It's my morning routine.
Same. And if you like freebies, grab the Royal Farms app. You earn royalty points for free food, drinks, and lots more.
Easy, too. Just text ROFO to 43751 and you're in.
Royal Farms.
Real fresh, real fast.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet Store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet Store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet Store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet Store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Join 105.7 The Fan opening day, March 26th, as we broadcast live 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. from Pickles Pub. Try their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. Pickles Pub, just a home run away. While you're there, pick up a free limited edition 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. 4 games are already final. TCU knocked off Ohio State 66-64. Nebraska all over Troy 76-47. Louisville won a close one 83-79. And High Point pulled off the upset over Wisconsin 83-82. A couple of games in action right now. This game's at half. Siena leads Duke 43-32. McNeese trails Vanderbilt 35-33. A minute and a half to go until halftime in that one. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Playing the Maryland Lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not about your favorite games. Learn the facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I love versatility. It makes everything easier as far as making lineups, in-game moves. So, the more guys can play different positions, the better. And that's including our outfielders just going to different spots is going to be big. Every team coming in the spring training, their goal, all 30 teams, should be to win the World Series. Us as competitors, that's what we thrive in and what we want to achieve. In this division, it's a gauntlet of the division.
Say it with your chest, Craig Albernaz, Orioles manager, saying, yeah, everyone should want to win the World Series heading into the season. Don't shy away from that. But what are realistic expectations for this club? 410-583-1057. Would love to hear from the people. What would you consider a successful season for the Orioles as we're a week away from opening day? 410-583-1057. Cordell, Vegas thinks they're making the playoffs. They have the 5th best odds to make the playoffs in the American League. There's 6 teams that make the playoffs in each league. That's juiced odds at -115. What would you consider a successful season?
Yeah, I think for me, it starts with getting back to the postseason. I mean, you can't have it be a successful year and you're not even playing in October. So you got to get back to the postseason, whether that's wild card, whatever. Just get in, right? From there, I need to see at least one playoff win. I mean, the last 2 times the Orioles were in the postseason, they get at least with this current regime, they get swept each time. Can't have that again. And I get it. It's a new manager. So even maybe for some people, just making the playoffs could be deemed a successful season, considering you have a first-time manager. But I'd like to see them not only get back to where they were, but also show that they can take that step forward. And for me, getting that playoff win is that step forward. Additionally, I think that this is a team that should have at least 2 all-stars on this team. And you could pair it up however you want. There's an avenue for there to be at least 3 to 4 guys be an all-star. But I'm going to make the baseline 2. Give me at least 1 pitcher, and between Bradish and Rogers, at least one of those guys should be having an all-star campaign in the first half of the season. Position player-wise, I see no reason why Gunnar Henderson shouldn't be an all-star this year, assuming that he's healthy and there more times than not. That's the baseline for me. 2 all-stars, playoff berth, a playoff win.
Jimmy Patsos is still working his way through traffic, but as he was calling me, he told me, hey, if the Orioles make the playoffs, you should be happy. Don't put crazy expectations on him. And Jimmy will be joining us soon to talk all things March Madness. But I get that. I get a rookie manager. You got to have measured expectations. But my expectations changed because of how Mike Elias operated this offseason. He operated with a sense of urgency that we haven't seen him have. Pete Alonso is the 2nd biggest contract ever given out in this franchise's history. You went out, you brought in Helsley, you traded Grayson Rodriguez, who at one point was the top pitching prospect in baseball. That was different. Mike would not give up on a prospect of Grayson's caliber for a 1-year proposition in Taylor Ward, but he did. And Ward, over 30 home runs, over 100 RBIs last year. The young guys you expect to bounce back. This should be, assuming health, one of the better lineups in all of baseball, one of the more powerful lineups in all of baseball. I am very bullish on this starting staff. The rotation. Rogers, is he going to have a sub-2 ERA? No, but I think he's going to have a damn good year. Bradish, I think, is going to be really good. Bassett, he's Mr. Consistent. Boz, he doesn't have to worry about pitching in Steinbrenner Field anymore, which is good. And Kramer's Kramer. And Eflin's saying that, this is the most healthy he's felt. You take him at his word, but back injuries are always tricky. When Eflin first arrived, 10 quality starts in his first 12 outings in Baltimore. If he's at the back end of your starting rotation, that's good. That's really good. Bullpen still scares me. Bullpen still scares me a ton. They haven't won a playoff game since October 5th, 2014, when they finished sweeping the Tigers 2-1 in that Game 3 in Detroit. My expectations are make the playoffs and win a playoff series, because I think at that point this fan base could feel like this is heading back in the right direction again, where 2022 they finished with a winning record. they were ahead of schedule. 2023, you win 100 games, you're way ahead of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got off to that great start in the first half of 24 before the nosedive. And it's been a year and a half in reverse for this organization. So that's why, and as I said in the open, expectations change, can and will change if this team is just hampered by a ton of injuries again. Yes, my expectations would change. But right now, heading into opening day next week, I expect them to make the playoffs, and I am expecting them to win at least the wild card round.
Yeah, and like you said, the expectations change. Last year, expectations changed drastically in the first month and a half of the season. I think, look, if
the season was over before Memorial Day. You fire your manager, it's over.
And just quickly it became, how quickly the expectations dropped to the point to where it was just, all right, let's win a series. Because forget making the playoffs.
String together a couple
wins. Let's win a
win
series here. Let's get a couple guys on base. Let's not get no hit going into the 7th, 8th inning. Let's actually put up a fight. And I think, look, no doubt, if they come out blazing, if they're hitting the cover off the ball and they're scoring, 5-6 runs a game, and the pitching, the ERA for the rotation is like top 5, top 6 in the American League as you get into, the real heat of the summer. Sure, I'll start to really dream big a little bit. Health is still a huge question mark for me with any major league team, but especially this one when you're burned coming off of last year. You're holding your breath. It feels like now. Anytime anybody grabs anything, anytime anybody gets hit by a pitch, anytime anybody slides into a base or dives for a ball in the outfield, you're going to be hoping that guy isn't hurt right now. So health is going to be a big checkbox for these guys to make sure that they're dependable and stable enough to last not just the regular season, but to also make a run in the postseason.
And one other aspect for why I maybe have these lofty expectations for them is the pressure's on because next year could be a janky year.
Mm-hmm.
It could possibly not be 162 games. Maybe it's 130, and it's just weird, and it's an expedited spring training because of the impending lockout. But something that I'm also really excited to see this year, assuming they are in it, is how does Mike handle the trade deadline this go around? Because he just hasn't done enough. How is he going to handle it this go around?
Yeah, hopefully he's learned his lesson from years in the past, and each situation has been different, right? He's had the time where they were a contender, and it's like, all right, let's see some trades that'll help you get over the hump in the second half of the season. And there were times like last year where they're selling, so we'll see where they are at that time of year, and hopefully he approaches it the right way. But the other part, when you talk about looking at the big picture and figuring out what's going to be a successful year, is this division is so tough.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's so tough. And I can't sit here and look, I like a lot of the moves that the Orioles made. I think they definitely helped the top end of their roster, whether it's the rotation or the lineup. But can I sit here and say that they've had a better all season than most of their division? I mean, I don't know if I'm there. And then when you take that into what these teams already had, the additions that they're making, it's going to be a dogfight. We already know that in this division, and it could come down to who's healthier and what rotation is actually still intact as you get into August and September. But I'm curious to see what this Orioles team looks like in the division this year. Are they able to kind of take down the Yankees more times than not this year? Are they able to fight back against the Blue Jays, who we saw really start to reach their full potential last year? Blue Jays went from worst to first. I mean, are they going to regress back? A lot of questions about some of these other teams in the division that'll have instant impact on the Orioles season as well.
Coming up next, we're going to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Are we underselling the Orioles? Are we having expectations that are way too high? Or would you just be happy if they make the playoffs? Would you just be happy if they have a record above 500? 410-583-1057. What constitutes a successful season for the Orioles for you? 410-583-1057. We'll take your calls next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Kahn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Thinking about selling your home? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. Learn more on leetessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Guys, let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Hey, it's Bob Haynie here. We're introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. You want to be ready for the game when it's time to perform, and Blue Chew Gold takes it to another level. Go to BlueChew.com, get all the information you need, and be a star.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live in Falston. We're super excited for 105.7 The Fan's Faniversary on April 4th from 1 to 4 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Come hang out with your favorite fan personalities and special guests for an afternoon of fun, food, and drinks. Your ticket gets you light fare and 2 drink tickets for beer, wine, or non-alcoholic drinks. Play Know Your Show, win tickets to upcoming concerts, and check out all the cool upgrades at Barrel House Live. Get your tickets now before it sells out at Odyssey.com/1057 The Fan.
Are you a road technician that is tired of the service grind? Want to work for a company where your work is valued and you truly matter? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property engineering services for tenants handling repairs and preventive building maintenance, including in-house HVAC, plumbing, and electrical work. Cop Defense Properties offers competitive pay, minimum 30-hour work weeks, excellent benefits, plus free training and development. Visit COPT.com/careers to apply today.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
32 eastbound at 295, the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. There's an accident. The right lane is getting by. Watch for direction. Interloop of the Beltway heavy off and on from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road through Towson. And the Interloop slows off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard on the west side. Route 2, Ritchie Highway northbound at Cedar Hill Lane. There's an accident. Then they're a little bit further north on Ritchie Highway. There's another accident at Church Street. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue off and on to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 895 southbound, the accidents past East Lombard Street. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Grapefruit League season. Only a couple more games. I know they're playing a couple exhibition games against the Nats, one in Baltimore, one in D.C. on Sunday and Monday. So their final game in Florida is Saturday. And they have a split squad today, and the Yankees beat the Orioles in the first game. Trevor Rogers will be starting tonight's game. Trevor Rogers will be joining us tomorrow. He was set to join us Wednesday, but schedules got a little wonky, as they tend to do. But we're excited to talk to Trevor. But we were talking prior to the show, Cordell, this lineup that the Orioles had against Max Fried, who obviously is a lefty. Is this a sign of things to come? We talked leadoff spot yesterday. Is Taylor Ward going to lead off against lefties? Well, he did today. It was Taylor Ward, Gunnar Henderson batting second, Pete Alonso third, Adley Rutschman batting cleanup, Tyler O'Neill batting fifth, Ryan Mountcastle was the DH, Kobe Mayo batting seventh, Colton Cowser batting eighth, and Blaze Alexander batting ninth. Do you think that that's probably the look we see, at least early on in the season against a lefty?
I mean, we could. We absolutely could. We're at that point in spring training now where you are starting to really prepare for the regular season and start to see what some of these lineups look like, I would imagine. And when I saw the lineup go out today, I'm like, this could play. Like, this looks like this could be one of their real lineups. And we talked about Taylor Ward being one of those candidates for a leadoff hitter. He goes 1 for 2 today. Also works a walk. Gunner anywhere from 1 to 4. He's going to make something happen. I don't know how often we'll see Adley cleaning up this year. But look, he gets an RBI today. And what I talked about yesterday with Adley is just making an impact, man, making a positive impact in every game. That's what I want to see from Adley. I'll take those doubles that we were getting from him in his rookie year that he got away from last year. I'll gladly take those back.
Before we get out to Ed and Towson, Dean Kramer, he went 4 1/3, just gave up 1 earned run. Yanier Cano gave up a solo shot to Giancarlo Stanton. But speaking of home runs, Kobe Mayo, if you haven't seen it, it's all over the Twitterverse. Kobe Mayo hit a 2-run bomb off Max Fried, went 404 feet. He's having a monster spring. The questions are going to remain defensively, but if he can hit, you can overlook some of it.
And that ball might have went right into somebody's windshield, honestly, in the parking lot. But no doubt, Kobe Mayo, man, that battle play, and hopefully the bat does lead to him doing something with the glove as well.
Let's grab a quick call. Jimmy Patsos just came in. We'll hit a break in a second. Jimmy's the man. He always brings in gifts. He's absolutely. Let's go out to Ed and Towson. Ed, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? And shout out to Big Jimmy from family, the Campbell family. He knows who I am. Look, as far as I got to give a shout out to the one time I'm going to root against Michigan, Cordell, because for Pookie Blakeney, the Howard coach, even though they're probably going to lose, and I want to shout out to Pookie for not listening to me and playing football and playing basketball instead of football when he was at DeMatha. So that was a good idea. Oh yeah, I tried to convince him to play a little football, and that was the smartest move in the world. But anyway, as far as the Orioles go, long as they can, they'll get into the playoffs. And long as they can hit with runners in scoring position and can finish when they start pitching, I think I'll be satisfied with that because I think they have a hell of a lineup. But I'm going to tell you what, Cordell, that big boy, Big Sam, that dog's got to eat. I mean, I ain't I'm not sympathetic when it comes to who I play. You know, I don't get melancholy or teary-eyed or anything like that. That big boy's got to play somewhere because he's you can see it in his eyes. He's a gamer. Mm-hmm. He's a baller. So you put him in there. You got the polar bear and you got Gunnar Slim. That's a lineup you can go to. You can go to war with. So I think Adley's a good player and all that, but sometimes you got to pick your battles, man. And Sam's got to play, not every once in a while. Dude has to get a streak. He has to get into a rhythm like a point guard, and you can't just you can't intermittently play that cat. He needs to play. That's all I got to say. Y'all be good.
Thanks, Ed. We appreciate it, man. Look, we're with you, man. Mm-hmm. He's gonna have to get consistent run because if you play sporadically, you're just making it more difficult on him.
And that's the thing that scares me, though.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because I agree with everything. I agree that he does need to play. But how many times in the past have they used we're no longer trying to develop guys, we're trying to win. That's where they're still in that mode right now. And there's the log jam. I just feared that a couple weeks, maybe a month into the season, we're going to get the quote of we want him to play every day. We don't want him sitting on the bench. He's back in Norfolk.
The rest of the hour, we will be talking to Jimmy Patsos. We swear he is here. He brought gifts as he typically does. We are talking March Madness from here until 5 on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app, use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi, trade on anything.
This month, tap into the frenzy with Hoops at Horseshoe Casino. Every Friday in March, swipe in to reveal guaranteed prizes or take your shot at their Hoops at Horseshoe game. Horseshoe Baltimore, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bracket season savings are happening at Bob Bell Nissan. Get 0% financing on selected new models with terms up to 60 months. Every credit application accepted. Up to $2,000 more for your trade than CarMax. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win. Like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later.
Sound familiar, Dale?
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/GatorXUV. nothing runs like a deer.
Hey, it's Rob Long from the Big Bad Morning Show, and I'm thrilled to have the GOAT of real estate right here, Vinny Steele. Your home sold guaranteed realty. Vinny, spring selling season is heating up. What's your big guarantee for sellers?
Hey, Rob, it's simple. Your home sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it myself at a price and time frame you agree to. Sell with certainty and without all the hassles, guaranteed.
That's a game changer. Call or text Vinny today, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland Lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like, you should keep playing to recover your losses. The fact is, you should never try to recover money by taking additional risks or making impulsive decisions. If it's not your day, just walk away. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
32 eastbound at 295, the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. There's an accident. The right lane is getting by. Watch for police direction there. On the inner loop of the Beltway, slows off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Inner loop's heavy off and on from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. And Route 2, Ritchie Highway northbound at Cedar Hill Lane, there's an accident in Glen Burnie. A little further north on Ritchie Highway, there's an accident at Church Street. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. Some games that are final. TCU knocked off Ohio State 66-64. Louisville beat South Florida 83-79. High Point upset Wisconsin 83-82. Nebraska beat down Troy 76-47. Games in action. Siena still leads Duke 50-47, 13 minutes to go in that one. Vanderbilt's up over McNeese 45-35 with 18 minutes to go. And Michigan State's up 5-4 over North Dakota State. That one just underway. Arkansas up 4-0 over Hawaii. That one 2 minutes in. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer, right now from BGE. Get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Martin leaves it for Johnson, a mile out. Got it! A Zerbiak 3. 1 minute. Johnston, got it! Comes the long ball. That's what Wally called for, but it is intercepted. And High Point, the Panthers, the 12 seed, continue on as they upset the Wisconsin Badgers.
That highlight courtesy of TNT. Jimmy Patsos makes a request. He gets the request.
Hunger strike program. We all better be hungry today. I didn't see SMU's hunger level was a little low. By the way, we have a traffic.
I was hungry.
We have a traffic update. Traffic sucks. Okay, I was at Arundel Mills. I had a little gig over at the. By the way, very nice place that casino.
Live's awesome.
They built it up.
To what? A guy rented out this charter Annapolis group. This friend of mine, Chad Watson, and this crew. We did a special for them on a Monday down there, and I went over there. It was unbelievably organized and well, but the TVs, it is, and then they still have the golf on, but they get every game on. Between them and Greg Talbot helping me with my taxes, we got all kinds of support here from Greg Talbot. Go get tax relief. He answers the phone. I'll tell you who needed relief. Wisconsin, you can't all run. End of the game, 5 guys can't go to class.
No.
And I love Greg Gard. We have Under Armour has them. We had Lehigh, tough loss. We had UMBC, good fight, tough loss. So we're on TV, Under Armour. We got Siena going right now. Jerry McNamara is a friend of mine, but I root for lots of different people. I did think TCU was going to win. Jamie Dixon's going to coach. But I did not think Miami of Ohio was going to win. And I like Andy Enfield played at Hopkins. Tell me your thoughts, Cordell. You're a hoops guy on that.
I thought Miami of Ohio was wearing down. You know, those wins started to become tighter and tighter, and I felt like they were going to lose in the conference tournament. They did. I just felt like it was an emotional, draining year for them to a great year, don't get me wrong, but all the headlines, all the questions, having to and defend yourself despite having an undefeated season. Like, I felt like they were going to go into that game last night riding on films, and they shot the lights out the gym.
The crowd might have helped because it was only about an hour away, but very impressive shooting.
For sure.
And I thought SMU just lacked a little, like, you got to really get after them early and say, hey, you lost. We're going to put you're a smaller guy. I do like the play-in. Do you like Dayton? I like Dayton.
Yeah, it's always a cool atmosphere. Yeah.
Dayton has become a staple of the tournament. I
There
feel
you
like
go.
you have
one
to
big,
you
one
have
small,
to go to
one
Dayton.
small, one big.
Yeah, I love
Jimmy,
it.
you got to tell Cordell your idea that you were telling me and Ken last week. Expanding, and
if you expand a little, then you go out west, do the same thing. Maybe someplace like Tucson or New Mexico. But I don't know, maybe. You know the only group I want in? I want the number one seed of the small conference. You have to go to your conference final, like Yale. If you're the number one seed and you go to the conference final and you lose, not that you're in, but we might have a Willy Wonka gold ticket for you. One. Tim, just if we expand to 72 or 76, you came in first, you went to your conference final like Yale and lose. We're going to put you in a pile. Say there's three of you. And we're going to draw for Willy Wonka. Everything we know, Willy Wonka. Violet Biergard, Veruca Salt, Mike TV.
Made for TV event. Yeah.
And here you go. And you're there the left. Because if you're going to expand, Cordell, you can't just add 4 big guys.
Exactly. And that's the fear.
That's what I don't.
That's what they're going to do.
Then just stay where we are.
That's what they're going to do. They're
I
going to
like-
expand, and they're going to give it to all of these teams that are coming from the major conferences.
Some people are mad like UMBC didn't get to play Duke. I thought it was kind of cool UMBC was the only game on TV.
Yeah. I mean, that's the exposure you're looking for.
Well, that's part of it, right?
Helps recruiting better,
Exactly.
Cordell.
Well, we were talking yesterday and they get money if they win that game, correct?
Yes,
so
they
that's
get
another
the conference.
incentive.
Just say they got
Yeah.
500 for the school, 500 for the conference. And every round you go, you get one. If they
Oh,
had
okay.
won, they would have got that counts as the win.
Right.
Well, you brought up Siena. Is Duke on upset alert right now?
Yeah, I mean,
53-49?
Look, Siena's tough. They got a DC guy from Mount Zion playing the center. Jack Mulvey's kid's good. But Jerry McNamara can coach. Look, I had 5 good years there. You know, not all. The ending wasn't great, but what ending is great? You know, I mean, that's how it goes. So it was. We lived in Saratoga. Michelle, my wife, and I lived in Saratoga. We loved it. They got this great fan base, and they wear Under Armour. First, they wear Under Armour, just like North Dakota State, who's playing Michigan State. We have like 80 schools, like the Bradleys of the world, the Towsonds, but to even make it a game is accomplishing something. I think Jerry McNamara. Let's put this out there. I like him. You know, Siena and myself, we never had any bad blood. I'm going to the New York State Hall of Fame. If they didn't like me, they wouldn't have let me because it's in upstate New York. And if you ever read about Tammany Hall, there's a lot of things that go on in upstate New York, and then the money goes back to the city. But it's in a capital city. I coached up there. Fran McCaffrey was on our show the other day. He coached there. He's now at Penn. We used to have battles up there. We won the CBI. I beat Penn State and Fresno State and somebody else, Stony Brook. And we won that, and we lost in the finals tie on them. We had a bad last year, just everything, and I didn't do a good job coaching. And sometimes coaching can get away from you. It's a very interesting, passionate community. And with passionate communities, you can have things good and bad happen. But let me tell you something. They love Mike Dean was there. They went to the NCAA. Paul Hewitt came from there. Fran McCaffrey came from there. Rob Lanier, who didn't make it, came from there. And I think Jerry McNamara deserves the Syracuse job. Thoughts?
I think if they win today, it's going to be if they win today, it's a shoe-in that he gets that job.
And Jimmy, you made a great point when it comes to being that hot commodity coaching-wise. It's not good enough to get in, but if you get that win, then you're the hot name.
And
then everybody
Tim and I
wants
talked about this. This was Chris Beard. He won at Arkansas Little Rock. Brad Underwood run at Stephen F. Austin. He had actually win. He lost on last second shot once. Then they start to say you can have the next job. Some guys, John Becker's my friend in Vermont. They haven't been able to win. Colgate hasn't been able to win. It doesn't mean they're not trying. Ryan Odom won. Then he went to Utah State, then VCU, then Virginia. He didn't go right to Virginia, but you get moving on that. We won at Loyola. We went to the NCAA, lost to Ohio State. All of a sudden, Siena comes calling a year later when we win the CIT. That's how this stuff works, but he's done enough in my mind right now. And Boozer's interesting because Boozer's getting pushed around. What's he going to do? What's he going to do in the NBA? If that's a senior who played at Iowa, walk on at Iowa, was pushing him around. What's he going to do when he's in the NBA? I'm concerned. I like Boozer a lot, but I don't see him as a dominant force.
He's skilled. He's so skilled. I don't think that's a question. He can definitely play at the next level. But this isn't a good look. Like you talk, the possession before this, they're trapping him on the block and just snatch the ball away from him. That's not what you're looking for from arguably one of the top players in all the nation right now. I still think very highly of him. It's something about this time of year, though, Jimmy, where a Siena can lead all the way to whatever. What is it? 5 minutes left in this game, whatever it is. They've led from 9 minutes, I guess. They've led from the start all the way to now. It's something about this time of year that will allow a Siena to not only play what they do, but outplay them for more than half of the game to this point. These guys get tense. We saw it earlier. We saw it in the first 4 game. I forget what game it was. They're pressing and the ball is still going to the corner.
And the longer this goes on, the more.
Just so you know what Cordell just said, you don't throw the ball in the corner, but they did.
Come on. And he did it multiple times.
And also, the longer this goes on, the more crowd is backing Siena. It's a Siena home game at that point, Jimmy.
Absolutely. Well, we're happy for Jerry Mack. I hope Syracuse. I know they had Red Autry, but Jerry McNamara had an unbelievable run as a player. He's tight with Carmelo. I think it's just... That's the guy from Mount Zion right there, number 11. I watched him in the state tournament last year at the Maryland State Tournament.
I have a love-hate relationship with Jerry McNamara, who doesn't even know I exist, for the record.
Why?
I'm a Georgetown. I grew up a Georgetown guy, so I had to watch this dude just terrorize the Big East for years. And Syracuse has always had like this soft spot. I've always had this soft spot for Syracuse. I think it was really because of Melo and Hakeem Ward. They've just had some great players play at Syracuse.
C.J. Fair from here, Sherman Douglas from D.C. It started with Dave Bing, but Jim Boeheim played there. And Syracuse, Georgetown, all those games in the Big East tournament. Jerry McNamara won a 4 overtime game. Ooh. I went to see him in Scranton. It was him and Matt Gorman. And Matt Gorman went to Syracuse, but he didn't play much. I thought he was a lot like Joe Smith. He would have been really good for us. And Jerry McNamara turned into what he was. But it didn't matter. Matt Gorman's uncle was the drummer of the Black Crows. So I'm like, all right, we got to recruit this guy, right? So we have to have some adventure. But it was interesting. And Matt Gorman, it was a walk on the, it was a scholarship player. Boeheim played 6.5 guys. So Jerry McNamara played the whole game. And he got them to the title. And he also won in, as you said, he won in, Madison Square Garden, and he beat Syracuse and beat UConn and Calhoun's, and he beat John Thompson and Georgetown.
Everybody.
And so now, if he's looking like they have a chance to win this, Duke looks a little tight. This will be what will be interesting is Purdue won. Will be the number 1 as a 16s. FDU did.
Yeah.
UMBC did, and now it'd be Siena, all 3 Under Armour schools.
And hey, O's with Under Armour. I saw they got the connection, Jimmy.
We did that. I got a lot of people calling me about you two. If the Orioles make the playoffs, if they make the playoffs, drinks are on me for an hour at Pickles. Okay,
we will be there for that.
Don't say the whole city. Let me tell you the whole city. I don't care. If they make the playoffs, it's a win.
Wow. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll get Jimmy's, see who he had winning it all in the NCAA tournament.
Wisconsin, I'm out.
And also, we're going to ask Kate Cunningham, diagnosed with a collapsed lung, expected to miss a lot of time. How much is that going to change things?
We and Cordell will have a whole
East?
Show on this.
That is next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Kahn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
America has their Cinderella team as Miami of Ohio beat SMU last night. The Redhawks went undefeated in the regular season and were 6.5-point underdogs last night. They'll face 6-seeded Tennessee tomorrow afternoon. Some people and analysts believe that Miami of Ohio didn't even deserve to make the first 4, but now the Redhawks have proved they belong, and they get another chance to prove the doubters wrong tomorrow. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
2026 Maryland football season tickets are on sale now, featuring marquee matchups against Virginia Tech, UCLA, Wisconsin, and Penn State. Join Maryland football in Terpsville this fall. Visit umterps.com/Terpsville26.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One-time only offer.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from the Bellway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Accident before Caton Avenue there. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Route 32 eastbound at Baltimore-Washington Parkway. There's an accident. The right lane is getting by. And 100 westbound. That's heavy from Arundel Mills Boulevard to just after Route 1. On the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy off and on from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. Outer loop's heavy from after Providence Road to I-83. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it slows off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Opportunity for Boozer here today.
Jokes waiting for the screen from Full Effect. It's a pick and pop. Full Effect, they give it to him. String losing.
This kid. He is, again, I think that's his fourth chance.
58-56 Sienna.
Nice separation, Bodie.
And Tony connects on a tray ball.
And off of Mulvey, too. He reads that beautiful.
Ian Eagle on the call, courtesy of CBS. Duke is clinging to a 2-point lead, 63-61 over Siena with 3:56 to go.
Traffic still sucks. Tim, wasn't Ian Eagle on the show?
He was on the show.
We liked Ian Eagle.
We love Ian Eagle.
About Runyons. He's good with
on a lot of great calls.
Ian Eagle's awesome. Ian Eagle's awesome. Well, Jimmy, that leads into it. Duke, number 1 overall seed. Were they cutting down the nets for you? Who was cutting down the nets?
Look, you got to pick the one of the 2 seeds. That's the little game we play. I don't gamble. I'm not allowed to fill out a bracket. I work for the NBA. Wait till next year for the Wizards. We're going to be good when we get AJ DiBasanta. I only want him or Peterson. Draw the line.
You're still high on Peterson.
I don't love that he didn't play, but I still think he's talented. Him and AJ are 1 and 2. You draw the line. Then all the rest you can draw a line at about 10, including Nate Menton, who I have in there. You know, the guard, Mikael Brown's hurt from Louisville, blah, blah, blah. All I know is this, Tim. Nobody talks about Iowa State. I put the 1 and the 2s in there, and Iowa State's the one nobody will pick. And Milan is good, the shooter. He was at Pewaukee, this high school that we have up in Milwaukee, that nobody really wanted. And he went to Iowa State. The coach does 1 million push-ups a day, and so does the team. But Iowa State, coming from Michigan, doesn't have the depth. I think Arizona's real. I am, like everybody else, a victim of the West. We just don't, and I stay up late. I just don't see them enough. But I admire how both Houston and Arizona have gone into the Big 12 and made their mark plus some. You know, they're like on top of it over Kansas. We love the Duke-UConn thing. Let's face it, UConn limped in. And then Florida with Thomas Hawk, who I know and I respect really good, and I think they've done a really good job. So them in Houston. So you're going to pick one of 8. I'm picking Iowa State because nobody picks them, and you know what? It'd just be an interesting story.
Yeah, I got to check I did pick Iowa State to win at least. I know I picked them to win at least 1 or 2 games. And look, that could be the kiss of death considering how my bracket is going.
Well, everybody,
so far.
Can they beat Virginia is the question mark for them.
Right. And Virginia's a tough team to figure out.
Oh, we love
They're
Ryan
a tough team to figure out.
Well, we teased this, Jimmy. Kate Cunningham with a collapsed lung. He's out indefinitely for the Pistons.
Big trouble.
And they're the number 1 seed in the East right now. So what does that do to the Eastern?
I think Cordell and I love the NBA. Not that you don't, Tim, but Cordell and I are classic NBAers. We have no life. That's how it goes. But
he's not lying.
I just think that Cordell and I wouldn't speak from, we're talking off air. You, Jason Tatum and the Celtics, you put yourself in the 2nd and 3rd position in Detroit, so you have to go through. Yeah, they were good last year, but they lost to the Knicks. The Knicks have no depth. I think the Magic in them, the team I think is really good is the Raptors because R.J. Barrett and Quickly have done a good job in that trade of being steady and they can win at home. But if you're Jason Tatum, okay, Cleveland. Now, Harden's got a broken hand. It's not his shooting hand. Everybody's got a little flaw. So I was asking, I'm going to ask this to Cordell. The West is ridiculous. The Spurs And I got a guy that played for me at Siena, Ryan Oliver, is one of the assistant coaches there. It's all, the connections run deep. We have De'Aaron Fox. He's a great player for Under Armour. But they have Wemby. But OKC, when that guy SGA starts going, you can't guard him. Aaron Wiggins, Rockets, can they win a big one? The Lakers still have them. Denver has the best player. Minnesota, don't even count them out. They've been in 2 finals in a row. That's a whole different animal, Cordell, than the East, which I think is wide open. So I think Cade Cunningham is a huge loss. And tell me your thoughts, Cordell. Did that affect Jason Tatum saying, I'm rushing back?
I don't know if it affected Tatum coming back more than Jaylen Brown having an MVP-esque year.
And LeBron came out and said that, too.
I think it was more of it feeling like it's becoming Jaylen Brown's team. And now you've got all these other role players who are stepping up and having career years this year. I think Tatum kind of felt left out a little bit. And he comes back, and I'm watching that game last night. And you can't tell me there's not a competitive nature between him and Brown.
Well, it's always been that way.
For sure. And I'm watching Tatum at the start, Brown at the start of the game, and he's very aggressive as he always is, but the ball isn't moving as much. And finally, Tatum gets involved. The ball starts moving around. They end up blowing the doors off eventually and moving past the Warriors. So, in my mind, to be honest, even with Cade there in Detroit, it's tough for me to put stock into Detroit in the playoffs.
Until they prove it.
Until they prove it. And I think it's been the Celtics conference to lose. Now, like you said, the West is totally different. The Thunder, I'm still picking the Thunder until I see somebody beat them in the playoffs. I do fear the Spurs. I believe in Wemby and those dudes. They're well coached. They play together.
Castle,
they defend.
they picked Harper.
They
made a lot of good picks the last couple of years.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, though. I'm starting to actually buy stock in the Lakers. I'm actually starting to do it. Luka is going berserk, and I maintained his style of play. I don't think he'll win a ring. I don't.
But he did make a final.
He did make a finals, and I don't know. I think what happened in the finals is what was supposed to happen. They got ran off the floor.
Well, they were the 5th seed, by the way, for the record. They weren't supposed to be there. But I think the Lakers thing makes for great television. But the West look, Giannis isn't going to make the playoffs, and the Pacers
they're trying to set him now.
And those are 2 teams that have been in the NBA Finals recently. The Celtics weren't supposed to, and they did. Cleveland, if they get Harden back, I just think the Pistons, and Tobias Harris is a good player. I don't want him to prove it in the playoffs too, but Jalen Duren, who was picked 12th, has turned into, he was a Philly kid they have turned into a nice program. But I want to see, Cordell, if they can make it. And until you win in that league in the playoffs, Sonny Vaccaro, postseason production produces profits. That's Kobe, that's Bird, that's Magic, that's Kareem, that's the Celtics legacy. But most importantly, it's Michael Jordan's. When you win in the playoffs, you set this thing up in your own legacy and the team's legacy, and you have to win. And I think that the Celtics can do it because he's really good, Tatum, but they have fought and got a bench. But most importantly, I just think the East is wide open.
It's weak.
Siena has been held scoreless for over 5 minutes. Duke leads 65-61 with 2.5 minutes to go in that one. Jimmy Passos, we love you. We appreciate you. Thanks you so much for coming in.
Keep watching the tournament. We miss Kenny's down at
he'll be back
Key West.
Yeah,
but
he's enjoying his time.
We love Cordell. And you know what, Cordell? I'm coming in for one of your shows. We're just going to do all
the door's
NBA.
Always open.
Yeah.
2 more weeks hanging. It's been a fun season. But you know what? We have to take hats off. UMBC was our team. We wanted Navy in them, but UMBC came through for us. Ace Valentine from Mount St. Joe. So we're happy for them, right?
Great year.
Absolutely.
Great
You're the
year.
man, Jimmy.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Coming
you,
up
Jimmy.
next, Jeffrey Chadilla, NFL.com. He put out a piece, top 10 moves of the offseason. Trey Hendrickson made the list and was very high up there. What type of impact could he have? Jeffrey tells us next.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books of Westwood One Sports. I'm taking Clemson in a pick'em tonight against North Carolina. Without Caleb Wilson, I think Clemson is the better team. They had a great showing last night in their game against Wake Forest. I think they continue that into today. Their defense, I think, is going to shut out that North Carolina offense, and they're going to win tonight in Charlotte. I'll take Clemson in a pick'em against UNC. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, sports fans. When the game ends, keep the fun going in Harford County. Explore scenic trails and waterfront. Grab a bite in our Main Street districts and enjoy spring festivals. Make a night of it. Start planning at HelloHarford.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill Crab Cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. TCU took down Ohio State 66-64. Louisville won 83-79 over South Florida. High Point upset Wisconsin 83-82. Nebraska blew out Troy 76-47. It looks like Duke will survive. They're up 69-65 with 10 seconds remaining. Vanderbilt's up 63-58 over McNeese with 6.5 minutes to go. Michigan State up big 33-18 with 5 minutes to go in the first half, and Arkansas up 38-27 over Hawaii, 5.5 to go until halftime. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, it was a busy, newsworthy start to the Ravens offseason. It looked like they pulled off the blockbuster Max Crosby. It was agreed upon until it wasn't. Didn't like what they saw in the physical, but Ravens ended up pivoting to Trey Hendrickson. And joining us now is Jeffrey Chidia, who works for NFL Media, NFL.com. And Jeffrey, you recently put out a list of the top 10 moves of the offseason thus far, and Trey Hendrickson was on it. So how much of an impact do you think that he is going to have in Baltimore?
I think he'll have a tremendous impact. And you look at just pass rush has been an issue for this team for years, and they've been able to scheme it up, but not having that dominant edge rusher who can really take advantage of offensive tackles. I think having a guy like that, it wasn't Max Crosby. I think that's a step up, but Henderson is a guy who had 17.5 sacks 2 years ago, 17.5 sacks a year before that. He's been an all-pro. I think he's going to be a tremendous addition to a team that hasn't had a player like this since Terrell Suggs was around back in 2017.
Jeffrey, it feels like since as long as I can remember, people have always been enamored with the backup quarterback. And Malik Willis is that guy this past year, right? I mean, he had a lot of hype coming out of college. He didn't get drafted as high as people thought. He rides the bench. Tennessee doesn't work out. He ends up in Green Bay. We get to see more of him this year than we have had in the past, and he actually looked pretty good to the point to where he gets this big payday to go to the Dolphins, who are just selling everything but Devon A-Chain, it seems like right now. Yeah. But what are your real expectations for Malik Willis? Do you think that he can be a guy that the Dolphins treat as, I don't want to say franchise quarterback, but a guy that they feel like they can give the keys to the car to for the foreseeable future?
I think they have a plan for him, and I think that's what I like about the deal. And it's reasonable money. There's a middle class for quarterbacks in the NFL now with Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield, some guys like that, and so Daniel Jones. And so I think he fits in that category of what he's getting paid. But as you mentioned, for a team that's getting rid of a lot of assets, I think you want to have a cheap quarterback that allows you to build your roster back up. The coach there, Jeff Hafley, knew him from Green Bay. The GM knew him from Green Bay, and so they have a feel for who he is. And if he doesn't work out, then that's not a lot of money you're putting into it. But I fully believe that they have some sense of who he is, how he's prepared. And I think Sam Darnold changed the game for a lot of guys like this, where teams are saying, let's go out and find guys who've been in a good system, gotten good coaching, still have skills, and give them an opportunity. And so I think that's what I like about that deal for Malik Willis.
We're speaking to Jeffrey Chidia, senior columnist for NFL.com. Cordell Woodland in for Ken Weinman. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Jeffrey, let's stay in that division, the AFC East. What have you thought of the Bills offseason thus far? They took a big swing for DJ Moore. They brought in Bradley Chubb. What have you thought of their start?
Well, it's a team that's trying to make the most of the time they have left with Josh Allen, right? At least the window they have until they just paid a bunch of guys a couple years ago, gave extensions out to a number of young players they drafted, so the money is starting to dry up again. And so I think this is an example of a team that feels like, look, they had a great opportunity last year in the playoffs without Mahomes being there, without Joe Burrow being there, and Lamar Jackson. They couldn't cash in. Like Baltimore, they've had edge rushing issues, so Bradley Chubb can resolve that, hopefully, for them. And certainly they've had issues with wide receiver for a while now since Stephon Diggs left town. And so that's what DJ Moore's supposed to offer. But I would say that there's a little bit of a gamble here. Both those players are up there in years. They're not nearly as good as they used to be, but they are better than what they've had in the past. And my guess is that with Joe Brady coming in there, with the way the owner, Terry Pegula, was talking in the offseason, that this team feels a great sense of urgency. And Brandon, being the general manager, is under a lot of pressure now. And so these kind of moves indicate a team that feels like it has to cash in fast.
Jeffrey, this may be a tough question to answer, but I want you to kind of project a little bit on this one. Last year's draft class produced a ton of really good quarterbacks that had success early. Jaden Daniels goes to the NFC Championship game his first year. Caleb Williams makes the postseason this year, has a great bounce back year, I think. And then you got Drake May, who makes the Super Bowl in his second year as well. Out of those three guys, who do you feel like is primed to take the biggest step going into year 3?
Oh, wow. That is a tough question. You can throw Bo Nix in there, too, as well.
Bo Nix is, for sure.
In Denver. I still feel like Caleb has got the most upside. He was the most talented guy coming out, the most hyped guy. I'm a big fan of Ben Johnson, having watched him with the Lions, and I think you saw the immediate impact he had on that team, given where they were a year before he arrived. So he's getting coached better. They put a lot of assets around him. They're trying to improve the defense, and so I think he's getting the things that he needs to have. I would choose Jaden because he was so dynamic in his first year, but I just don't know if he's going to stay healthy. And that's always been the concern with the way he plays and his size and stature. And then Drake May, I think you saw some of the I don't want to say the weaknesses, but he certainly had his issues in the postseason. How much of that was injury related, we won't know, but he did not look the same player in the beginning of the year that he did when the postseason came around. So I feel like Caleb was making some plays, and if he can continue to grow with Ben Johnson, he should be the best of that bunch.
Speaking of the quarterback position, Jeffrey, the Steelers, is it Aaron Rodgers or bust? Could they actually roll with Will Howard? Some people in Pittsburgh talking about
it's hard for me to believe they're not going to draft a quarterback in the first. I just can't believe we're going to do this again.
Right.
They have the same conversations about this team again.
Yeah.
And again, they've been so well run, and maybe we just aren't willing to just bash them in the way we would bash. If this was the Miami Dolphins doing this, we'd be like, this is just a disaster, or the Raiders, right? But it's still like the Pittsburgh Steelers have had a hard time being realistic about and honest with themselves about where they are. And whoever you just mentioned, Will Howard, Aaron Rodgers, they're not going to elevate that team above being 9-8 out in the first round of the playoffs. And so it is time to bite the bullet. I know they tried it a few years back with Kenny Pickett. Draft a young quarterback, bring in a veteran, play it out, bring in Kirk Cousins, let him play in front of the guy and play it out, because they're not going to get past the Ravens, the Bengals, whoever else in that division with the way they're going down in the future.
Jeffrey, last year, the Saints, look, I don't think anybody expects anything from the Saints these days, but they were pleasantly a surprise, I think, last year, mainly because Tyler Shough actually became a thing and looks like he's got a firm grasp on that quarterback job going forward. They make the investment into Travis Etienne this year and bring him in as the running back. The NFC South, man, it's a true toss-up. And considering how open that division is and maybe some of the strides that the Saints took this year, how do you view them going into next year? Could they be kind of one of those sneaky teams, at least in that division?
Yeah, I love how you pronounce the running back's name correctly.
I'm trying.
I'm saying it wrong for the last 7, 10 years, whatever it's been, 8 years of his life. Who knew?
Right.
But I am intrigued by the Saints because, to your point, Tyler Shough did show a lot late in the season. Again, another reference to the Steelers. They could have had him at quarterback, so he is promising. I like the idea of him with Kellen Moore, who's shown that he can really help young quarterbacks prosper. I do like the addition of Achane, the running back, I think they'll run him and use him in the receiving game a lot. They don't have a ton of talent, but this is a team that has roster space now, and they're getting out of that hole that was there when Sean Payton left, and they didn't have a ton of money. They're getting rid of some older veterans. And so that division is it's still wide open. I mean, the Panthers won it without being over 5, but without a winning record.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think there's no reason to think that they can't be in the game if they're able to draft well, get some more pieces in there, and the quarterback makes a big jump.
He's Jeffrey Chadiha, senior columnist for NFL.com, also with NFL Network. Jeffrey, thanks so much for taking the time, man.
Thanks,
We
Jeffrey.
appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you.
You got it. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we are going to get back into the Orioles spring training. It's almost over. Bullpen was the biggest concern heading into spring training. How do we feel about it now? We'll tell you that at 5:30. But coming up next, we're going to keep the football talk rolling with the Ravens. Jesse Minter, in his introductory press conference, he talked about the Ravens needing to be at their best when their best is needed. Reading between the lines, fourth quarter, crunch time, when they have been far from their best. Can they change that mentality, that perspective that people have of them in 1 year? We'll tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Collins not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
Go to callamazing.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, Pay like usual and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There are a lot of myths out there about how the Maryland lottery works. Playing the lottery responsibly means knowing what's true and what's not. Things like playing the lottery is a good way to relieve stress. The fact is, you shouldn't play the lottery when you're stressed. If you've got a lot on your mind, just play another day. Learn more facts and myths at mdlottery.com, and please play responsibly.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
I-95 northbound at White Marsh Boulevard, accidents on the left side. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. Jones Falls Expressway northbound at Falls Road, there's an accident. And 32 eastbound at the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, there's a crash. Right lane gets by. 100 westbound is heavy from Arundel Mills Boulevard to after Route 1. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We've got a lot of work to do. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be looking at some players over the next couple of weeks. We will be, certainly. Probably have some players visit. We'll look at some guys. Are we going to go out and break the bank? Probably not. I think we've broken the bank in some ways over the last week. You know, we have opportunities to get better as a team with the draft. Excited about where we stand. I think we filled some holes in the depth chart.
That was GM Eric DeCosta at the Trey Hendrickson introductory press conference. And the Ravens brought in Trey Hendrickson in large part to be a closer. And that's what Jesse Minter called him. Eric DeCosta called him a force multiplier. And Jesse Minter mentioned this stat that I wasn't aware of until being at the press conference. Since 2021, Trey Hendrickson is second in the NFL in fourth quarter sacks. The Ravens, since 2021, they have lost 12 games when leading by 7 or more points in the fourth quarter. That is the most in NFL history in a 5-year span. This is their reputation. Fair or unfair, stats don't lie. Men and women do, numbers don't. And the Ravens, they have to find a way to turn this around. And that number that I gave is a huge reason why John Harbaugh was fired.
Oh, without a doubt.
Huge reason why. But you bring in Jesse Minter, defensive-minded guy. He did wonders for the Chargers defense in 2024 and 2025, and I fully expect him to improve the defense this year. But we don't know until we know. When the Ravens are in that position, like they were, for example, against the Steelers, where they needed must-have stops, and the Steelers end up scoring back-to-back touchdown drives to knock the Ravens out of the playoffs, we just won't know until they do it, and then do it again, and then do it again.
Yeah, until it's no longer a thing, it's going to be a thing. And you talked about, you know, them setting the record for 12 blown losses in the fourth quarter with a 7+ point lead. They've got 8 blown losses, blown leads in the fourth quarter when leading by 9+ in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, it doesn't get any better for them. And the issue has been, this is too talented. These have been, because this has been a span, right? There's been multiple Ravens teams that have dealt with this. They've had too many talented teams for this to be the narrative around them that they can't close games, especially considering you go back to 2019, dude, if the Ravens get a lead on you, you might as well turn the TV off. It's night and day difference.
That's a great point. That's a great point that you bring up. And I think it probably started to change, I guess, around 2020, where that was the stat, man.
Yeah.
If the Ravens got up double digits on you, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
It's over. You can flip to the next game. And that in part because the Ravens had that historic rushing attack and they could just I can think of multiple games off the top of my head. Ravens had the ball with 5, 6, 7 minutes to go and they end the game.
Right.
It's not even they give the ball back. Right. And that's the other side of it, Cordell, where yes, a lot of it is the defense and the pass rush has been lacking. And that's where Trey Hendrickson comes in as that pass rush specialist, the guy that 2 years ago led the NFL in sacks with 17.5. But it's also the offense. You can think of Derrick Henry losing fumbles in the fourth quarter on multiple occasions. Zay Flowers losing fumbles on multiple occasions in the fourth quarter to put the game on ice. It's across the board. And Tyler Loop, how the Ravens season ended, missing a possible game-winning kick.
And coaching. And them getting away from the run game. And you saying that kind of just made me think about it. Like, when they were run first, I mean, they're still a run first offense, but back then they were. It was a real run first offense. But then things changed a little bit. Lamar evolved as a passer. Lamar got better as a passer to the point to where he wanted to throw the ball more, right? And they got away from those patented 7-minute drives, like you said, to put a game away because the passing game is a little bit more of what they're doing. Even on the back end of Greg Roman's time, like the pass game wasn't great, but it was something that Lamar wanted to do because he had gotten better at it. You go to Todd Monken, the pass game is even more of a part of the offense. Lamar has more power at the line of scrimmage so he can check into different calls and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, how they were putting teams away in 19 with, I would argue, less talent compared to how they would put teams away in 23, 24 with more talent on that side of the ball, it was different. And I remember what year, maybe it was 22, Mike McDonald's first year, where they were dealing
22.
with some of those blown leads.
Oh, it was first 5-6 games.
I remember asking Lamar after the Dolphins game that they had blown at home.
21-point lead.
I asked him about them not being able to put them away the way they normally did with the run game. And that's where he gave that quote of, well, it's a new era, right? It's a new era. We don't have to do things the way we did anymore. You could do things differently. And if the pass game is working, we want to throw the ball. If the run game is working, we want to run the ball. I just think they have to, and it's tough to point the finger at one thing because it's not. You just talked about it. Offensively, turnovers. Defensively, they can't get pressure. They can't get off the field. Coaching, you have no feel of the game. You don't know when to be aggressive and go for it on 4th and short as opposed to putting your defense back out there. It's all of it. But I do think the fact that the Ravens haven't really been that team where it's, the Ravens have one possession lead with 8 minutes to go in the game. They're about to pound the ball into the dirt. They have gotten away from their identity, I think, in crucial moments of the game, and the little things add up, and it comes back to bite them over time.
And that part of it, we know what a Jesse Minter defense looks like. We have a big enough sample size, whether it's him his past couple years with the Chargers or in the college level. We have no idea what a Declan Doyle offense is. We're looking at what the Bears did, and you can glean some things from 2025, but we won't know until it gets real in September this year. And how he will handle that situation. He hasn't handled anything as a play caller in terms of being in, hey, there's 6 minutes to go in the game. The opposing team has one timeout. How are you going to handle this drive? Like, that part of it, especially early on in the season, is going to be very interesting.
I would also say, especially considering coming from the Bears, and I get it, Ben Johnson did a lot of the game day stuff when you talk about the play calling and all of that. But The Bears weren't known for putting teams away this year. In fact, they were known for being the cardiac kids, having to play from behind. So your play calling is totally different when you're coming back as opposed to trying to put teams away. It will be a different dynamic.
We will update you on the NCAA tournament scores before we get up out of here. But coming up next, we're going to get back into the Orioles. Just a couple more Grapefruit League games to go. Split squad day today, and Orioles, their second game begins at 6:05. Trevor Rogers is going to be on the bump for the Birds. Trevor Rogers is going to be joining this program tomorrow. But we're not talking about Rogers. We're not talking about the starters. We're talking about the bullpen on the other side. Do we feel any better about the bullpen now that spring training is almost over? We'll let you know next.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
This week at Patriot and Old Glory Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. Finance specialists on site to get you approved. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Patriot and Old Glory Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley.
AC unit or heat pump cranking, but your home's still uncomfortable? Window Nation keeps your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, Pay like usual and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
83, the Jones Falls Expressway northbound at East Chase Street. There's an accident on the left side. Watch for police direction there. 95 northbound at White Marsh Boulevard, clearing an accident from the left side. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. 32 eastbound at the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, clearing an accident from the left side. And 100 westbound, still heavy from Arundel Mills Boulevard to just after Route 1. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on from the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
NCAA tournament scoreboard update. 6 games are final. TCU beat Ohio State 66-64. Louisville over South Florida 83-79. High Point upset Wisconsin 83-82. Nebraska blew out Troy 76-47. Duke held on to beat Siena 71-65, and Vanderbilt beat McNeese 78-68. Some games in action right now, both of these at half. Michigan State leads North Dakota State 45-25. Arkansas up over Hawaii 54-39. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 35. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 66. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles spring training coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Before we get to the Orioles bullpen, just saw this during the break. Angels beat writer Jeff Fletcher tweeted this out. Manager Kurt Suzuki said that Grayson Rodriguez has a little dead arm. Rodriguez still played catch today, so they aren't very concerned, but they are going to slow him down. His status for the opening day rotation is obviously in question now.
It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate, but expected. Because when's the last time we weren't talking about Grayson Rodriguez's shoulder, elbow, arm, whatever, something in the realm of him not being healthy going into the season? When's the last time we've been able to talk about a healthy Grayson Rodriguez going into the start of a season? It's it's so unfortunate. You hate to see talent diminished due to health issues. And I know there are probably still some people that aren't okay with the Orioles moving on from Grayson, especially for a rental. I was one of the people that's like, man, you couldn't get more than somebody that's on a 1-year deal. But I had no problem with the theory of them trading him. At some point, you have to accept who somebody is, and he can't help it. It's a chronic issue, and it just seems like it's something that's continuously happening with him. But for the Angels, man, you're definitely like, your worst fear is already happening. And look, it was probably a gamble worth taking a risk on if you're them, right? You're losing Taylor Ward, who's going to be a free agent the next year anyway. You take a shot on a guy who's got multiple years of control, who's one of the top farm arms in all of baseball coming up. It could work out. But again, this is usually the reality for him.
I know it's been brought up some in the past, but considering his injury history, I just wonder, Angels have him for 4 years. So do you think about using him at the back end of the bullpen? Like just to
get something out of him?
Yeah. Because he hasn't pitched in a real game. Obviously, exhibition season, but in a real game since July 31st, 2024. July 31st, 2024. So he's going to be on a serious innings restriction this year. But that's why I thought it was so telling, Mike Elias trading him with that much control, where that was the first trade. And then you could say the Shane Baz, because they gave up some actual prospects and guys that they just drafted. But that was the first trade that could sting for Mike, that could backfire for Mike. Because if Grayson is able to stay healthy and he is able to realize his potential, you're like, damn, dude, you gave that up for a 1-year proposition in Taylor Ward, and Taylor Ward could go off this year and you could still lose that trade. But I would have to think that Mike felt pretty confident that it's just not going to happen. And even when I think of the bullpen of it all, I bring that up. But Ben McDonald, who, I don't know if he just let it slip, but he said it on air. He was talking about an off-the-record conversation they had with Tony Mansolino when he was here last year. And Ben brought up to Tony, is that a possibility? And Tony didn't think that his arm would respond well pitching back-to-back days. So it's a tough spot, man. You feel for him. I remember being at the game in Bowie when he made his Bay Sox debut, and everyone was bringing the gas cans, and everyone's so excited. But it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, and look, you talk about Elias getting to the point to where he makes this trade. We talked about him earlier, changing his spots a little bit, and that trade was kind of the first sign of Elias biting the bullet and trading one of his so-called magic beans and guys that you didn't think that he'd be willing to move on from. But I think after a while for him, for Mike Elias, he got to see how Grayson not being there on a regular basis negatively impacts the roster. They can't depend on him. And going into last season, that was when they really needed Grayson Rodriguez. The rotation was shot. You already had the stuff with Bradish. It's like, all right, we're going to lean into Grayson because it's now or never. And then that blows up in their face. And I also wonder if they just weren't on the same page in how to manage his injury and everything as well.
Well, I think that's where Mike made the mistake last year, and he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice, where they put all of their eggs in the Grayson Rodriguez basket. And I could still remember the quote from Mike, like, he's going to develop into that ace. He's going to play a huge role in replacing Corbin Burns, and then he doesn't even throw a pitch for this team. So that's why, as the offseason went on, and yes, everyone's still bummed for them not getting a Fromber, not getting a Ranger Suarez, but getting a Chris Bassett raises the floor of this starting rotation. And the fact that you have 6 guys that, assuming health, you feel good about.
Yeah.
You feel good about. Where Zach Eflin was their opening day starter last year, he's their 5.
Yeah.
And if Eflin is healthy, that's a great, like, Kramer is a set. Like, they're in a much, much, much better position now from a starting rotation standpoint than they were a year ago, where Kate Povich, he started their home opener.
No doubt. And look, I was just as disappointed as everybody else as we got to spring training and the Orioles didn't add that frontline starter, that Frommer, that Ranger. Like, they didn't go and get that guy. But then they go and get Bassett, and you start to look at the rotation as a whole, and like you said, now you expanded to 6 at best. You like where the floor is. You like that you can Bassett, we talk about Pete Alonso being consistent. Bassett is as consistent as it gets at his position too. And at some point, you not only have to value the production that you're getting out of guys, but you also have to value the availability that you're getting out of guys. And I just think for too long, they were depending on guys who had too many question marks in terms of their availability. You could even throw Bradish in there as well. At least as of late, he's struggled to stay on the field. And I have no problem with, obviously, investing in Bradish, but I feel better about it now when you have the Basses of the world that are at the top of the rotation as well, with Rogers coming off the year he's coming off of. I like they don't have the frontline starter, but if this is the alternative, I can live with this.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot into the starting rotation tomorrow, where Trevor Rogers, he's mentioned it a couple times during spring training that he believes that this is a very underrated starting rotation. He says it's the best command starting rotation that he has been a part of. We got one more break to go before we turn it over to Westwood One Radio. We'll get you updated on all of the scores in NCAA tournament. Already a crazy day one.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All the reason to listen, not only the NCAA tournament, first day action. Also, Jeremy Kahn's not in studio. I can stretch out and not have to feel weird.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Browns have proposed the most Browns rule change ever. The Browns are proposing a rule that would allow teams to trade picks 5 years into the future instead of 3. Imagine allowing a team that has the worst luck with quarterbacks the ability to trade 5 first-round picks for their next QB. I don't think it would ever come to that, but with the Browns, you never know. So I hope they approve this rule, because if teams want to make bad moves, let them. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are here, and now you can trade the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. Trade game outcomes, spreads, and more on top seeds and potential Cinderella stories. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This spring, save huge on your new Valor roof. Adam Kincaid here, owner of Valor Roofing. My father, Al, a Vietnam veteran, founded Valor with the core focus of treating our customers' homes like his own. Dad served as an FMF corpsman from 1968 to 69, mending his brothers and sisters in the jungles of Vietnam. Today, as chairman of Operates the Roof, Al Doc Kincaid continues to keep his comrades covered, donating over $600,000 in the DMV. You see, a Valor roof is more than just a roof. Our Valiant roofing system is built as strong as our men and women in uniform. Max Def architectural shingles, our Valiant lifetime warranty, means your new Valor roof is the last roof you'll ever own. This month only, save 50% off all materials, pay no interest for a full 18 months, plus get a free upgrade to our Valiant lifetime warranty. Military and first responders, be sure to ask about our Salute to Service program. Visit valorhome.com or call
833-83-VALOR.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
83 Jones Falls Expressway northbound at East Chase Street. There's an accident. It's on the right side. 95 northbound at White Marsh Boulevard. Crash on the left side. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from after West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. Outer loop of the Beltway heavy from after Providence Road to I-83. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Wyman and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Six games final already in, we'll say, day one of the NCAA tournament, round one at least. First game of the day, TCU beat Ohio State 66-64. Louisville over South Florida 83-79. High Point got the first upset of the day, 83-82 over Wisconsin.
Yeah, big upset for High Point. You got to watch out for those 12 seeds, man. That 12-5 matchup is always intriguing. McNeese, they fell to Vanderbilt by 10. That was actually a better game than I expected it to be. Vanderbilt was only up 3 going into the half, and like you said, Ohio State falling to TCU. Ohio State just never really it took them too long to get going, I should say. Second half, night and day difference for the first half, but 15-point deficit going into halftime, just too much to climb out of.
The big one of the day thus far, Siena was up 11 heading into half over Duke, and they were shooting the lights out, and Duke couldn't hit a 3, and then the second half happened, and Siena just lost